Chapter 3646. Seeing Duan Lingtian push back the soul bead, Tu Feng's face darkened. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Duan Lingtian, are you not giving me Tu Feng face? Are you not giving my honorable master face? If you think so, I can't do anything about it. Duan Lingtian shrugged. He calmly looked at Tu Feng and said, I, Duan Lingtian, can decide my own life. I don't need anyone else to interfere. Do you really think I don't dare to do anything to you? Tu Feng asked coldly as he stared at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a destructive aura swept out from his body. It was clear that Tu Feng comprehended the laws of destruction. Moreover, looking at the strength of the divine power rising from Tu Feng's body, it was clear that he wasn't just a divine spirit. He was a god king. Tu Feng was the chief disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. He was a lower god king who wasn't even 10,000 years old. Although he wasn't at the top of the Hidden Fog sect's younger generation, he was still an outstanding figure. What? You dare to make a move in the Hidden Fog Academy? Seeing Tu Feng's strength rise, Duan Lingtian's lips curved into a mocking smile. There was no fear in his eyes. He was well aware of the Hidden Fog Academy's rules. If an outsider dared to trespass into the academy, it was a capital offense, let alone attacking a student. The Hidden Fog sect's disciples might have the right to enter the academy, but if they dared to attack a student on campus, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother. Just as Tu Feng was about to lose his mind, another gray-robed youth behind him spoke up to stop him. At the same time, the youth reminded him with a sound transmission, the Hidden Fog Academy has rules. Even if it is our Hidden Fog sect's disciples, if they dare to attack a student, they will be killed without mercy. In the past, many Hidden Fog sect disciples were executed because of this. One of them was even the Great Elder's disciple. At that time, when the Vice Sect Master killed the Great Elder's disciple, not only did the Great Elder not dare to be angry, he even apologized to the Vice Sect Master. The Vice Sect Master this youth spoke of was the Hidden Fog sect's Vice Sect Master, Murong Xueqi. He was also the Dean of Hidden Fog Academy. Hearing this reminder, Tu Feng restrained the strength that rose from his body. But his eyes were still cold as they fell on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, there will come a day when you enter the Hidden Fog sect. At that time, I will settle the old debts of today with you. Of course, the prerequisite is that you live until the day you enter the Hidden Fog sect. As he spoke, the corners of Tu Feng's mouth curled into a mocking smile. When Duan Lingtian had offended the Heavenly Wind City's God King level Zhong family, Tu Feng had also heard about it. With his understanding of the Zhong family, there was no way they would let this Duan Lingtian go so easily. Perhaps this Duan Lingtian would die before he could enter the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian calmly watched Tu Feng leave. His face was expressionless from beginning to end. It was clear he wasn't affected at all. And in the following period of time, people from the Hidden Fog sect came to Hidden Fog Academy one after another to look for Duan Lingtian. But Duan Lingtian was too lazy to bother with them. He closed his door and didn't come out. It wasn't until the day of the 10-star student smelting trial was about to arrive that Duan Lingtian once again walked out of his room and out of the academy gates. After coming out, he headed in the direction of 10 Stars Hall. When the 10-star students went out for smelting trial, 10 Stars Hall would give them some divine pills to restore their spiritual strength and heal their injuries. Of course, not every 10-star student received the same amount of divine pills. The 10-star students were also divided into 4 levels according to their dormitory. The higher the level, the more divine pills they could receive. For instance, Duan Lingtian could now receive the highest grade of divine pills. Of course, this was only because there were more divine pills. It didn't mean he had better divine pills. Duan Lingtian is here. After several months, Duan Lingtian has finally appeared again. Before Duan Lingtian entered 10 Stars Hall, things were fine. Although he encountered some 10-star students along the way, no one paid attention to him, so no one recognized him. However, when they entered the 10 Stars Palace, they caused quite a commotion. You're here? Lu Jin stepped forward, a forced smile on his face as he asked Duan Lingtian. At the same time, there was a bit of nervousness in his eyes. Facing the restrained Lu Jin, Duan Lingtian faintly smiled and nodded. You're also here to receive the divine pills? Yes. Seeing Duan Lingtian's attitude towards him was the same as before, Lu Jin secretly relaxed. The smile on his face also became much brighter. Duan Tian. Another figure walked towards Duan Tian. It was another Duan Tian's acquaintance, Ding Yan. Duan Tian smiled and nodded at Ding Yan. Back then, Ding Yan had kindly reminded him of some things. Therefore, even though he and Ding Yan were quite hostile at the beginning, it didn't affect the harmony between him and Ding Yan. However, when Ding Yan approached Duan Tian, his expression suddenly became serious. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Duan Tian. Duan Tian, I suggest you don't go out for the trial this time. If you don't go, no one will say anything about you. No one in the academy dares to question your strength now. Ding Yan transmitted his voice to advise Duan Tian. According to the rules of the Hidden Fog Academy, all students were required to participate in the trial. If they didn't participate, they would be expelled from the academy. However, Ding Yan felt that with Duan Tian's talent and comprehension, the Hidden Fog Academy wouldn't be willing to expel Duan Tian. Why? Duan Tian looked at Ding Yan meaningfully and asked, "Don't play dumb in front of me." Ding Yan rolled his eyes at Duan Tian. The fact that you offended the Zhong family is no secret in Tianfeng City. The Zhong family will definitely make a move on you during the trial this time. Even if the Zhong family doesn't make a move on you, the other God King level families will. Of course they won't make a move on you because they have a grudge against you. They want to frame the Zhong family so that the dean will be angry and punish the Zhong family. As Ding Yan's voice reached the end, his tone became extremely solemn. Are they that bold? How dare they make a move on me when I'm out on a trial? Duan Tian raised his eyebrows. Although he had guessed it before, he was still shocked when he heard that the Zhong family dared to make a move on him when a 10-star student was out on a trial. Of course they wouldn't at first. Ding Yan shook his head and said, however, the 10-star students will be separated from the teachers who are leading them during the trial. The people from the Zhong clan and the other God King clans can hide in the place where we are conducting the trial and wait for an opportunity to make a move on you. When the time comes, as long as they do it cleanly, there won't be any evidence. Ding Yan's repeated attempts to dissuade Duan Tian had affected Duan Tian to a certain extent. Duan Tian began to reconsider. After a while, Duan Tian seemed to have thought of something. He asked Ding Yan, as far as I know, God Kings and above aren't allowed to enter the trial grounds where the 10-star students are going, right? Yes. Ding Yan nodded. There's a formation set up around that place. If a God King or above appears inside, it'll sound the alarm. However, while God Kings and above aren't allowed to enter, higher deities are allowed to enter. The Zhong family and the other God King level families don't lack higher deities. I know you're strong, and you don't think much of ordinary higher deities. However, what about a group of higher deities? A group of higher deities might even form a formation to attack you. Even if you're strong, you won't be able to withstand them. Ding Yan reminded him again. In other words, it's impossible for a God King to make a move on me? Duan Tian asked again. Of course. Ding Yan nodded. The teachers leading the team will escort us all the way to the trial grounds. As long as you don't leave the trial grounds, no God King will be able to appear in front of you without alerting you. Those teachers aren't to be trifled with. Upon hearing Ding Yan's words, Duan Tian felt much more assured. At the same time, he decided to participate in the 10-star trial. If he didn't participate, he would have to seek permission from the Hidden Fog Academy's president. Moreover, if he participated in the trial and ranked at the top, he would be able to obtain some precious items. Of course, the precious items mentioned here were only precious to deities. They might not be of much use to God Kings and above. This time's trial. What are the rewards? Duan Tian asked Ding Yan. A moment later, he learned from Ding Yan about the rewards for the 10-star trial. The best reward was a dragon-marked divine grass that could help deities improve their cultivation. Of course, the effects were not as good as the Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills combined. However, the difference was not too great. Moreover, Duan Tian had already consumed the Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills before. It would not have any effect on him if he consumed the dragon-marked divine grass that he had never consumed before. Even if the dragon-marked divine grass can't help me break through to the higher deity stage, it should be able to bring me closer to the higher deity stage. I must obtain it. The dragon-marked divine grass made Duan Tian even more determined to participate in the 10-star trial. As for the threat from the Zhong family and the other God King clans, Duan Lingtian knew that he should be able to deal with a group of higher deities even if they formed a formation. At the critical moment, even if he used all his methods, it would be useless. At most, he would take the risk and use the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Now that he was an intermediate deity, he could unleash the true power of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Moreover, the sword soul of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, Huang would definitely be stronger. Duan Lingtian, although the dragon-marked divine grass is rare, with your talent and comprehension, you can just ask the president for one. There's no need to take the risk for it. Ding Yan could not help but advise Duan Lingtian again when he heard that he still intended to participate in the trial and was tempted by the dragon-marked divine grass. Chapter 36-47. Ask the Dean for help? Upon hearing Ding Yan's words, although Duan Lingtian felt that this was feasible, he did not intend to do so. Once he did so, it would mean that he would owe Ding Yan a huge favor. Most importantly, he felt that there was no need to do so. I still want to see a 10-star student's trial, Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. Ding Yan originally wanted to persuade him again, but when he met Duan Lingtian's determined gaze, he shut his mouth and did not continue. It was not difficult for him to see that Duan Lingtian had made up his mind. Then when the time comes, you and I will leave together. When those fellows see me, I think they will hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases, Ding Yan said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Of course, don't misunderstand. I have no intention of competing with you for points. In the trial, the points belong to whoever kills the demon beast. The reason he said this was undoubtedly because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would misunderstand his original intention. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Ding Yan. When those people from the God King level clans see you, they will hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases? If I'm not mistaken, you're a defeated opponent of mine, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Of course, I'm not saying that my strength is enough to make them hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. It's my identity. Ding Yan's eyes flashed, and he hesitated for a moment before he spoke. Your identity? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and looked at Ding Yan with interest. What identity? In his opinion, if Ding Yan really had an identity that could make the God King level clans of Tianfeng City hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases, then he would not be living in a 10-star student's low-class dormitory now. He would have lived in a high-class dormitory long ago, or at least a middle-class dormitory. When the time comes, you will naturally know. Ding Yan obviously did not want to talk about this topic. Duan Lingtian also did not delve into it because he did not need anyone to follow him and protect him. As long as there were no God Kings from the God King level clans in Tianfeng City, no matter how many higher deities tried to intercept him, even if he was no match for them, he was confident that he would be able to escape with his life. Furthermore, when the time came, he might not even need to flee. Perhaps at that time it would be hard to say who would be the one to kill who. No matter what. Thank you for your kindness. Duan Lingtian nodded at Ding Yan and went to collect the divine pill. He then prepared to leave the 10 Stars Hall and wait for the 10-star student's trial to arrive. Duan Lingtian. A voice sounded from behind. It was getting closer and closer. When Duan Lingtian turned around, an ordinary-looking young man with a medium build wearing a long green robe had already appeared before his eyes. Is something the matter? Those who could appear here were, naturally, 10-star students. However, Duan Lingtian did not know who this person was. When Duan Lingtian was asking about the person, Ding Yan's voice rang in his ears. Duan Lingtian, this person is also from the Zhong clan. His name is Chong Huliang. Naturally, he's only a branch disciple of the Zhong clan. His position in the Zhong clan is not something Xueqi can compare to. As soon as Ding Yan finished speaking, Chong Huliang looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, Duan Lingtian, I was sent by our Zhong clan to express our stance. As long as you're willing to join our Zhong clan and become a branch disciple of our Zhong clan and swear a heart demon blood oath to be loyal to the Zhong clan for life, our Zhong clan will no longer make things difficult for you because of the conflict between you and young Master Xueqi. Otherwise, although Chong Huliang had intentionally interrupted Duan Lingtian, the threat in his tone was obvious. Duan Lingtian could guess what he was going to say. Otherwise what? Duan Lingtian glanced at Chong Huliang indifferently as a faint smile appeared on his face. Don't tell me your Chong clan plans to annihilate me? Just because I snatched Xueqi's high-grade dorm room? Moreover, It's within the rules of the Hidden Fog Academy? Duan Tian, I know you're strong and talented. However, I advise you to submit to the circumstances. A wise man submits to circumstances. Chong Hulyang shook his head. This is my personal advice to you. I hope you can give me an answer before the 10-star trial begins. Otherwise, the Zhong clan won't let you go. This is my soul orb. Chong Hulyang turned around and handed his soul orb to Duan Tian. However, Duan Tian rejected his soul orb. There's no need for that. All right. Chong Hulyang did not waste any time. He put away the soul orb and left. However, when he turned around, a cold smile appeared on his face. He did not dare to go too far in front of Duan Tian. After all, his strength was far inferior to Duan Tian's. If he was beaten up by Duan Tian, the gains would not make up for the losses. Just as Duan Tian was about to leave the 10 Stars Hall, several more people came forward. These people were from the other God King level clans in Wind City. Among them was the Zhou clan. Their goal was the same as Chong Hulyang's. They wanted to recruit Duan Tian for their clans. Of course, they did not make any excessive demands. For example, they made a heart demon blood oath. After all, their clans did not have any conflicts with Duan Tian. Even if Duan Tian only agreed on the surface, joining their clans would only bring benefits to their clans. However, Duan Tian rejected them one by one. He had his own path to walk. Right now, he was already in the Hidden Fog Academy under the God Emperor level Hidden Fog sect. If he were to join a God King level clan, it would be a waste of effort. The trial for the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students was held once a year. Every year, the Hidden Fog Academy would take out something as a reward for the 10-star students. This year, the Hidden Fog Academy took out many tempting rewards as usual. Among them, the Dragon Mark Divine Grass was the best reward. This year, the Academy is a bit stingy. Last year, they took out Jia Yi Bing 3 Divine Pills as a reward for the first place. But this year, they only gave out Dragon Mark Divine Grass. Yes. Although Dragon Mark Divine Grass is the same type of divine pill as Jia Yi Bing 3 Divine Pills, its efficacy is much worse. Aren't you thinking too much? In any case, it's impossible for you to get first place in this trial. I think the second and third place rewards are better than last year's. It should be balanced out. In front of the 10 Stars Hall, a group of 10-star students were discussing. Today was also the day that the 10-star students would participate in the trial. The trial would start today and last for 3 months. In these 3 months, all 10-star students would enter the trial grounds that the Hidden Fog Academy had already chosen. The trial grounds were a monster beast mountain range. No matter how many monster beasts died, they would still come back in groups the next year. And this was the work of the Hidden Fog Academy. To be more precise, it was the work of the Hidden Fog sect. When the monster beasts in the Monster Beast Mountain range died, the Hidden Fog sect would capture monster beasts from other places and bring them here. With the cultivation of the Hidden Fog sect's powerhouses, they could imprison a large number of monster beasts in their small worlds and release them into the Monster Beast Forest. For example, before the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students began, the Hidden Fog sect's powerhouses had already released a large number of monster beasts into the Monster Beast Forest. The rules of the trial for the 10-star students are like this. Duan Tian was also in the crowd. Many people around him often looked at him as if he was some rare animal. And at this moment, Ding Yan, who was standing beside him, finished speaking in a timely manner. Just a moment ago, Duan Tian completely understood the specific rules of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student trial through Ding Yan's mouth. The Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student trial would be held in a fixed monster beast forest. After killing a monster beast, as long as the student touched the blood of the monster beast with their point token, the token would record their points. Different monster beasts with different cultivation levels would have different points. The point token would only be issued before the trial began. This was to prevent people from cheating. All of the monster beasts in the Monster Beast Forest had array formations placed on their bodies by the Hidden Fog sect's powerhouses. All of them had died under the hands of the same person. Only a quarter of an hour after their death, and the blood that hadn't entered the storage ring would be recorded as points. This also prevented the possibility of students with a certain background from cheating. After all, the Monster Beast Forest couldn't be completely restricted. It could only prevent existences above the Divine King level from entering. Moreover, before the trial began, the Hidden Fog Academy's teachers would wander around the monster beast forest to confirm that there were no other people hunting monster beasts. Only then would the Hidden Fog Academy's students be allowed to enter the monster beast forest and begin the trial. The point token has to recognize an owner. The point token will also recognize the laws that the owner is proficient in. Only by using that law to kill monster beasts can one accumulate points. This further prevents the possibility of cheating. Previously, when he heard Ding Yan say these and even more restrictions, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. The Hidden Fog Academy's students really went to great lengths to prevent the 10-star students from cheating in the trial. With so many restrictions, it would be better to directly prohibit outsiders from entering that place. Only the Hidden Fog Academy's students could enter that place. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had asked Ding Yan about it. However, Ding Yan's answer was, the Hidden Fog Academy felt that this was more secure. This was because as long as the array formation didn't restrict people above the Divine King level, many Divine King level existences who were proficient in array formations could easily break it. It was meaningless to set it up. Even if the array formation restricted Divine King level existences, it was only a warning. It couldn't kill a Divine King. The Hidden Fog sect behind the Hidden Fog Academy didn't have any experts who were truly proficient in array formations. Therefore, the Hidden Fog Academy set up so many restrictions to limit the possibility of cheating. Hong Jun, you were defeated by him? Is he really that strong? In the corner of the group of 10-star students, a young man wearing a gray robe walked to Hong Jun's side. He looked at the purple figure in the distance with his back to him, and asked Hong Jun with a flicker in his eyes. Chapter 3648. There's a floating image pearl in the 10 Stars Hall that recorded my battle with Ling Tian. Didn't you borrow it to take a look? In response to the gray-robed young man's question, Hong Jun glanced at him indifferently and replied with a question. I came out of closed-door cultivation 2 days ago. When I went to the 10 Stars Hall to collect the divine pills, I wanted to borrow a floating image pearl. However, the floating image pearls in the 10 Stars Hall that recorded your battle with Ling Tian were stolen. I can only wait for them to return it. The gray-clad young man shook his head and smiled wryly. There were many floating image pearls in the 10 Stars Hall, and 10-star students could borrow them by spending their credits. Every student in the Hidden Fog Academy had credits. Credits were usually obtained in the trials. Naturally, the credits here were not the same as the points in the trials. Points were points, and credits were credits. Points were used to rank the students in the trials. After the ranking, the points would be converted into credits. Academic credits were equivalent to a special currency in the Hidden Mist Academy. In the Hidden Mist Academy, other than the use of God Stones for private transactions, students couldn't use God Stones for transactions between the Academy and the Academy. In the Hidden Fog Academy, credits could be used to exchange for anything. They could be used to borrow cultivation methods and floating image pearls. They could also be used to purchase divine pills, divine fruits, divine herbs, and divine weapons. Credits could not be given out privately in the Hidden Fog Academy. They could only be used for consumption. This was to prevent students with strong backgrounds from threatening other students to transfer their credits to them. I heard that when you fought with him, he did not use a divine weapon. You had to use a divine weapon to fight him to a draw? The gray-clad young man asked again. Since you already know, why ask? Hong Jun glanced at the gray-clad young man indifferently and said, He Yiping, if you really want to know his strength, you can challenge him. He's staying in a high-grade dormitory. You can go to the 10 Stars Hall and apply for a challenge auction to his dormitory. The gray-clad young man was called He Yiping. He was as famous as Hong Jun in the Hidden Fog Academy, and his strength was on par with Hong Jun. However, due to his ordinary background, he could not stay in a high-grade dormitory. It was also because of this that he and Hong Jun appreciated each other and had a good relationship. Do you really want me to make a fool of myself? He Yiping glared at Hong Jun and said, I was just asking casually because I found it hard to believe. If he has truly mastered the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of space, let alone you and me, even if we join forces, we won't be able to defeat him. Humph. Hong Jun snorted coldly and ignored He Yiping. However, when his gaze landed on Duan Ling Tian, it became extremely solemn. He would never forget the last battle. That was also the first time in his life that he had lost to someone younger than him. Are you Duan Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian had just stopped talking to Ding Yan when a voice came from afar and soon arrived in front of him. The person who came was a young man dressed in fine clothes. His face was firm, his eyes were bright, and his curly hair was draped behind his back. There was a gentle aura between his brows, giving people a distinct feeling. It was easy to remember this kind of person with just a glance. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw this person. This was one of the few people he had seen in his life who had a distinctive appearance. "Hello, I'm Ho Qingning." The young man came in front of Duan Lingtian and introduced himself with a smile before Duan Lingtian could speak. Ho Qingning. Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar with this name. On his first day at the Hidden Fog Academy, he had heard Lu Jin mention Ho Qingning. He knew that Ho Qingning was one of the people who lived in the 5 high-grade dormitories among the 10-star students. He was also one of the people who lived in the high-grade dormitory with his own strength. At the same time, he had an extraordinary identity. He was the young sect master of a God King level sect. Duan Lingtian. Seeing the other party's kind face, Duan Lingtian returned the greeting and nodded at him. Duan Lingtian, I heard about you when I came out of seclusion some time ago. I wanted to exchange pointers with you, but I didn't expect you to come out of seclusion only today. In front of Duan Lingtian, Ho Qingning didn't seem to be afraid of strangers at all. Although I know I'm definitely not your opponent, as someone who also comprehended the law of space, I still want to exchange pointers with you and see what I'm lacking in. After all, this is the first time I, Ho Qingning, have met someone younger than me who has also comprehended the law of space and is stronger than me. Ho Qingning couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. You won't refuse to exchange pointers with me just because I'm not as strong as you, right? Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Ho Qingning asked again. Let's wait until the trial ends. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and said, if you want to exchange pointers, I'll exchange pointers with you when the time comes. Although Duan Lingtian had just met Ho Qingning, he had a good impression of Ho Qingning from their interactions today and Lu Jin's introduction in the past. Therefore, he did not reject Ho Qingning's request. That's settled then. Ho Qingning's eyes lit up when he heard this. I'll look for you when the trial ends. As soon as Ho Qingning finished speaking, he turned around and left. Duan Lingtian could sense a cold gaze staring at him from the direction Ho Qingning left. He didn't have to look to know who it was. It was none other than Xueqi, the direct descendant of the Chong clan who had lost to him without even fighting. He was the crown prince of the Chong clan. Currently, Xueqi was standing there with Chong Hulyang, the direct descendant of the Chong clan whom Duan Lingtian had met before. Chong Hulyang had once represented the Chong clan in the 10 Stars Temple to recruit him. He had even threatened Duan Lingtian on behalf of the Chong clan. Duan Lingtian would either join the Chong clan and swear a heart demon blood oath to be loyal to the Chong clan or die. Very good. Everyone is here. At the same time, a loud voice resonated in the air. Accompanying the voice was a figure that was as sturdy as a tower. It was a young man with a dignified appearance and a cold expression. He was more than 2 meters tall, and he seemed to have appeared out of thin air in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian, today should be your first time meeting teacher Yu Qianshan, right? Ding Yan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, asked when the newcomer appeared. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had seen many teachers since he entered the Hidden Fog Academy, but he had never seen this burly young man in front of him. However, this burly young man gave him a dangerous feeling. He felt more dangerous than any teacher he had seen since he came to the 10-star dormitory. He even gave him an unfathomable feeling. Teacher Yu Qianshan is one of the more powerful teachers in our Hidden Fog Academy. His strength is second only to the dean. It is said that he is on par with Teacher Yun Hui and Teacher Tang Hao. Ding Yan continued, and in our Hidden Fog Academy, they are recognized as the 3 strongest teachers under the dean. They are all high god kings. Usually, you can't see him. He only appears when the 10-star students are in the trial and takes us to the trial grounds. He personally leads the team to ensure the safety of the 10-star students. After all, the 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy are equivalent to the inner sect disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. For the Hidden Fog Academy and the Hidden Fog sect, they cannot afford to lose you. I wish those God King clans would send their God King experts to kill you. At that time, they would be killed by Teacher Yu Qianshan before they could even find you. The corners of Ding Yan's mouth curled into a mocking smile when he reached the end of his sentence. He was mocking the God Kings of the God King clans. Yu Qianshan. When Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on Yu Qianshan also happened to be looking at him. Yu Qianshan smiled and nodded at him. Obviously, Yu Qianshan already knew of his existence. Then, Yu Qianshan said in a clear voice, I heard that there is an amazing new student among the 10-star students. His strength is recognized as the strongest in the Hidden Fog Academy. When Yu Qianshan said this, almost all the 10-star students' gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. However, don't be discouraged. Yu Qianshan continued, although the new student is strong, he is still a new student. He has never participated in the 10-star trial. In this regard, his experience is not as good as yours. So, it is not impossible for you to defeat him in this trial. After all, the trial rankings are based on trial points, not strength. As soon as Yu Qianshan said this, many people's eyes lit up. Especially Hong Jun, Ho Qingning, He Yiping, and the others. At this time, their eyes shone brightly. They were looking forward to surpassing Duan Lingtian in the 10-star trial. When the other 3 teachers arrive, we will set off. Yu Qianshan said again, now, let's wait for a while. Although Yu Qianshan asked Duan Lingtian and the others to wait, they did not have to wait for long. In less than 10 breaths of time, the other 3 teachers arrived. These 3 teachers were also unfamiliar faces to Duan Lingtian. Let's go! Following Yu Qianshan's order, the group of a few dozen people stepped into the air and left the Hidden Fog Academy. They left Tianfeng City. Yu Qianshan took the lead and opened up a path in front. Meanwhile, the other 3 Hidden Mist Academy teachers stood guard in 3 other directions, one on the left, one on the right, and one on the back. They protected Duan Lingtian and the rest of the 10-star students. He is Duan Lingtian? After leaving Skywind City, the 3 Hidden Fog Academy's teachers learned about Duan Lingtian, who had recently become famous in the Hidden Fog Academy. Their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian from time to time. Their gazes were different from one another. One of the gazes gave Duan Lingtian an uncomfortable feeling. Although there was no obvious hostility, it was completely different from the other 2 teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy. It was cold and indifferent. Is that teacher related to the Zhong family? Duan Lingtian asked Ding Yan. At the same time, he pointed in one direction. Chapter 3649. At Duan Lingtian's subtle gesture, Ding Yan casually glanced in that direction and asked, how do you know? I feel like he looks at me differently from the other 2 teachers. Duan Lingtian revealed his discovery. That's teacher Zhu Chun. His wife and the 3rd master of the Chong family's wife are sisters. Because of this, he's very close to the Chong family. It can even be said that he's half a member of the Chong family. Ding Yan said. When Duan Lingtian heard this, realization dawned on him. If that was the case, then everything would make sense. However, don't worry. Although he has a good relationship with the Zhong clan, he won't dare to mess around under Master Yu Qianshan's nose unless he has a death wish. At most, he'll send a message to the Zhong clan. Even without him, Zhong Kuqi and Zhong Heliang can do that. Ding Yan continued to say. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was from Ho Qingning, who was also staying in the 10-star high-grade dormitory and had an extraordinary background. The Zhong clan will definitely do something to you in the 10-star trial this time. Before I came, I've already informed the elders in my sect to bring people to the vicinity of the trial site. They can go in and protect you at any time. Do you need my help? After all, I don't want anything to happen to you, Duan Lingtian. If that's the case, I'll have one less opponent to spar with. Duan Lingtian did not expect Ho Qingning to send him a voice transmission. After all, he had only met Duan Lingtian once. He had only agreed to spar with Duan Lingtian after the trial. How could Duan Lingtian make such an arrangement based on this? Thank you. Although he was surprised, Duan Lingtian still rejected Ho Qingning's good intentions. However, I think I can solve this matter myself. If he asked Ho Qingning for help, he could further conceal himself and keep a low profile. However, if he did that, he would definitely owe Ho Qingning a favor, and even the sect behind Ho Qingning would owe him a favor. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to do this. Moreover, even if he revealed his strength this time, he would be careful and not expose his trump card. Even if he did this, he would be valued by the Hidden Fog Academy and the Hidden Fog sect. Although he wanted to keep a low profile and not attract too much attention, which would cause him to fall into the situation of the tallest tree in the forest will be the first to be destroyed by the wind. He also knew that the benefits of keeping a high profile outweighed the disadvantages. As long as the balance between the two was properly grasped, it would be enough. All right. Ho Qingning nodded. Then I'll have them go back. He didn't say anything else. Whatever Duanling Tian said, he was decisive and straightforward. This also made Duanling Tian have a better impression of him. After all, they were strangers. Even if Duanling Tian didn't fear the Zhong family, it was still very rare for him to do this. Duanling Tian, we're about to reach the trial grounds. Remember what I said and follow me. After following Duanling Tian for a while, the surrounding scenery changed several times. Ding Yan's sound transmission also reached Duanling Tian's ears. No need. Duanling Tian rejected Ding Yan's good intentions again. At the same time, he felt a little helpless. If only Ding Yan was as straightforward as Ho Qingning. He had rejected him many times, but Ding Yan was like a dog skin plaster, sticking to him. Of course, he couldn't turn hostile. After all, Ding Yan was doing this for his own good. However, there were some things he couldn't explain. He couldn't possibly tell Ding Yan that even the higher deities sent by the Chong family would most likely die in his hands if they fought against him, right? What qualifications did he have to say that? Even the most outstanding middle deities of the Hidden Fog sect wouldn't be able to accomplish this. This was a little too high profile. We've arrived. When Duanling Tian and the others arrived in the air above a forest and mountain range, Yu Qianshan brought Duanling Tian and the others to a stop. At the same time, he turned and looked at Duanling Tian and the others. Now, I will give you the point tokens. As usual, make the point token recognize you as its master. As for the point token, once it recognizes you as its master, it cannot be removed. If you die, the point token will disappear. Normally speaking, the trial of a 10-star student shouldn't be a threat to your life. What is being tested is the speed at which you hunt monster beasts. If you encounter powerful monster beasts, even if you can't defeat them, you can still escape unscathed. Of course, if you are really unlucky and encounter a large number of monster beasts, you can choose to crush your point tokens. At that time, I will rush over and save you. After listening to Yu Qianshan's words, Duanling Tian looked at Ding Yan who was standing next to him and asked through voice transmission. Since crushing the accumulative point token can get teacher Yu Qianshan to kill me, why would the Zhong clan send someone to kill me? Aren't they afraid I'll crush my point token? Ding Yan shook his head in response to Duanling Tian's question. He replied with a voice transmission. You're overthinking it. If the Zhong clan intended to kill you in there, they would have brought along a formation plate and activated a formation to block the connection between Yu Qianshan and the accumulative points medallion. Even if they didn't use the formation plate to block the connection between Yu Qianshan and the accumulative points medallion, they could have asked the students related to the Zhong clan to crush the accumulative points medallion and lure Yu Qianshan over. And they will make a move on you at that time. Ding Yan said, a God King clan like the Zhong family will definitely leave a way out for themselves. To them, all they have to do is to kill you. They don't care about the lives of the higher gods sent by the Zhong family. In fact, those higher gods might even be sacrificial warriors that they have reared. They might have sworn a heart demon blood oath to be loyal to the Zhong family. In the realms of gods, the heart demon blood oath could make anyone pale. If one swore a heart demon blood oath in other realms, as long as one was not in the realms of gods, nothing would happen to them. However, if one swore a heart demon blood oath in the realms of gods, one would be directly linked to a supreme expert. If one were to violate the oath, one would be hunted down by the supreme expert's subordinates. Even a god would not be able to escape death. For some powerful ultimate gods, the ultimate god's subordinates might not have the ability to kill them. However, under such circumstances, the matter would not end just because of the ultimate god's strength. The ultimate gods would personally make a move and kill the ultimate gods. Violating a heart demon blood oath was equivalent to blasphemy against the supreme expert. It was something the supreme expert would not tolerate. In the realms of gods, the supreme expert was like a law. As long as one did not violate the law, everything would be fine. However, if one did, one would be punished by the supreme expert. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Yu Qianshan raised his hand, token after token flew out and hovered in front of the 10-star students, including Duanling Tian, waiting for them to collect it. Duanling Tian took the token and dripped his blood on it to claim ownership. Go! Yu Qianshan's voice fell. Then, a 10-star student stepped out from the crowd. His figure flashed, and disappeared into the forest and the mountain range below. The mountain range was full of twists and turns, and the forest stretched as far as the eye could see. The Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students' trial covered a large area in front of them. Duan Lingtian, I'll go first. After Ho Qingning bade farewell to Duan Lingtian, he followed Duan Lingtian and entered the mountain range below. Soon after, his figure disappeared into the mountain range. Let's go as well. Ding Yan called out to Duan Lingtian before the two of them flew into the forest below. However, as soon as they entered the forest, Ding Yan noticed that Duan Lingtian had disappeared into thin air. This is bad. At this moment, Ding Yan finally regained his senses. Duan Lingtian had no intention of leaving with him at all. That guy. Is he really not afraid of death? Ding Yan was flustered and exasperated. He did not have many friends in the Hidden Fog Academy. However, Duan Lingtian had shown mercy when they fought. He did not injure or even kill him. Ding Yan was very grateful to him and treated Duan Lingtian as his friend. This was also the reason why he became close to Duan Lingtian. One could imagine what it would be like for a person who didn't have many friends before to suddenly have a friend that he recognized. Sometimes, Duan Lingtian could not handle Ding Yan's enthusiasm. Just like this time, Ding Yan insisted on staying by Duan Lingtian's side. Duan Lingtian had tried to reject him a few times but to no avail. In the end, he could not be bothered to reject Ding Yan. It was not that he did not believe Ding Yan's words. Ding Yan had said many times that as long as he followed him, he would not be in danger. He also thought that Ding Yan might really have an extraordinary identity. However, he did not want to owe Ding Yan a favor. Just like how he did not want to owe Ho Qingning and the God King level sect behind him. This was because he felt that he could solve this matter by himself. The 10-star trial is to hunt demonic beasts in the trial ground. After killing the demonic beast, immediately let the token touch the fresh blood of the demonic beast to gain points. If you think some parts of the demonic beast's body are valuable, you can take them. The 10-star trial is to test your speed in hunting demonic beasts and how to deal with all kinds of demonic beast attacks. Some demonic beasts like to attack humans in groups. Although these demonic beasts are not necessarily a threat to our lives, not many people are willing to encounter them. Once you encounter them, it is equivalent to wasting a lot of time on them, whether it is to kill them or to escape from under their noses. Before entering the 10-star trial ground, Duan Lingtian learned the specific rules and procedures of the trial from Ding Yan. He knew what to do and what to avoid after entering the trial ground. I just received a message from young Master Qi. Duan Lingtian has entered. In the depths of a mountain forest, ghostly figures that seemed to be hidden in the shadows appeared under the lead of a skinny figure. Chapter 3650. The skinny figure in the lead was an old man with an aged face. His eyes gleamed with the light of a wolf, as if he was about to devour someone. Among the dozen or so people following behind him, there were young men and middle-aged men. Each and every one of them exuded a cold and bloodthirsty aura. When they gathered together, they did not seem like a group of humans but more like a pack of wolves. The skinny old man was the king of this pack of wolves. Search for the target immediately. At the same time, don't alert the others. Once you find the target, inform the others immediately. When almost everyone has arrived, attack at my command and try to kill him in one blow. That Duan Lingtian may only be an intermediate deity, but none of you are a match for him in a one-on-one fight. The skinny old man said indifferently. Now, spread out and search for the target. Yes. The dozen or so people responded in unison. It was as if they had discussed this beforehand. None of them spoke too soon or too late. As soon as they finished speaking, they split up and flew off in different directions. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the depths of the forest and mountain range like fish returning to the sea. If anyone were here, they would definitely be very surprised. This was because these people were like natural-born hunters. They wandered in the forest and mountain range. No matter what it was, they could cleverly use it as a cover. Even if one was very close to them, it would not be easy to discover them without using divine consciousness. These people were the men of sacrifice raised by the Zhong clan, a God King level clan in Tianfeng City. They were specially trained to solve some of the clandestine matters of the Zhong clan. At the same time, in a few other places, there were also several groups of people spreading out in all directions. There were only 5 or 6 people in each of these groups. They were not as many as the Zhong clan, but all of them exuded a bloodthirsty and cold aura. These people were from the other clans in Tianfeng City. Even the Zhou clan had sent men of sacrifice. They had also sent men of sacrifice to kill Duanling Tian. However, their reason for killing Duanling Tian was completely different from the Zhong families. The Zhong family wanted to kill the Duanling Tian because of the enmity between the Duanling Tian and the Zhong family. If they didn't kill the Duanling Tian, the Duanling Tian would become a hidden danger to the Zhong family in the future. As for the other God King level clans that wanted to kill Duanling Tian wanted to shift the blame onto the Zhong clan. At the same time, killing a young genius who was about to rise but was unwilling to be used by them was a good thing for them, not a bad thing. They were happy to see this happen. Looks like the Zhong clan isn't the only one who sent people here. Yu Qianshan, who was hovering in the air above the vast forest, withdrew his soul consciousness that had covered a large area of the forest below and shook his head slightly. The trial grounds for the 10-star students were huge. Even though he was a high god king and his soul consciousness could cover a large area, he could only cover a corner of the 10-star students' trial grounds. He couldn't cover the entire trial grounds. Not long after Duanling Tian entered the forest, he discovered that Duanling Tian had disappeared from the range of his soul consciousness. He was no longer able to lock onto Duanling Tian's whereabouts. However, he could still sense the changes in the forest. But now that he had withdrawn his soul consciousness, he didn't seem to have any plans for the next step. Elder Qianshan, a teacher standing not far from Yu Qianshan, heard his words. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was interrupted by Yu Qianshan frowning. How many times have I told you? Right now, you and I are no longer in the Hidden Fog sect. We are in the Hidden Fog Academy, so you don't need to call me Elder something. Within the academy, there is a name for you. As he spoke, Yu Qianshan's tone became somewhat impatient. Yes, Teacher Yu. The teacher bitterly smiled. Then, he straightened his face and said, that Duanling Tian participating in this trial is quite dangerous. Are we really going to stand guard here and do nothing? Who said we're not going to do anything? Yu Qianshan lightly said, we're going to stand guard here. If a god king trespasses into the trial grounds, we'll be the first to discover it. At that time, we'll take action and kill that reckless god king. After saying this, Yu Qianshan looked at another teacher not far away. Teacher Zhu Chun, don't you agree? Zhu Chun was clearly thinking about something. When he heard Yu Qianshan call him, he hurriedly came back to his senses. He looked at Yu Qianshan with awe and nervousness. Yes, Teacher Yu is right. Although he didn't hear what Yu Qianshan said, did he want to hear it? He didn't need to. Although they were both teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy, he still knew the difference in status between him and teacher Yu Qianshan. Yu Qianshan wasn't just a subordinate of the dean. Even in the Hidden Fog sect, he also had a high position. The reason he came to the Hidden Fog Academy as a teacher was partly because he was bored and wanted to come out and relax. Unlike him, he came to the Hidden Fog Academy as a teacher so that when he returned to the sect in the future, he could have a good resume and be promoted. Teacher Zhu Chun. There was another teacher who had been silent all this time. Now he looked at Zhu Chun deeply and said, this time, the Zhong family should have sent many people to the trial grounds to kill Duanling Tian, right? Zhu Chun's expression changed when he heard this. However, he immediately calmed down and shook his head. I don't know. But normally speaking, the Zhong family shouldn't be so bold. Shouldn't be? This teacher obviously didn't intend to let Zhu Chun go so easily. But just now, teacher Yu Qianshan clearly found many non-10-star students wandering around the trial ground. Aren't those people from the Zhong family? I don't know about this either. Zhu Chun shook his head. At the same time, he looked at Yu Qianshan and said, Teacher Yu, if you think those people's identities are suspicious, I can personally capture them and bring them to you so that you can interrogate them personally. Of course, Zhu Chun was just saying it casually. Because he knew that Yu Qianshan wouldn't let him do that. Even if other teachers were to go, they wouldn't let him go. After all, he had a close relationship with the Zhong family. They would definitely be worried that he would personally make a move on Duanling Tian. No need. Sure enough, Zhu Chun guessed right. Yu Qianshan shook his head and said, You, just wait here with us. Later, if someone crushes their token, you will come with me. Yu Qianshan's words obviously meant that he wanted to tie Zhu Chun to his side. Zhu Chun wasn't surprised by this and repeatedly said, yes. Teacher Yu. The The teacher who spoke first looked at Yu Qianshan and frowned slightly. What do you and the dean think? Not to mention the academy, even if placed in our sect, Duanling Tian would still be considered an extremely outstanding genius. Don't you think it's too dangerous for him to participate in the 10-star trial? Don't tell me you and the dean want to see such a genius fall just like that? As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the other teacher and Zhu Chun turned to look at Yu Qianshan. Facing the gazes of the three people, Yu Qianshan said indifferently, he's not a 3-year-old child. He has his own thoughts. Since he chose to participate in the trial instead of complaining to the dean, it means that he has his own thoughts. He wants to participate in the 10-star trial this time. Under such circumstances, do you want me and the dean to beg him not to participate in the 10-star trial? Moreover, the dean and I are curious. Where does his confidence come from? If he falls just like that, he'll become a drop in the ocean in the Academy's long history. However, if he survives, it means he's not a simple person. The dean told me. If he survives and doesn't rely on any external forces, he'll consider letting him enter the sect in advance. He'll also recommend him to become a core disciple of the sect and enjoy the best treatment. As soon as Yu Qianshan said this, the three suddenly understood. As it turned out, the matter this time was a test the dean gave Duanling Tian. Core disciple. The three of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. If Duanling Tian really became a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, then in terms of status within the Hidden Fog sect, Duanling Tian wouldn't be inferior to them. A core disciple was an existence that was on equal footing with inner sect elders like them. Moreover, in the Hidden Fog sect, there weren't many core disciples. There were never more than 100 of them. At this moment, Duanling Tian, who was moving like a ghost in the forest and mountain range, was completely unaware that he had unknowingly moved around the forest and mountain range. He was in a predicament. Moreover, this predicament was one that the Dean of the Hidden Fog Academy had tacitly agreed to. At the same time, the Hidden Fog Academy didn't intend to help him. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't want to help. At the very least, the Hidden Fog Academy wouldn't let the God King powerhouses attack him. As for the God Spirit Realm existences, the Hidden Fog Academy didn't care. No matter how many of them there were, how strong they were, how they attacked Duanling Tian, the Hidden Fog Academy didn't intend to interfere. Although Duanling Tian was a genius and no one in the Hidden Fog Academy could surpass him, in the Hidden Fog sect, there were many people who could compete with him or even surpass him. Because of this, the Hidden Fog Academy could afford to lose such a genius and the Hidden Fog sect couldn't afford to lose him. Duanling Tian's figure swept through the forest in the mountain range like a gust of wind. All the demon beasts he encountered, no matter how big or small they were, all of them quickly fell to the ground. None of the demon beasts could survive for more than a breath in front of him. Now, Duanling Tian not only used the fusion of the three profundities of the law of space, but he also took out a divine tool. Of course, it was just an ordinary low-grade divine tool without a soul. It was a sword. The sword flew out like a dragon. Every time it flew out, it would take the life of a monster. In this way, after wandering for many days, Duanling Tian couldn't remember how many monster beasts he had killed. He even felt a little numb to it. On this day, Duanling Tian seemed to have sensed something. His eyes flashed as he came to a halt. The corners of his mouth curled up. "You finally found me?" Chapter 3651. Duanling Tian was not in a hurry to change his location when he noticed the figure spying on him in the dark. Instead, he wandered around the area. After confirming that the other party had locked onto him and was tailing him, he gradually confirmed the other party's identity. They should be the men of sacrifice sent by the Zhong clan and the other God King level clans in Tianfeng City. Although the other party was a higher deity and had hidden himself well, Duanling Tian had a wealth of anti-tracking experience from his past life. His life as a weapons specialist had given him a unique understanding of anti-tracking. This was something that could not be given to him in this life. He discovered the other party not because the other party's aura was exposed, but because the other party's movements left behind some fine traces, so fine that ordinary people would not be able to detect them. There are 2 of them. There are 3 of them. When Duanling Tian noticed that there were already 3 people gathered around him, he knew that the first person was contacting the others. Still not planning to make a move? However, even if there were 3 of them, they still did not plan to make a move. Now, the others should be on their way here. At this moment, it was not difficult for Duanling Tian to guess this. Since that's the case, there's no need to keep them alive. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed again. With a teleportation, he disappeared from where he was. Just as the three people hiding behind a large tree were stunned and began to look around for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts, a voice came from above them. Are you looking for me? At this moment, a purple figure stood above the three people with his hands behind his back. He looked at them mockingly, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly in a faint smile. Do it! The moment they noticed Duan Lingtian, the three people looked at each other. Then, in the next instant, divine power erupted from their bodies. They merged three different laws of nature and soared into the sky, directly attacking Duan Lingtian. Two young men and one middle-aged man had bloodthirsty eyes. Each of them had a low-grade divine artifact in their hands. Some were sabers, some were swords. Now, they attacked together, attacking Duan Lingtian. Moreover, they used killing moves right from the start. Obviously, he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with a single blow, leaving no room for negotiation. Too weak. The moment the three attacked, Duan Lingtian discovered that although they were all higher deities, they had only comprehended the mysteries of certain laws of nature to the phenomenal realm and had yet to come into contact with the fused mysteries. Even though they had the advantage of divine energy, it was not enough to make up for their advantage in the laws of nature in front of his son. For this reason, as soon as Duan Lingtian thrust his sword out, a terrifying spatial storm swept out and fell from the sky. In just a blink of an eye, the spatial storm had engulfed the three of them as well. In the next instant, the three people's attacks were completely annihilated by the spatial storm that Duan Lingtian's sword had created. Then, the three people's figures were shredded into a bloody mist by the spatial storm that had depleted part of its energy. Even the spatial rings in their hands were completely destroyed in the process. Only their divine artifacts remained intact. To think that they self-destructed their spatial rings. What a pity. After killing the three people, Duan Lingtian calmly put away the three low-grade divine artifacts. He felt it was a pity that the three spatial rings had been destroyed. However, he knew that the three spatial rings were special. They would self-destruct when their owners died. Such spatial rings could only be found in the realms of gods. In other words, only divine weaponsmiths in the realms of gods could refine such self-destructing spatial rings. Once the storage ring was destroyed, the items inside would be swept into the spatial turbulence. They might be scattered and lost in some corner of the world, or they might remain in the spatial turbulence forever, drifting about in there. The appearance of this kind of storage ring was also to prevent the enemy from obtaining everything inside the storage ring. In the realms of gods, those who were qualified would use such spatial rings. There should be more people on their way here. Instead of waiting for them here, it's better for me to search for them and take them out one by one. That way, I won't have to face them head-on and I won't have to reveal my trump card. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made his move again. Before Duan Lingtian came to the trial land, he had already planned to fight a group of people by himself and reveal some of his trump cards to fight the Zhong family members who wanted to kill him. However, he discovered the reality was different from what he had imagined. He did not travel with anyone. It would be difficult for the Zhong clan members to find him in this vast and boundless trial ground. Under normal circumstances, they would have to spread out and search for him. The three people who had met up with him earlier told him this. You want to kill me, but you're still so careless? Why are you sending me out one by one? Duan Lingtian had a cold smile on his face as his figure flashed out. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian's words were not heard by the people from the God King clans in Wind City, who wanted to kill him in the trial ground. Otherwise they would have vomited blood. Do you think we want to kill you? If this place is not so big, do you think we'd spread out to look for you? Who knew your anti-tracking ability is so strong? Even a higher deity with a cultivation base one level higher than yours would be discovered by you. Just like that, Duan Lingtian began his performance. He did not go far. Instead, he searched the area in a circular formation. It did not take long before he spotted two people. Before the two people could meet up, he had already killed them. He killed one person with a swing of his sword without leaving a trace. Just like that, after approximately 15 minutes, 13 people had already died in Duan Lingtian's hands. When another person approached, Duan Lingtian sensed that the other party was not simple. The aura this person gave off was different from the others who had died in his hands. This old fellow seems to be stronger. It was a skinny old man. He also gave off a bloodthirsty aura, and his eyes were extremely cold. Who is it? Duan Ling Tian had just teleported nearby when he heard the old man shout. At the same time, the old man made a move at lightning speed. A golden saber ray swept toward him and directly cut the gigantic tree that was hiding his figure. When the huge tree fell, Duan Ling Tian no longer hid himself and showed himself openly. The moment Duan Ling Tian appeared, the old man stared at Duan Ling Tian and asked suspiciously, "You are Duan Ling Tian? So many of you came to look for me. Don't tell me none of you know what I look like?" Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the old man's expression changed greatly. At the same time, he subconsciously sent out messages one after another. However, he found that out of the 16 messages, only 3 replied. The other 13 did not reply. The messages he sent to them were like stones sinking into the sea. "My 13 subordinates were killed by you." The old man looked at Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression and asked in a deep voice. Since Duan Ling Tian had appeared here, coupled with the fact that there was no news of 13 of his 16 subordinates, he could faintly guess that they had all been killed. Moreover, it was this person who had killed them. "It seems that more than a dozen people died by my hands. They were not students of our hidden fog academy. Were they your people?" Duan Ling Tian asked with a faint smile. "It seems that I underestimated you." The old man looked deeply at Duan Ling Tian. "How did they die by your hands?" In the old man's opinion, this was a crucial question. If all 13 of his subordinates attacked together and were killed by Duan Ling Tian, he might have to think of a way to retreat. After all, even he did not dare to say that he could escape unscathed under the joint attack of his 13 subordinates. If Duan Ling Tian had that kind of strength, he would not be able to contend with him. Although he was a man of sacrifice, he still had his own thoughts. Even if he could not betray the Zhong family because of the heart demon blood oath, he could still return to the Zhong family after escaping and informing them. Moreover, once it was confirmed that Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him, he would not be sent to deal with Duan Ling Tian. Even if he was sent, he would definitely find a helper for him. They were too scattered, so I killed them one by one. Duan Ling Tian did not think too much about it and told the old man the truth. Then, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the old man in front of him. "You're the next one." The old man sighed in relief when Duan Ling Tian said that he had killed all 13 of his subordinates one by one. However, when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he could not help but laugh. "Duan Ling Tian, I admit that you're quite strong. However, do you think you can kill me with your strength? I'm not like those useless people." As soon as the old man finished speaking, divine energy surged from his body. Then, a dazzling golden light shone as the profundities from the law of metal appeared. Most importantly, the 2 profundities of the law of metal had fused together perfectly during this process. Moreover, the profundities from the law of metal merged with 2 other profundities from the law of metal. It was obvious that the old man had mastered the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of metal. Coupled with his cultivation base as a higher deity, it was no wonder that he was not afraid of Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, if you were a higher deity, I would have no choice but to turn tail and flee to Dave. It's just a shame that you're just an intermediate deity. Even if you've comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws of nature and fused 3 types of profound meaning in spatial laws of nature, you'll still be hard-pressed to escape death today." The moment his words left his mouth, the old man made his move without any warning. Streaks of dazzling golden light shot out like lightsabers in all directions as they charged toward Duan Ling Tian. As for himself, he also set off. A long saber appeared in the old man's hand. It was a divine weapon. The long saber was straight and golden light flashed. It tore through the air as if it could destroy everything. "You dare to attack me with just this little bit of strength?" Duan Ling Tian stood where he was without moving until the old man's attack and the old man's saber were right in front of him. Only then did he speak unhurriedly with a hint of disdain at the corners of his mouth. The next moment. Control. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian took control of the space around him. This was also the first time Duan Ling Tian had used the Tao of Control, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, in a fight since he came to the mystic ganglands in the Plains of Gods. Chapter 3652. Duan Ling Tian's attack was so sudden that the old man did not have time to react. He thought that he could gain the initiative by striking first and kill Duan Ling Tian as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. However, he did not expect that the moment he approached Duan Ling Tian, a terrifying spatial storm suddenly appeared in the entire area, making the entire area seem like a personal space that Duan Tian completely dominated. As for his attack, it was instantly annihilated in that space. Then before he could react and stop, he had already entered this space. The next moment, he found that his body was no longer under his control. Then, he released his divine sense and watched his body shatter into pieces. Then when he reached his soul, his divine sense was gradually annihilated as well. Until the moment before his death, he did not know what had happened. You're pretty strong, but it's a pity that you met me. After killing the old man, Duan Tian put away his divine weapon and shook his head. If it were any of the other 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy, even the strongest 5, Hong Jun, and the others, they would have died without a doubt. The old man's strength was completely incomparable to the people he had killed before. In fact, even if he wanted to kill the old man without using any of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, it would be difficult for him to use only the triple fused profundity from the law of space. Unless he used 2 or more triple fused profundities or fused all 4 profundities. However, these were his trump cards. In addition, if he attacked like that, it would give his opponent a chance to send out a message and expose his strength. Now that he had used the Tao of control of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, even if someone was watching in the dark, it would be difficult for them to guess that he had used the Tao of control. They would think that he had some special means. In addition, the sudden appearance of the Tao of control gave his opponent no chance to send out a message. After all, his opponent would have died if he had approached. It's a pity that he also used a self-destructing spatial ring. Otherwise, with his strength, there would be a lot of good things in his spatial ring. Duan Tian sighed and continued to patrol the surroundings. In the next 2 days, he found 3 more people sneaking around. Their auras were no different from the 14 people he had killed before, including the old man he had killed 2 days ago. They should be together. If I'm not mistaken, they must be from the Chong family. Only the Chong family would be able to send so many men to kill him. Even if the other God King level family clans in Skywind City sent people to deal with him, it was impossible for them to send such a large force. The Chong family should have sent these 17 people. After wandering around for another 2 days, Duan Tian confirmed that no one else would come. He left the area and continued his journey of killing demonic beasts. Even if he didn't use his full strength, killing the demonic beasts in this training ground was still as easy as chopping vegetables. Up until now, no demonic beast had been able to force him to use a second sword strike. The points in his points token were also increasing at an exaggerated rate. The difference in strength is too great. Even if it's Hong Jun, if I want to kill him, I only need to use the strength I showed him before. Coupled with the divine weapon, I only need to use 1 or 2 sword strikes. In the training ground, the demonic beasts Duan Tian could kill with a single sword strike weren't weak. Among them, there were some demonic beasts that even Hong Jun and the other 4 Duan Tian, who were recognized as the strongest in the Hidden Fog Academy before entering, would find it difficult to deal with. But in front of Duan Tian, they weren't even worth mentioning. These demonic beasts were arranged by the Hidden Fog sect in advance. At that time, Duan Tian hadn't entered the Hidden Fog Academy yet. The demonic beasts arranged by the Hidden Fog sect were arranged according to the strength of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students. Because of this, they only arranged demonic beasts that could threaten Hong Jun and the other 4. They didn't arrange any demonic beasts that could threaten Duan Tian. In this case, Duan Tian was like a fish in water. Skywind City. Zhong family's mansion. Although it was broad daylight, the Zhong family's meeting hall was still full of people. Third brother, why did you call us here in such a hurry? Did something happen? Xueqi had just returned from the restaurant he was in charge of. He looked at Zhong-san who was sitting on the other side of the main seat and asked with a dignified expression. Today is the day of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students' trial. Could it be that something happened to those men of sacrifice? The Zhong family's upper echelons also looked at Zhong-san at this time. Their eyes were filled with surprise and uncertainty. They were all wiped out. Finally, Zhong-san spoke. As soon as he spoke, it was like an earth-shattering earthquake. Everyone, including Xueqi, was shocked into silence. Their faces were dull and they couldn't recover for a long time. They were all wiped out? Their Zhong family had sent out 17 men of sacrifice this time. One of the men of sacrifice was one of the 3 leaders of the men of sacrifice trained by their Zhong family. His strength was even close to that of Xueqi, the 4th master of the Zhong family. Did the Hidden Fog Academy make a move? Xueqi was the first to recover and asked with a dignified expression. No. Zhongsan shook his head. When the others looked over again, Zhongsan shook his head and said, Elder Zhu Chun sent a message saying that the Dean of the Hidden Fog Academy has taken this 10-star student trial as a test for Duanling Tian. If Duanling Tian can pass without relying on external forces, he will make an exception and recommend Duanling Tian to enter the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time and become a core disciple. Core disciple. As soon as Zhongsan said this, the entire audience went into an uproar. Core disciple? That Duanling Tian, how could he have such potential? How could he? Ever since the Hidden Fog sect was established, there had never been more than 100 core disciples. The core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect were all under 10,000 years old. Once they were over 10,000 years old, they would be removed from the list of core disciples. As long as these people stayed in the Hidden Fog sect, they could directly become a core elder of the Hidden Fog sect. They could also choose to join the God Emperor level influence that the Hidden Fog sect was attached to. However, their status in that God Emperor level influence was definitely inferior to the Hidden Fog sect. Even so, they could obtain better cultivation resources and environments. After all, there was a great disparity between a God Emperor level influence and a God Emperor level influence. Because of this, it could be seen just how high the status of a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect was. Once one became a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, that was the same as obtaining a pass to enter a God Emperor level influence. Even if one didn't have a high status after entering a God Emperor level influence, it was still a God Emperor level influence. For someone from a God Emperor level influence, even if they were an ordinary elder with a low status, a God Emperor level influence still wouldn't dare to move against them, much less a God King level family like their Zhong family. He must have borrowed some external strength. With just his own strength, he wants to exterminate the 17 death warriors of our Zhong family led by Blood too? That's impossible. Zhongsan said with absolute certainty, his tone resolute and decisive. I hope so. Zhongsan nodded. Although his complexion eased, it was still dignified. But, even if he didn't do it himself, that means someone is helping him. It looks like wanting to kill this Duanling Tian won't be easy. Helping him? Who's helping him? Xueqi frowned. Zhongsan's gaze deepened as he heard this and he said in a deep voice, I heard from Zhu Chun that Ho Qingning seems to have the intention of befriending him. Today, before the start of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star trial, the 10,000 Leaves sect's 5th elder, Chen Feng, who is stationed in Tianfeng City all year round, left Tianfeng City with some people. The direction they went is the direction of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star trial. The 10,000 Leaves sect was a God King level sect. It was stronger than the Zhong family. And Ho Qingning was the 10,000 Leaves sect's young sect master. For the sake of Ho Qingning, the 10,000 Leaves sect's young sect master, the 10,000 Leaves sect had even sent the low-level God King 5th elder to guard Tianfeng City all year round to protect Ho Qingning, the young sect master. 10,000 Leaves sect? Xueqi frowned. Then, his face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. What's wrong with that Ho Qingning? He knows that Duanling Tian doesn't get along with our Zhong family, yet he still wants to befriend him. Is he trying to make things difficult for our Zhong family? That I don't know. Zhongsan shook his head. If it was the 10,000 Leaves sect that did it, could it be? Are we just going to let it go like this? Xueqi asked in a deep voice. Of course not. Zhongsan's eyes gleamed coldly. Although the 10,000 Leaves sect is stronger than our Zhong family, as the saying goes, even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory. Since they dared to make a move against our Zhong family is not to be trifled with. If they really push our Zhong family too far, our Zhong family will do something that will make them regret it greatly. Towards the end, Zhongsan's tone also revealed a burst of ruthlessness. However, the moment Zhongsan finished speaking, he couldn't help but frown, as if he had suddenly realized something. What's wrong, third brother? Xueqi, who had been staring at Zhongsan, couldn't help but ask. When Zhongsan heard this, he said with an odd expression, I just received a message. The 10,000 Leaves sect, led by 5th elder Chen Feng, returned to Tianfeng City on the same day that the leader of our Zhong family's loyalists, Blood II's soul pearl shattered. Among those from the 10,000 Leaves sect, only Chen Feng had the ability to kill Blood II. The moment Zhongsan said this, the Zhong family's discussion hall went into an uproar. Does this mean that the deaths of Blood II and the rest of the loyalists have nothing to do with the 10,000 Leaves sect? If that's the case, the 10,000 Leaves sect can be eliminated as a suspect. If it's not the 10,000 Leaves sect, who could it be? Could it be that the loyalists of the other God King families in Tianfeng City joined hands and killed Blood 2 and the rest? Impossible. If it was them, Blood 2 and the others wouldn't have been unable to send back a message in time. It is clear that their deaths were completely sudden, to the extent that they didn't have time to send a message. The person who killed them most likely did it by surprise. Just as the upper echelons of the Zhong family were wondering who had killed the Zhong family's men of sacrifice, the other God Monarch grade families in Tianfeng City also discovered that some of the men of sacrifice they had sent out had started to die. Chapter 3653. It's not just a group of people. It seems like the rest are kamikaze warriors from other God King clans in Tianfeng City. After killing all of the Zhong clan's death warriors, Duanling Tian continued to hunt for demon beasts. At this time, he discovered someone spying on him. That person also contacted someone to come over. In the end, all of them died in his hands. However, after killing a few people, he discovered that no one else came. It's most likely that they only have so few people. Or perhaps, someone discovered that their soul pearls had shattered and warned them. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Later on, Duanling Tian encountered another wave of kamikaze warriors. They came one after another as well. He deliberately captured one of them and asked about his identity. However, that person ignored him and chose to commit suicide. He was very unyielding. Moreover, after that person, no other kamikaze warriors came. After that, he encountered two more groups of kamikaze warriors. The same thing happened. These kamikaze warriors probably didn't just swear a heart demon blood oath to be loyal to their clans. They must have relatives in their clans. If they betray their clans, their relatives won't have a good ending. Duanling Tian was not surprised by the kamikaze warriors from the God King clans. However, he did not show any mercy during this process. The purpose of these kamikaze warriors was to kill him. If he did not have the strength, he would be the one to die. Therefore, he never thought of showing mercy. However, after the old man from the Zhong clan, who was suspected to be the leader of the kamikaze warriors, he did not encounter any more kamikaze warriors from the other God King clans in Tianfeng City. Other than a few people whom he deliberately showed mercy, the others were all killed by him with a single strike. After the kamikaze warriors from the God King clans died one after another at Duanling Tian's hands, Duanling Tian did not encounter any new faces along the way. Occasionally, he would encounter a 10-star student from the Hidden Fog Academy. Senior Brother Duan. Senior Brother Duan. The 10-star students who saw Duanling Tian were all respectful to Duanling Tian. Although Duanling Tian could only be considered as a new student in the Hidden Fog Academy compared to them, his strength far surpassed all the students in the academy. In this world where the strong were revered, the strong were the most important. Duanling Tian's strength had earned their respect. Duanling Tian smiled at these 10-star students who he did not know but were very enthusiastic. At the same time he thought, I don't know if I will encounter Zhong family's Xueqi. If I do, I can kill him. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. In the past, when he robbed Xueqi's high-grade dormitory, he followed the rules of the Hidden Fog Academy. But now, the Zhong family sent a kamikaze warrior to kill him. It could be said that this completely enraged him. If those kamikaze warriors had not appeared, he would not have thought of killing Xueqi. But now, if Xueqi appeared in front of him, he would not show mercy. The trial of a 10-star student. It seems that there is no rule that says that I cannot attack other 10-star students. Thinking of this, Duanling Tian's lips curled into a sneer. In fact, the reason why the Hidden Fog Academy did not set the rule that students were not allowed to kill each other during the trial was that it was difficult for any student to have the motive and reason to kill another student during the trial. This was because killing others would not give you any points. Instead, you would become enemies with the forces behind you. The gains did not make up for the losses. If there was a life and death conflict, it could be resolved in the Hidden Fog Academy or other places. There was no need to do it here. Xueqi did not know that he was being targeted by Duanling Tian. However, he still received a message from the Zhong family. Xueqi, immediately take Xueqi and leave the trial of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students. Do not stay there. Go back to Elder Zhu Chun. The message came from the Zhong family's third master, Zhong San. Third uncle? Why? After receiving the message, Xueqi was naturally at a loss. He had no idea what was going on. Why was he asked to leave the trial with Xueqi? Now, Xueqi was with Xueqi. After listening to Xueqi's message, he was also at a loss. Young Master Xueqi, did something happen? Could it be that Duanling Tian is not dead? Thinking of this, Xueqi's face changed. Xueqi's face also changed completely in the next instant. He looked at Xueqi with a gloomy expression. You guessed right. Duanling Tian is not dead. Not only is he not dead, but the 17 higher deity deaths sworn that the Chong clan had sent over have all been wiped out. Among them is Grandpa Xueqi. Xueqi said through gritted teeth. A hint of viciousness could be seen in his eyes. If I find out who's helping Duanling Tian, I won't let them go. Could it be the 10,000 Leaves sect? I think Ho Qingning is trying to get closer to Duanling Tian. Xueqi guessed. At first, third uncle thought so too. However, when Grandpa Xueqi died, the fifth elder of the 10,000 Leaves sect, Chen Feng, was in Tianfeng City and could not be in two places at the same time. Also, no one else in the 10,000 Leaves sect is capable of killing Grandpa Xueqi. Therefore, it should have nothing to do with Ho Qingning. Alright, let's leave this trial ground first. Let's call it a day and consider this as giving up. Although Xueqi's tone was filled with unwillingness, he still obediently stepped into the air with Chong Hulyang. They left the trial ground and returned to the teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy. Teacher Yu, we are injured, so we came out early. Now, Xueqi and Zhong Hulyang looked very miserable. Blood was flowing out of the corners of their mouths. This was caused by them deliberately injuring themselves. After all, a 10-star student's trial could not be stopped at will. There had to be a reason. Yu Qianshan nodded. Obviously, he did not want to bicker with them. Give me your points tokens. Yes. After handing over their points tokens, they went to Zhu Chun's side, as if they could only feel safe by Zhu Chun's side. Uncle Zhu Chun. Xueqi respectfully greeted Zhu Chun. Zhu Chun was his third uncle's brother-in-law, and according to seniority, he had to call him uncle. You all know, right? I wanted to inform you myself, but third brother said he would. Zhu Chun said with a sound transmission. I know. I just don't know who is helping him. Xueqi said. Zhu Chun smiled bitterly when he heard that. I'm afraid that he killed those men of sacrifice with his own strength. One of those men of sacrifice dies every once in a while. It's obvious that he killed them one by one. Impossible. Xueqi said decisively. Even if he can kill the other death warriors one by one with his strength. You also know Grandpa Blood 2's strength. It is impossible for him to kill Grandpa Blood 2. I know this. But, this is also the most important thing to consider. If he really killed Blood 2, it means his strength is much greater than what he showed before. Zhu Chun said with a heavy tone. If this is the case, this time, he wants to enter the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time and become a core disciple. Hidden Fog sect? Core disciple? What's going on? Xueqi's pupils shrank and his complexion changed. When he heard Zhu Chun's words, he couldn't help but comfort himself. He must have had someone help him. It is impossible for him to kill Grandpa Blood 2 by himself. If even the dean can't find out who helped him, then the dean's recommendation to become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect is a foregone conclusion. Of course, a recommendation is just a recommendation. The Hidden Fog sect has a set of tests for core disciples. If he can't pass, he can't become a core disciple. Zhu Chun said. Humph. It is impossible for him to have talent and perception. Although he said this, Xueqi's heart sank. At the same time, he sent a message to his third uncle, Zhong San. Third uncle, that Duanling Tian must die. Whether or not he can become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Academy, his existence is a great threat to our Zhong family. The response he received was Zhong San's approval. Hearing this, Xueqi felt relieved. After all, the hatred and conflict between Duanling Tian and the Zhong family could be said to be caused by him. If Duanling Tian really grew up in the future and wanted to deal with the Zhong family, the first person he would deal with would definitely be him. That was not something he wanted to see. In the following days of the 10-star student trial, Duanling Tian hunted demon beasts as he wondered if he would be able to encounter a heavy carving rare. But in the end, he was disappointed. He encountered many 10-star students, but he didn't encounter Xueqi. That Xueqi should have received a message and left. Speaking of which, the reason why so many of the Zhong family's death warriors were wiped out this time was most likely because the Zhong family didn't notice their soul beads shattering in time. Just as Duanling Tian guessed, the reason why the Zhong family's death warriors were wiped out this time was because the Zhong family didn't notice their soul beads shattering. This was because their soul beads were usually stored in the second team of the Zhong family's death warriors. The Zhong family's death warriors were divided into several teams, and each team was led by a leader. The leader of the death warriors was Blood 2, who died at the hands of Duanling Tian. This time, the second team of the Zhong family's death warriors came out in full force to help Duanling Tian. No one had been keeping an eye on their soul beads. Later on, when the Zhong family saw that they hadn't sent back any news, they ran to the second team of death warriors to check their soul beads. In the end, they found that their soul beads were all shattered. The second team of death warriors was completely wiped out. It's time. As time passed, the last day of the 10-star students' trial finally came. Duanling Tian searched for a long time and finally found a monster beast to kill. Then, he stepped into the air and prepared to leave the trial ground. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer monster beasts in the trial ground. Obviously, most of them were killed by the 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy. Chapter 3654. Duanling Tian did not meet Xueqi, Ding Yan, Ho Qingning, Lu Jin, and the others. However, he did meet more than a dozen other 10-star students. That was half of the 10-star students in the Hidden Fog Academy. Duanling Tian. As soon as Duanling Tian came out, he walked towards the dozen scattered figures in the distance. He heard someone calling his name from afar. It was none other than Ding Yan. Ding Yan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Duanling Tian had returned safely. Duanling Tian saw the relieved smile on Ding Yan's face. Naturally, Duanling Tian's heart throbbed a little. He couldn't help but feel moved. After all, even if he and Ding Yan were friends, they didn't have a deep relationship. For Ding Yan to be able to do this for him, it was already very rare for him. "You're out so soon?" Duanling Tian smiled at Ding Yan as he approached. Then, he noticed the 4 teachers from the Hidden Fog Academy, including Yu Qianshan, were also looking at him along with the other students. Yu Qianshan's eyes lit up, and the other 2 teachers were also surprised. Only Zhu Chun looked calm. But in fact, his heart was in turmoil. They just came out not long ago, less than an hour ago. Ding Yan shook his head and said, "Some people are said to have come out a long time ago. Or rather they came out a long time ago." At the same time, Ding Yan's eyes fell on Xueqi and Xueqi. "It is said that they are injured. But they don't look like they were injured." Duanling Tian also glanced at Xueqi and Xueqi. He was not surprised that they came out early. As long as the Chong family knew that 17 of their men of sacrifice had died, including the leader of the men of sacrifice, they would definitely inform Xueqi and Xueqi to leave the training ground. They would not be killed by him or the people around him. Although a group of men of sacrifice from the Chong family had been killed by him, he was still able to kill them. However, because those men of sacrifice were killed before they could send a message, the Chong family did not know whether it was Duanling Tian who killed their men of sacrifice, or whether it was one of his helpers. However, whether it was him alone or the people around him, the Zhong clan would not dare to let Xueqi continue to stay in the trial ground. This was because the Zhong clan was afraid that he would take revenge on Xueqi. "Not bad. You actually came out early." At the same time, Duanling Tian sent him a secret sound transmission. "What your Chong clan gave me, I will give it back to your Chong clan one day. I hope you can be as lucky as this time." After that, Duanling Tian took a deep look at Xueqi. Xueqi felt a chill in his heart. He even had the thought that he shouldn't be an enemy of this person in front of him. However, as soon as he had the thought, he suppressed it. He ignored Duanling Tian and sent a message to his third uncle, Chong San, and his father, Chong Er. He told them about how Duanling Tian had threatened him through a secret sound transmission. "Third uncle, he must die. Otherwise, I and the Chong family will become his targets for revenge in the future. Father, if he doesn't die, it doesn't matter if something happens to me in the future. I'm just worried that I'll drag the Chong family down with me." His voice transmission attracted the attention of Zhong-er and Zhong-san. When they received the message, killing intent flashed in their eyes. The two of them were both god kings. As soon as killing intent appeared in their eyes, even the people around them would be able to sense it clearly. Second brother, what's wrong? Chong-er, the patriarch of the Chong family, could not help but ask when he sensed the killing intent from Chong-er. Big brother. As Chong-er explained the matter, Chong-er's face also revealed a cold killing intent. After I return, I will mobilize all the forces I can mobilize to eliminate that Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, my Chong family will face a great disaster. If it was true, Chong-er would not have taken Duan Ling Tian seriously at first. Now that he learned that Duan Ling Tian would be recommended to become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Academy and Hidden Fog Sect's Vice-Sect Master Murong Sui Feng, he felt a great sense of crisis. If a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Sect grew up, it would be easy to destroy the Chong family. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian did not know about the Chong family patriarch's reaction. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. From the moment the Chong family sent their men of sacrifice to kill him, he and the Chong family had become enemies. They would not rest until one of them was dead. This was also the first time he had the impulse to destroy a family after coming to the mystic astral land of the Plains of Gods. One must know that even when the Duan clan's southern manor in the Endless Mountains was annihilated by a young master of a clan in Mountainside City, he had only gone to annihilate that young master, and did not vent his anger on the clan behind that young master. But this time was different. Not only did the other party want to kill him, but they also used the power of their family. Duan Ling Tian. In next to no time, Ho Qingning came out as well, and a smile appeared on his face when he saw Duan Ling Tian was safe and sound. I'm relieved to see you're fine. I was really worried that you would stay inside. How is it? Did the Chong family make a move on you? The moment Ho Qingning opened his mouth, he asked openly without the slightest hesitation. Although the Chong family was a God King level family, he also had a God King level sect behind him. Even if the Chong family was the local tyrant of Skywind City, he was not afraid of them. This was because he knew it was impossible for the Chong family to make a move on him. Just as you said, some men of sacrifice came. But they're all dead. However, all of them are dead, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. All of them are dead? Ho Qingning was shocked when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. You killed all of them by yourself? With Duan Ling Tian's strength, he was not surprised that he could kill one or two greater deity kamikaze warriors from the Chong family. However, this time, it was impossible for the Chong family to only send one or two greater deity kamikaze warriors to kill Duan Ling Tian. Even so, Duan Ling Tian still managed to kill all of them? Initially, one or two of them hid near me. When I discovered them, I killed them. Then, the kamikaze warriors from the Chong family appeared near me one by one, and I killed them one by one. Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, it was as if he was talking about a trivial matter. You discovered them when they were hiding? Ho Qingning was shocked. In fact, he had already guessed that the kamikaze warriors from the Chong family would have to split up if they wanted to find Duan Ling Tian in the trial ground. If they searched together, not only would it be difficult for them to hide, but they would also alert the enemy. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to discover the Chong family's kamikaze warriors who were hiding. One must know that the Chong family's kamikaze warriors were all greater deities. They didn't hide well enough, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. You're really lucky. Ho Qingning sighed. Now, he only thought that Duan Ling Tian had discovered the Chong family's kamikaze warriors by luck, which led to the death of the Chong family's kamikaze warriors. If a group of kamikaze warriors fought against Duan Ling Tian, they might have a chance to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, if they were discovered by Duan Ling Tian, they would be defeated one by one. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, he could easily kill them all. The Chong family probably didn't send any leaders of their kamikaze warriors this time. Otherwise, you wouldn't be a match for them even if you fought one-on-one. Ho Qingning said again. Leaders of the kamikaze warriors? Duan Ling Tian only smiled faintly when he heard Ho Qingning's words. If he remembered correctly, he had indeed killed a leader of the Chong family's kamikaze warriors. However, he did not point it out. After all, he had displayed greater strength in killing the leader of the kamikaze warriors than when he fought with Hong Jun at the Hidden Fog Academy. Soon, all the 10-star students who participated in this trial came out one by one. Only a few of them were injured, but all of them came out alive. Give me your points tokens. Yu Qianshan ordered Duan Lingtian and the others to hand over their points tokens. When he received the points tokens from the others, he was fine. However, when he received Duan Lingtian's token and saw the points he had accumulated, he couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Duan Lingtian again. This scene clearly fell into everyone's ears. What's going on? Teacher Yu Qianshan seems very surprised. Heavens! How many points did Duan Lingtian accumulate to make Teacher Yu Qianshan so surprised? The group of 10-star students was curious. At this time, not only the 10-star students, but also Zhu Chun and the other 2 teachers from the Hidden Fog Academy were looking at Yu Qianshan with curiosity. One of them couldn't help but ask Yu Qianshan, "Teacher Yu, did Duan Lingtian have a lot of points?" "You will know when we go back and sort out the list." Yu Qianshan smiled faintly and kept them guessing. Just like that, Yu Qianshan led a group of people back to the Hidden Fog Academy. Everyone was curious about Yu Qianshan. On the way, Ho Qingning couldn't help but run to Duan Lingtian's side and ask Duan Lingtian, "Duan Lingtian, how many points did you accumulate? Why does Teacher Yu look so surprised? Didn't Teacher Yu say that you will know when we go back and sort out the list?" Duan Lingtian smiled and kept them guessing. Before he came out, he already knew that the points he accumulated would definitely be far ahead of the others. After all, the speed at which he hunted demon beasts was simply not something the others could compare to. Even Ho Qingning, Hong Jun, and the others couldn't compare to him. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ho Qingning couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You're still keeping us guessing like Teacher Yu've." Ding Yan. Ho Qingning, who was being ignored by Duan Lingtian, looked at Ding Yan next to Duan Lingtian and asked, "How many points did you get this time?" "More than 8,000. Ding Yan said. Ho Qingning nodded. "Not bad, almost 10,000. "What about you?" Ding Yan asked curiously. "Me." Ho Qingning smiled proudly, "Much better than last time. This time, I broke through the 20,000 mark." 20,000? Ding Yan was surprised. In the last trial, the highest score didn't exceed 20,000, right? Chapter 3655. 20,000 points. In the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star trial, this score was a hurdle. In the past, the 5 strongest 10-star students had all crossed this hurdle. To cross this hurdle, one needed to rely not only on strength but also on luck. If one was lucky and encountered a lot of monsters frequently, they would be able to cross this hurdle. In the last 10-star trial, no one had crossed this hurdle. The highest score was more than 19,000 points, and he was ranked first in the 10-star trial, breaking through 20,000 points. If this was in the past, you would definitely be first place. Ding Yan sighed after learning about his score from Ho Qingning. "You said it was in the past." Ho Qingning could not help but smile bitterly. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a complicated look in his eyes, "To be able to make Mr. Yu Qianshan show such an expression after seeing his token, it means that his points have reached a level that surprised Mr. Yu Qianshan. And to be able to surprise Mr. Yu Qianshan, it means that his points are not as simple as 20,000 points. I'm really curious. How many points did this guy get?" Ho Qingning stared at Duan Lingtian and raised his voice as he spoke, as if he was hinting at something to Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear him. Seeing this, Ho Qingning completely gave up. When Ding Yan heard Ho Qingning's words, he could not help but look at Duan Lingtian with curiosity and anticipation in his eyes. And now, they were not the only ones who were curious. Even the other people present, including Zhu Chun and the other 2 teachers, were curious. The group of students could not help but use their imaginations and speculate. How many points do you think Duan Lingtian got to make Mr. Yu Qianshan lose his composure? I remember that 10 years ago, when Hong Jun got more than 24,000 points, Mr. Yu Qianshan did not lose his composure like this, right? Do you think Duan Lingtian has 30,000 points? There should be. After all, Duan Lingtian's strength is publicly acknowledged. Even Hong Jun was only able to fight him to a draw when he didn't use his divine artifact. Under the guesses of the 10-star students, Yu Qianshan led everyone back to Tianfeng City and the Hidden Fog Academy. Tomorrow morning, the 10-star ranking list will be revealed. At that time, we will know how many points Duan Lingtian has obtained. Let's wait for tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. Why don't someone ask Duan Lingtian? It's hopeless. Don't you see that even Ho Qingning and Ding Yan don't know about it? It's obvious that Duan Ling Tian is the same as teacher Yu Qianshan, deliberately keeping us in suspense. Let's wait. When the group of 10-star students dispersed in front of the 10 Stars Hall, Duan Ling Tian was also preparing to return to his own dormitory. Duan Ling Tian. However, just as Duan Ling Tian, Ho Qingning, and Ding Yan were about to return to their dormitory, Yu Qianshan called out to them. Come with me. The dean wants to see you. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he heard this. Then, he followed Yu Qianshan. As for Ho Qingning and Ding Yan, they could only return by themselves. I was thinking of asking Duan Ling Tian on the way back to see how many points he obtained. I didn't expect the dean to call him over. Ho Qingning could not help but smile bitterly when he saw Duan Ling Tian leaving with Yu Qianshan. Ding Yan was silent. Duan Ling Tian followed behind Yu Qianshan and walked toward the area surrounded by the 10-star students. They passed through a layer of fog and entered a paradise that was filled with birds and flowers. Although this place did not look big from the outside, it was a completely different world once they entered. It was as though there was an independent dimension that was surrounded by the 10-star students' dormitory. This way. Under Yu Qianshan's lead, Duan Ling Tian arrived at a pavilion in the center of this paradise. This pavilion was located in a spacious mansion. To be more precise, it was in the backyard of this spacious mansion. There were a few lush trees in the surroundings that seemed to be able to support the heaven and earth. Duan Ling Tian glanced at them and did not recognize what kind of trees they were. The pavilion was taller than the trees. It was surrounded by fog, making it seem like a pavilion in the air. It gave off the feeling of flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water. Dean, I've brought him here. Yu Qianshan led Duan Ling Tian to the top floor of the pavilion and said respectfully. Duan Ling Tian glanced inside and found that there was no one in the pavilion. Just as this thought flashed across his mind, there was a wave of ripples in the void within the pavilion. Then, a figure appeared in front of him at the right time. It was an elegant middle-aged man. He was wearing a snow-white robe and had a handsome face. His long hair was tied behind his back and he stood with his hands behind his back. He looked like a proud scholar. You can leave first. The elegant middle-aged man was the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Xuefeng. Yu Qianshan respectfully left after hearing his words. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian and Murong Xuefeng were left alone in the pavilion. Come in and have a seat. Murong Xuefeng looked at Duan Ling Tian from afar and smiled at Duan Ling Tian. He waved his hand and a wine bottle and 2 empty cups appeared on the wooden table in the pavilion. Murong Xuefeng's figure flashed and he sat down at the table. Dean. After greeting Murong Xuefeng, Duan Ling Tian didn't stand on ceremony and directly sat down at the table. When Murong Xuefeng saw how casual Duan Ling Tian was, the smile on his face grew even wider. Duan Ling Tian, I like you very much. Let alone the students of the Hidden Fog Academy. Even ordinary teachers would hesitate for a long time if I asked them to sit down. I like how straightforward you are. You don't drag things out. Murong Xuefeng's words were sincere. There was no hint of sarcasm in them. It's tiring to be so courteous. Why don't we save the effort and time? Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian was only a student in the Hidden Fog Academy. It was impossible for him to be on the same level as the dean. However, Murong Xuefeng was the one who asked him to sit. He did not think Murong Xuefeng was superior to him just because he was the dean. Duan Ling Tian's goal was to go to the realm of gods and rescue his wife, Ker. Even if Wuyin Xuefeng, the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy, was a divine emperor, Duan Ling Tian was certain he would surpass him in the future. Duan Ling Tian did not want to offend Murong Xuefeng, so he would not sit down without Murong Xuefeng's permission. After all, his strength was still very weak. It would be unwise to anger Murong Xuefeng, who was suspected to be a divine emperor. How refreshing. The smile on Murong Xuefeng's face became even more brilliant. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to pick up the wine jug on the table and poured a cup of wine for Duan Ling Tian before pouring a cup for himself. Come, taste the authoritative wine that I brewed myself. Authoritative wine was the name Murong Xuefeng gave to the wine he brewed in memory of his disciple who died at such a young age. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of this. Authoritative wine? Although he found the name strange, the aroma of the wine on the table had already whetted his appetite. At the same time, when he smelled the aroma of the wine, He could feel the divine power in his body trembling unconsciously. Although the magnitude of the tremor was very small, he could still clearly feel it. This wine is not ordinary. This was the thought that rose in his subconscious mind. Try it. Murong Xuefeng smiled and said, Divine Spirit, this is your first time drinking the authoritative wine that I brewed. It will be very beneficial to your cultivation. Perhaps, after drinking the authoritative wine today and receiving the dragon mark divine grass tomorrow, you will be able to break through and become a higher divine spirit in no time. Duanling Tian could no longer hold back after hearing Murong Xuefeng's words. He picked up the cup and swallowed the wine in one gulp. He did not even have the time to savor it before he swallowed it. In the next moment, Duanling Tian felt a burning sensation in his throat. Then it was the inside of his body. His entire body began to heat up due to an unknown force. It was only when he subconsciously activated the modified Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique to cultivate that the force was driven by him and merged with the divine energy in his body. This caused his divine energy to become much stronger in the blink of an eye. This change made his eyes brighten. Then, he regained his senses and stared at the jug of wine on the table. Meanwhile, Murong Xuefeng picked up his cup of wine and took a sip before putting it down. After that, he picked up the wine jug and poured another cup of wine for Duanling Tian under Duanling Tian's burning gaze. You don't drink the way you did earlier. You have to slowly savor it before you'll be able to feel its flavor. After 3 cups, the authoritative wine's effect on your cultivation base will be negligible. So there's no need to rush. Take your time to savor it. Murong Xuefeng felt Duanling Tian's drinking method was a waste of God's gift. If it was an ordinary 10-star student, he would not have given him a second cup. Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian smiled awkwardly and began to savor the second cup slowly. His eyes lit up immediately. Good wine. Although Duanling Tian was not a person who was greedy for wine, regardless of whether it was in the mundane realm or the Devata realm, he had a certain understanding of wine and had drunk many good wines. The authoritative wine was not inferior to the few wines that he had drunk in the past. Most importantly, the authoritative wine had a unique flavor that was not present in the wines that he had drunk in the past. In fact, those wines did not even have a similar flavor. It was precisely because of this that the authoritative wine had amazed him. Dean, this is the best wine I've ever drunk. You said you brewed it yourself? Duanling Tian looked at Murong Xuefeng with shining eyes. A hint of longing could be seen in the depths of his eyes. As though he could see the longing and anticipation in Duanling Tian's eyes, Murong Xuefeng shook his head. Although the brewing of the authoritative wine is not complicated, some of the ingredients are very rare. In the past 100 years, I've only brewed 3 bottles. I drank 1 bottle myself and gave the sect leader another bottle. This is the only bottle left. Chapter 3656. Murong Xuefeng's words completely extinguished Duanling Tian's thoughts of asking Murong Xuefeng for a few bottles of exclusive wine. On the phone, Duanling Tian. Suddenly, Murong Xuefeng's expression turned serious, and he looked at Duanling Tian with a deep gaze. During the 10-star student trials this time, within the trial grounds, you ought to have encountered an attack, right? Duanling Tian and Murong Xuefeng looked at each other and nodded. Yes. The people from the 10,000 Leaves sect went near the trial grounds but left soon after. According to them, it was Ho Qingning who asked them to go over. His original intention was for them to protect you, but you refused? Murong Xuefeng asked again. Duanling Tian nodded again. Why did you refuse? Murong Xuefeng continued to ask. If they were to protect you, even if the leader of the Divine Kings couldn't enter, with other divine spirits protecting you, you would be safer in the trial grounds. Why did you refuse? Are you confident in yourself, or do you have other helpers? Before Duanling Tian could reply, Murong Xuefeng asked another question. I don't want to owe anyone a favor. Duanling Tian said. You don't want to owe anyone a favor? Murong Xuefeng looked deeply at Duanling Tian. This isn't a very good reason. Or rather, based on this reason you have confidence in your own strength, right? Since Dean already knows, why ask? Duanling Tian smiled and said, as long as the people from the Divine King clan in Tianfeng City aren't personally sent by a Divine King, I believe I still have some ability to protect myself. Only protect yourself? Murong Xuefeng looked mockingly at Duanling Tian. According to what I know, the Zhong clan specially nurtured a few teams of superior god death warriors, and one of them was completely annihilated this time. Even the leader of that team of death warriors, one of the strongest people under the Divine King realm in the Zhong clan, died. On the other hand, the leader of the Zhong family's loyalists is a higher deity who has comprehended the law of space and fused multiple profundities. Even with the strength you displayed in front of Hong Jun that day, it's impossible for you to defeat him. Murong Xuefeng paused for a moment as he looked at Duanling Tian with a deep gaze. Unless you were concealing your strength back then. Duanling Tian was only slightly surprised that Murong Xuefeng knew so much. But then he remembered that Murong Xuefeng wasn't just the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy. He was also the vice-sect master of the Divine Emperor-level sect. With Murong Xuefeng's status, it wasn't difficult for him to know about these things. Am I right? Murong Xuefeng asked. Duanling Tian faintly smiled. Dean's information network is indeed shocking. The death warriors I killed in the trial grounds weren't just the Zhong clan's death warriors. I also killed other death warriors. I wanted to ask some things from some of them, but they chose to die rather than submit. I had no way of knowing where they came from. But you, Dean, know so much. Duanling Tian couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. It looks like you admit it. Murong Xuefeng also smiled. This time, I asked you to come here not only to confirm this matter with you, but also to let you enter the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time and recommend you to become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Are you interested? Murong Xuefeng asked. Enter the Hidden Fog sect in advance? Become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect? Duanling Tian's eyes brightened at Murong Xuefeng's words. At the same time, he repeatedly expressed his thanks. Thank you, Dean. Before entering the Hidden Fog Academy, he had already heard what being a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect meant. Once one became a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, their status in the Hidden Fog sect would be no less than that of an inner sect elder. After they were 10,000 years old, if they still stayed in the Hidden Fog sect, they could even become a core elder, a lofty status. If they didn't want to stay in the Hidden Fog sect, they could enter the Emperor God level influence behind the Hidden Fog sect through the recommendation of the Hidden Fog sect. At that time, their status in the Emperor God level influence might not be high, but their status would be much more valuable. In the outside world, an ordinary elder of a Emperor God level influence would have a status that far surpassed that of a core elder of a Emperor God level influence. Of course, if one wanted to become an elder of an Emperor God level influence, even if they were an ordinary elder, they still had to pass some tests. Only by passing these tests could they enter an Emperor God level influence and become an elder. If they couldn't pass, they could only continue to stay in the Hidden Fog sect. However, even with my recommendation, you cannot directly become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. The Hidden Fog sect has a series of tests for core disciples. Only by passing these tests can you become a core disciple. Murong Xuefeng continued to say, if you can't pass, you can still enter the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time. But, you can only become an inner sect disciple. In the future, if you want to become a core disciple, you can apply to participate in the tests again. Understood. Duanling Tian naturally knew what Murong Xuefeng was talking about. This was the same logic as those core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect, who wanted to join the Divine Emperor level force behind the Hidden Fog sect under the recommendation of the Hidden Fog sect. The Hidden Fog sect's recommendation could only be considered a stepping stone. If one wanted to enter an Emperor God level influence and become an elder, they needed to have sufficient ability. During this time, you should prepare. A month from now, I will have the sect arrange for someone to come pick you up. Murong Xuefeng said to Duanling Tian. At the same time, he continued to pour wine for Duanling Tian. Thank you, Dean. Duanling Tian thanked Murong Xuefeng once again. After that, Murong Xuefeng chatted with Duanling Tian while drinking wine with Duanling Tian. As they spoke, they also speculated about Duanling Tian's origins. In front of Murong Xuefeng, Duanling Tian didn't say what he had said in the past. This was because someone at Murong Xuefeng's level could already come into contact with an Emperor God level influence like the Heavenly Illumination sect. Moreover, he was about to enter the Hidden Fog sect, so it wasn't convenient for him to say that he was a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect. Sect Master, I have been in the Mystic Handle Land for some time, but I have never told anyone my true origins. Duanling Tian sighed and said, Dean, you have taken care of me so much, so I naturally can't lie. Actually, I am not from the Mystic Handle Land. Not from the Mystic Handle Land? Murong Xuefeng was stunned. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then where are you from? Murong Xuefeng asked again. I am from the Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian said. Devata realm? Murong Xuefeng smiled when he heard that. I see. However, to have such achievements at your age, I think you are not an ordinary person in the Devata realm. In Murong Xuefeng's eyes, Duan Ling Tian was more than 2,000 years old after all. Naturally, he thought Duan Ling Tian came from the Devata realm before the mystic Handle Land collided with another realm of gods to form the realm battlefield. Have you been in the mystic Handle Land for 1,000 years? Murong Xuefeng asked again. 1,000 years? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Don't tell me you came to the mystic Handle Land not long before the mystic Handle Land collided with another realm of gods? You have been here for less than 700 years? Murong Xuefeng asked again. Not really. Duan Ling Tian shook his head again. I have only been in the mystic Handle Land for a few years. Only a few years. This time, Murong Xuefeng was stunned. After a long while, he subconsciously muttered, the realm battlefield has opened, and the spatial passageways between the realms of gods and the Devata realms have closed. Under such circumstances, how did you come to the mystic Handle Land? Actually, I don't know if I was lucky or not. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. I was originally cultivating in the Netherworld, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realm. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared beside me, and a suction force sucked me in. When I regained my senses, I found myself in an unfamiliar place. Later, I found out that I was in the realm battlefield formed by the intersection of 2 realms of gods. When Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Murong Xuefeng finally regained his senses. So you were swept into the realm battlefield from the Devata realm by the spatial turbulence. I've heard of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realm, but I've never been there. I didn't expect the space there to be so unstable. Murong Xuefeng did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words. However, with your strength, you're considered lucky to be able to leave the realm battlefield alive and come to the mystic Handle Land. Murong Xuefeng added. Actually, it's not really luck. I just met a senior and told him what happened to me. Then, he kindly sent me to the military camp in the realm battlefield, and I came to the mystic Handle Land through the transportation formation. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. Isn't that also luck? Murong Xuefeng said with a smile. Not everyone is so kind in the realm battlefield. I think so too. Duan Ling Tian nodded solemnly. Therefore, I'll definitely find an opportunity in the future to return this favor to that senior. Murong Xuefeng had a look of admiration in his eyes. He could see that Duan Ling Tian was speaking from the bottom of his heart, and he was not pretending in front of him. It was precisely because of this that his impression of Duan Ling Tian became even better. If it wasn't for the promise he made all those years ago to not take any more disciples, he felt that he would be unable to restrain himself from wanting to take this person before him as his disciple. He came to the mystic Handle Land by accident from a Devata realm, had a clean background, and possessed outstanding innate talent and comprehension ability. As long as he was given the opportunity, he would definitely be able to rise up and even soar into the sky. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian also noticed that after drinking the 3rd cup of authority wine, the 4th cup did not bring any changes to his divine energy. Obviously, it was just as Murong Xuefeng had said. Only the first 3 cups of authority wine were helpful to the improvement of one's cultivation base. After chatting for a while, Duan Ling Tian bid farewell to Murong Xuefeng and prepared to leave. On the other hand, Murong Xuefeng called Yu Qianshan, who had not gone far away, to send Duan Ling Tian back to the 10-star student dormitory. Before returning to his dormitory, all Duan Ling Tian could hear were voices that were filled with anticipation for his ranking on the trial rankings tomorrow. I'm really curious. How many points did senior brother Duan Ling Tian obtain in this trial? I really hope tomorrow comes early. Ling Tian War revered. Chapter 3657. Duan Ling Tian could not help but shake his head when he heard the curious and expectant voices. His points? Perhaps, the entire Hidden Fog Academy would be in an uproar because of the points he obtained in the 10-star trial tomorrow. In the past, the highest points a 10-star student could obtain in a trial was only 20,000 points. If I had known earlier, I would have asked Ding Yan and Ho Qingning about this before the trial. That way, I wouldn't have been so high profile. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and returned to his dorm under the watchful eyes of many people. He returned to his room in the dormitory and sat on the bed. The first thing he did was to take out a stalk of grass that was glowing with a green light. The grass was in an irregular shape and did not show any signs of decay. It was full of vitality and seemed to be able to live well independently of the soil. This was the reward for ranking first in the 10-star trial, the dragon-marked divine grass. Before Yu Qianshan returned to the Hidden Fog Academy, Yu Qianshan, under the instruction of the dean, Murong Suifeng, Yu Qianshan had given him the reward for ranking first in the 10-star trial. Naturally, Duanling Tian knew the reason the dean was so kind to him was because the dean approved of him as a person. This time, in front of Murong Suifeng, he spoke of his true origins. However, he didn't reveal how he had entered the dimensional battlefield. That was because he couldn't reveal the truth. After all, it was related to the existence of the 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements were not only precious in the Devata realms, but they were also precious in the realms of gods. This was especially true for the high-level 5 divine elements. They were extremely tempting. Even god-emperors and ultimate gods would scramble for the high-level 5 divine elements. After all, it was the most direct way for them to take the final step and become a supreme expert. For this reason, Duanling Tian could not reveal the 5 divine elements in front of Murong Suifeng. And the things he had fabricated were all reasonable and well-founded. Even if one day Murong Suifeng went to the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, and discovered that the space there was extremely unstable, he would not doubt Duanling Tian's words. He would only think that the space in the undead world was unstable due to the collision between the realms of gods. Moreover, even if Murong Suifeng wanted to go to the netherworld, he would have to wait for 300 years. 300 years later, even if Murong Suifeng found out that he had lied today, it wouldn't affect him at all. As for revealing his background to Murong Suifeng now, that was only to give himself a true identity. Only like this would the Hidden Fog sect not have any scruples towards him. A person with an unclear background was someone no influence could cultivate too much. In a month's time, I'll be able to take the next step. A godly emperor force will be my first stage in the realms of gods. Duanling Tian's eyes were burning with passion as he looked at the dragon-marked divine grass. When he tried to infuse his divine energy into the dragon-marked divine grass, lines that resembled dragon scales appeared on the surface of the dragon-marked divine grass. No wonder teacher Yu Qianshan reminded me to nourish it with my divine energy before I consume it. Only then can I activate all of its medicinal efficacy. So that's how the dragon-marked divine grass got its name. Previously, Duanling Tian was still puzzled as to why this stalk of grass was called the dragon-marked divine grass when he could not see any traces of the dragon-marked divine grass. Now that he had infused his divine energy into it, he finally understood. After the dragon mark appeared, Duanling Tian stuffed the grass into his mouth and swallowed it. Then, as the medicinal efficacy of the dragon-marked divine grass entered his body, Duanling Tian began to close his eyes. He paid no attention to the outside world as he immersed himself in his cultivation. For the time being, he was afraid of the outside world. It was a peaceful night for Duanling Tian. However, it was not a peaceful night for the other 10-star students and even the students of the Hidden Mist Academy. At this moment, even the other students had learned from some of the 10-star students that Duanling Tian had accumulated so many points during the trial that even Yu Qianshan's expression changed. Who was Yu Qianshan? He was one of the few teachers in the Hidden Mist Academy who was second only to the dean. Therefore, even those who were not 10-star students were looking forward to the release of the results the next day. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Mist Academy's teacher dormitory, Chu Fengyang, who was on duty at the 10-star hall, went to the cultivation place of another teacher, Yun Hui. It was considered a teacher's dormitory in the Hidden Mist Academy. Martial Uncle. Yun Hui was the teacher who arranged for Duanling Tian to enter the Hidden Mist Academy. He was also Chu Fengyang's martial uncle. Chu Fengyang had learned from Yun Hui that Duanling Tian was extraordinary. That was why he was so confident in Duanling Tian when Duanling Tian fought with Ding Yan and Hong Jun Kid. Why are you here all of a sudden? Yun Hui smiled kindly when he saw Chu Fengyang. Without waiting for Chu Fengyang to speak, he asked, "Is it because of that kid Duanling Tian? It seems that martial uncle already knows about him." Chu Fengyang smiled embarrassedly before he went straight to the point. "Junior uncle, I came to look for you because I want to ask you, how many points did Duanling Tian obtain in the trial this time? Right now, everyone in the academy is curious." "What? Do you think I should know?" Yun Hui asked in a bad mood. "Martial uncle, if you ask teacher Yu Qianshan, do you think he won't tell you? In terms of seniority, he has to address you as senior brother. Moreover, you saved his life when he was young, so he is very respectful to you. Chu Fengyang said, if you ask him he won't hide it. Maybe. Martial uncle, you already asked? Chu Fengyang looked at Yun Hui expectantly. I would like to ask, but the dean has already said that Chen Shan can't reveal Duan Lingtian's results in advance. Now, even I have to wait until tomorrow to know. Yun Hui sighed. I think, this time, Duan Lingtian must have gotten an amazing result. Chu Fengyang was shocked when he heard this. Even the dean has said that? Isn't this too much? The dean had said that Duan Lingtian's trial results couldn't be revealed in advance? Since when did the dean care about this? In the history of the Hidden Fog Academy, their dean had never done such a thing. But this time, why was it so different? I also think it's too much. Yun Hui nodded. I even suspect Duan Lingtian might have gotten more than 50,000 points. 50,000? This is too much, isn't it? Chu Fengyang clicked his tongue. As for the exact number, we'll know tomorrow. Yun Hui said. Chu Fengyang nodded. At the same time, he seemed to think of something and asked, Martial uncle, I heard that the dean intends to let Duan Lingtian enter our Hidden Mist sect in advance and recommend him to become a core disciple? Yes. Yun Hui nodded. He was quite clear about this matter. The dean has already informed the sect. 1 month later, the sect will send someone to pick up Duan Lingtian. 1 month later? So soon? Chu Fengyang was surprised. As far as I know, the next core disciple assessment is still half a year away, right? Yun Hui nodded. The reason the dean did this is probably because he wants Duan Lingtian to enter the sect earlier and enjoy the treatment of an inner sect disciple. The treatment of an inner sect disciple is much better than the treatment of a 10-star student. That's true. Chu Fengyang nodded. At the same time, he couldn't help but look expectant. Maybe Duan Lingtian can really pass the core disciple assessment and become a core disciple. Maybe. Yun Hui nodded. Martial uncle, even you don't have much confidence in him? Chu Fengyang was startled. It's not that I don't have confidence. It's just that the core disciple assessment set up for Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples is much more difficult than the core disciple assessment for Divine King Realm Inner Sect disciples and above. Of course, the difficulty here is for the inner sect disciples who participate in the assessment. Yun Hui shook his head as he said, after all, the Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples participate in the assessment for Divine Spirit Realm core disciples. And the Divine King Realm Inner Sect disciples participate in the assessment for Divine King Realm core disciples. Moreover, it's not like you don't know. In our Hidden Fog sect's nearly 10,000 years of history, there hasn't been a single Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciple who has passed the core disciple assessment. Yun Hui's words caused Chu Fengyang to fall silent. If it weren't for his martial uncle reminding him, he would have forgotten about this matter. In the Hidden Fog sect's nearly 10,000 years of history, although there had been many Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples who participated in the core disciple assessment, there hadn't been a single Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciple who had successfully passed the core disciple assessment. It was also because of this that although the Hidden Fog sect had several dozen core disciples, the weakest of them were lower god kings. I also hope that Duan Lingtian can pass the core disciple assessment. If he can break the 10,000-year curse, he might become the next Xueqi. Unknowingly, Yun Hui's eyes flashed with anticipation. Xueqi. As for Chu Fengyang, when he heard Yun Hui mention this name, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Xueqi was similar in age to him, and his seniority in the Hidden Fog sect was similar to his. When Xueqi was still in the Hidden Fog sect, whenever he saw Xueqi, he would call him senior apprentice brother. Xueqi was also the most recent person in the Hidden Fog sect to become a core disciple with a Divine Spirit Realm cultivation. Of course, that was 10,000 years ago. Now, Xueqi was an elder of the God Emperor level influence behind the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, his status was lofty, and even the current sect master of the Hidden Fog sect had to be respectful to him. Chapter 3658. The next day, when the sun had just risen, one by one, figures rushed out of the 10 Stars dormitory and entered the 10 Stars palace. The results will be released in another 2 hours. Let's go and wait. I'm really curious. How many points did Senior Duan Lingtian get? Even teacher Yu Chenshan's expression changed. We'll know the answer in 2 hours. There was only one teacher on duty in the 10 Stars palace. It was none other than Yuan Lei, who was on good terms with Ding Yan and Hong Jun previously. When Duanling Tian fought with Ding Yan and Hong Jun, he did not think highly of Duanling Tian at all. However, when Duanling Tian fought with Hong Jun, Chu Fengyang, the Hidden Fog Academy's teacher, wanted to bet with Yuan Lei, but he was rejected. After Duanling Tian defeated Hong Jun, even Yuan Lei was shocked. He no longer dared to underestimate Duanling Tian. Teacher Yuan Lei, the results will be released in 2 hours. Do you know how many points Duanling Tian got in this trial? Ding Yan walked up to Yuan Lei and looked at him with a deep gaze. It was as though he was trying to figure out something from Yuan Lei's expression. Go away. Yuan Lei glared at Ding Yan. You brat. You have such a good relationship with Duanling Tian, and you don't even know? Why are you asking me? Let me tell you, up until now, apart from Duanling Tian himself, teacher Yu Qianshan, and the dean, I'm afraid there's no fourth person who knows about Duanling Tian's results in the trial. Even for me, I can only wait with you. Ding Yan was naturally disappointed when he heard Yuan Lei's words. Within the 10 Stars Palace Hall, a group of people surrounded a corner of the 10 Stars Palace Hall. In front of them was a formation, and there was a light screen erected within it. Currently, the light screen was completely blank, and there was nothing on it. This was also the light screen that displayed the results of the 10 Stars trials. Although there were still 2 hours before the results were released, most of the 10-star students were already waiting for the results to be announced. Clearly, they were very curious about the results of the 10-star trial. Half an hour later, even Hong Jun, Ho Qingning, and the others, who were the strongest 10-star students before Duanling Tian entered the Hidden Mist Academy, appeared one by one, attracting the attention of the other 10-star students. Then, many teachers of the Hidden Mist Academy also showed up. How lively! It seems that everyone wants to see Duanling Tian's results with their own eyes. A quarter of an hour before the results were announced, almost all of the 10-star students were present, except for 2 people. One was Duanling Tian, and the other was Xueqi, who was recognized as the crown prince of the Chong family. Duanling Tian didn't come. That Xueqi didn't come either. In fact, there weren't many 10-star students. With just a glance, one could tell who had come and who hadn't. Teacher Chu Fengyang is here. As another figure flashed in from outside, many of the 10-star students' eyes fell on the figure. It was none other than Chu Fengyang. Chu Fengyang was often on duty in the 10 Stars Hall, so he was no stranger to the 10-star students. Only a quarter of an hour left. Now, not only the 10-star students present, but even the teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy were looking at the light screen in the corner of the 10 Stars Hall, waiting for the results of the 10-star students' trial to appear. Time passed quietly. A quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye for everyone present. But now, they felt like a year had passed. Or it should be said that each breath felt like a year. There are only a few breaths left. When the time was almost up, a dignified voice sounded. The originally chaotic breathing in the 10 Stars Hall completely stopped at this moment. Like torches, everyone's eyes fell on the light screen that had begun to change. The first thing that appeared on the light screen was the names at the bottom. The results of the 10-star students were displayed from bottom to top. The results of the people at the bottom were not attractive. Everyone's eyes followed the names. 6th place, Hong Jun, 17,821 points. Hong Jun was the 6th place in the 10-star students' trial. It seems like senior brother Hong Jun's score is the lowest among the 5. Now, only the other 4 senior brothers and senior brother Duanling Tian's scores haven't appeared. The person in 5th place in front of Hong Jun was one of the 5 strongest students before the 10-star students. He was as famous as Hong Jun and Ho Qingning. He had obtained 18,030 points, which was less than 200 points more than Hong Jun. The person in 4th place had less than 100 points more than the person in 5th place. The person in 3rd place had more than 300 points more than the person in 4th place. It seems like senior brother Ho Qingning's score is the highest among them. It's a pity that senior brother Duan is here. If senior brother Duan wasn't here, he would definitely be in 1st place. Under the gazes of the crowd, the name in 2nd place finally appeared. It was none other than Ho Qingning. He actually obtained more than 20,000 points. When Ho Qingning's score appeared along with his name, the people in the 10 Stars Hall were in an uproar. One had to know that in the previous 10-star trial, the number 1 student had only managed to get a score of 20,000 points. That was just a hair's breadth away. However, this time, Ho Qingning's score had exceeded 20,000 points. He obtained more than 20,000 points, but he didn't get first place. Senior brother Ho Qingning must be feeling very indignant, right? Many of the 10-star students looked in Ho Qingning's direction with curiosity. However, to their disappointment, after Ho Qingning saw that he was in second place, his face did not reveal any disappointment or unwillingness. He looked at the line above his name with a serious expression, the part that had not yet appeared. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's score is going to be revealed soon. Under the gazes of everyone who held their breaths, Duan Lingtian's name finally appeared. Subsequently, the gazes of the group of people descended onto the back of Duan Lingtian's name in unison, and they saw the standard points appear behind it. When Duan Lingtian's score appeared before everyone's eyes, the entire place fell into a dead silence again. The entire 10 Stars hall was so silent that one could hear the sound of a needle hitting the ground. How is this possible? Some of the 10-star students looked at each other in dismay after they came back to their senses. Their faces were full of disbelief, and their eyes were full of unparalleled horror. Are these points real or fake? Isn't this too heaven-defying? All of the 10-star students were in an uproar. Even Hong Jun, Ho Qingning, and the others were stunned. That fellow, while Ho Qingning was dumbfounded, the corners of his mouth also curled up into a bitter smile. Ding Yan was also dumbstruck, appearing to be in a daze. Even the group of hidden Fog Academy teachers who were standing on the side were speechless when they regained their senses. The corner of Chu Fengyang's mouth could not help but twitch when he saw Duan Lingtian's achievement in the 10 Stars trial. I thought Junior Uncle's estimate of 50,000 points was already overestimating him. Now it seems like I've underestimated him. This Duan Lingtian. He's a monster. Yuan Lei swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a trembling voice. The other hidden Fog Academy teachers around him also nodded, expressing their deep agreement with his words. At this moment, after Duan Lingtian's name, there was a neatly marked number. 125,613 points. Over 100,000 points. Even if it was just a fraction of 100,000 points, it was still more than the second place, Ho Qingning. I'm afraid this is the most abnormal score in the history of our Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star trial, right? A 10-star student said. In the history of our Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star trial, the highest score was only close to 30,000 points. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's score this time not only broke the original record, it's even 4 times the original record. 4 times. Senior brother Duan Lingtian can no longer be described as a monster. He's a freak. I didn't expect to witness such a scene in the Hidden Fog Academy before I graduate. This scene is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. As the 10-star students came back to their senses, the atmosphere in the 10 Stars hall became extremely angry. Among the 10-star students, there was one who didn't look too good. He was a branch disciple of the Chong family, Chong Heyang. Chong Xueqi didn't come, but Chong Heyang did. When he saw the number of points Duan Lingtian had obtained in the 10-star trial, he immediately sent a message to Chong Xueqi, who didn't come, to inform him of the matter. What? 120,000 points. Chong Xueqi, who was in a middle-grade dormitory, received Chong Heyang's message. He was originally sitting on the bed with his eyes closed, but he jumped up as if his butt was on fire. His face was full of horror. After the shock, his face became very ugly. He didn't go to the 10 Stars hall today because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would do something to him. Let alone the 10 Stars hall, he didn't think Duan Lingtian would dare to touch him anywhere in the Hidden Fog Academy. The reason he didn't go was because he didn't want to see Duan Lingtian in the limelight. After all, teacher Yu Qianshan's performance had already told them that Duan Lingtian was the winner of the 10-star trial. He regarded Duan Lingtian as his and the Chong family's enemy. Naturally, he didn't want to see him in the limelight. However, although he didn't go personally, he sent a message to Chong Heyang and asked him to send the news to him as soon as possible. But now, the news came. He, however, was frightened. Chapter 3659. He got more than 120,000 points in the 10-star trial. When this news spread throughout the Hidden Fog Academy, the entire academy was in an uproar. Oh my god! What kind of monster is that senior brother Duan? In the history of our academy, the best result of a 10-star student was only about 30,000 points. But he actually obtained more than 120,000 points. Yeah, that's crazy. He's not human. It wasn't just the 10-star students who were shocked by Duan Lingtian's results. Even the other students of the Hidden Fog Academy were shocked by Duan Lingtian's results. Of course, there were some people who were calmer. Most of them were teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy. Duan Lingtian's results have something to do with the monsters arranged by the sect. The strongest monster they arranged was only slightly weaker than Hong Jun's group of 5. It wasn't easy for Hong Jun's group of 5 to deal with, but it was nothing for Duan Lingtian. Indeed, previously, during the battle between Duan Lingtian and Hong Jun had to use a Devata artifact to barely fight him to a draw. If Duan Lingtian used his Devata artifact, even the strongest demon beast in the trial grounds would not be able to withstand a few attacks from him. If he makes a surprise move, even the strongest demonic beast in the trial ground may be killed by him in an instant. When Duan Lingtian participated in the 10-star student trials this time and slaughtered those demon beasts, he would definitely slaughter them in a crushing manner. Under such circumstances, his points would naturally explode. Even so, more than 120,000 points is still very shocking. After figuring out the reason, many teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy felt relieved. A few students gradually calmed down after listening to the teacher's analysis. They were no longer as crazy as before. Even so, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was still a lofty existence that they could only look up to. The gap between them was just too big. He was not even 2,800 years old, but he already possessed such strength. In the history of the Hidden Fog Academy, no one was as outstanding as him. In fact, no one was even comparable to him. Senior brother Duan has created a milestone in the history of the Hidden Fog Academy. I wonder how long it will take for someone to break this milestone. Maybe no one will ever be able to break it. No matter how much the Hidden Fog Academy talked about him, Duan Lingtian didn't know about it. He was now immersed in cultivation. He could feel that the divine power in his body was transforming rapidly. He was getting closer and closer to the upper god realm. A breakthrough was just around the corner. On this day, Duan Lingtian, who was still wholeheartedly cultivating, was awakened by someone. The person who woke him was none other than Chu Fengyang. Teacher Chu. Duan Lingtian had a very good impression of Chu Fengyang, this teacher that he came in contact with more often. When he saw Chu Fengyang come looking for him, Duan Lingtian asked with a curious expression, "It has already been a month since the last trial?" "Exactly 1 month." Chu Fengyang nodded with a smile. "You didn't forget what the dean said to you a month ago, right? The people from the sect arrived yesterday. But my martial uncle took him to drink all night, so he didn't disturb you yesterday." As Chu Fengyang spoke to hear, there was a trace of helplessness in his voice. The elder who came is an inner sect elder. In terms of seniority, I should call him senior apprentice uncle. He and my senior apprentice uncle were childhood friends, and the two of them had a very good relationship since they were young. Later, they entered Hidden Fog Academy together and both entered the Hidden Fog sect, becoming inner sect elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian knew that the martial uncle Chu Fengyang mentioned was the teacher who was in charge of his 10-star entrance exam, Yun Hui. It was just that Duan Lingtian didn't expect that solemn-looking old man to have such a side to him. "Yesterday, when we were drinking, I also accompanied them. My martial uncle said to that martial uncle that he thinks highly of you. Once you enter the sect, that martial uncle will take care of you. If you have any problems, you can look for him." Chu Fengyang said to Duan Lingtian as he led Duan Lingtian away. "Before I take you to that martial uncle, you should go greet the dean first." After leaving the 10-star student dormitory and passing through the illusionary white fog formed by the array formation, Chu Fengyang led Duan Lingtian directly to the residence of the Hidden Fog Academy's dean, Murong Xuefeng. "Dean." Murong Xuefeng looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. "Duan Lingtian, after you arrive at the sect, you still have to wait for some time before the core disciple exam begins. Before that, you should try to break through to the upper god realm as soon as possible. That way, you will have a higher chance of passing the core disciple exam." The Hidden Fog sect's core disciple exam for intermediate gods was easier than the core disciple exam for upper gods. However, it wasn't much easier. Higher deities had an advantage over the rest. If you can pass the core disciple exam and become a core disciple, at that time, I will give you a gift, Murong Xuefeng said. As soon as Murong Xuefeng finished speaking, before Duan Lingtian could even speak, Chu Fengyang's eyes had already lit up. At the same time, He subconsciously looked at Duan Ling Tian with an envious expression. Duan Ling Tian, you have to work hard. Not a single thing that the dean personally gives out isn't precious. Duan Ling Tian looked at Morong Xuefeng. His eyes flashed and he asked with a smile. Dean, if the gift is a recipe for the power brew, I will be very interested. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, there weren't many things that Morong Xuefeng could take out that would interest him. Unless it was a divine pill, divine fruit, or divine herb that could help his cultivation. Apart from that, he wasn't interested in divine weapons or cultivation methods at all. This was because even the best divine weapon Morong Xuefeng could take out couldn't compare to his high-grade divine weapon, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. As for cultivation methods, the cultivation method he cultivated was an ultimate god-level cultivation method that originated from a supreme expert. As long as his talent could keep up, given enough time, he would definitely become an ultimate god. The recipe for the power brew? Morong Xuefeng was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help but shake his head. You are too useless. If you are interested in the recipe for the power brew, I can give it to you now. As soon as he finished speaking, Morong Xuefeng took out a jade slip and secretly infused his divine power into it. Then, he withdrew his divine power and handed the jade slip to Duan Ling Tian. The recipe for the power brew is inside. As for my promise to you, it doesn't include the recipe. As long as you become a core disciple, I will give you another gift. Thank you, Dean. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he received the recipe for the power brew. However, after hearing Morong Xuefeng's words, he still expressed his gratitude. He couldn't tell Morong Xuefeng that he wasn't interested in divine weapons or cultivation techniques other than those that could help improve his cultivation. If that happened, even if he didn't say that he had better divine weapons and cultivation techniques, some of his secrets would still be exposed. Once you enter the sect, I can't provide you with too much help. You will have to rely on yourself for everything. In the Hidden Fog Academy, I can cover the sky with one hand, but in the sect, I am only a vice sect master. Not to mention the other vice sect masters. Even the protectors have the same status as me. Many of the protectors are also deans of Hidden Fog Academies in other cities like Tianfeng City. Before Duan Ling Tian left, Morong Xuefeng told him a few more things. In the sect, it's not just the inner sect disciples. The inner sect elders are also the core disciples. There's also a clear division between the core elders. Since you've left my Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy and entered the sect, it's equivalent to being branded with the Tianfeng City's legacy. Unless you become a disciple of another faction's elder, protector, or vice sect master, you won't be able to wash away the Tianfeng City's legacy. Morong Xuefeng reminded him. Within the sect, if you only have a conflict with people from the Wind City faction, I can help to mediate. However, if you have a conflict with people from other factions, I can't help even if I want to. Morong Xuefeng's words also reminded Duan Ling Tian. Understood. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although he didn't expect the Hidden Fog sect's waters to be so deep, he didn't take it to heart. As far as he was concerned, all he had to do was play his part. He wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble. However, if trouble came to him, he wouldn't be afraid. Go, don't let Elder Tang Chun wait too long. After telling Duan Ling Tian what he wanted to say, Morong Xuefeng asked Duan Ling Tian to find a Hidden Fog sect elder named Tang Chun. It wasn't hard for Duan Ling Tian to guess that this should be the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect elder that came to pick him up. After saying goodbye to Morong Xuefeng, Duan Ling Tian went to find Tang Chun under Chu Fengyang's lead. Tang Chun was still at Yun Hui's residence. Teacher Yun. When Duan Ling Tian saw Yun Hui again, he quickly bowed to him. Then he looked at Tang Chun and bowed to him. Junior Duan Ling Tian greets Elder Tang Chun. Tang Chun was a tall and sturdy old man. His white hair was draped over his back, looking a little messy. Together with his body, he gave off a wild and unrestrained feeling. Now, he was looking at Duan Ling Tian. His eyes shone with a sharp light as he sized up Duan Ling Tian. What a handsome little fellow. Duan Ling Tian, right? Yun Hui already told me to take good care of you. Once you follow me to the sect, if you have any problems, you can look for me. If I can't solve it, I'll do my best to help you. If I can't solve it, then you can only rely on yourself. When Tang Chun spoke, his voice was very rough and bold. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but have a good impression of him. He could tell that this was a straightforward person. This kind of person was generally worth befriending. They did things openly and wouldn't act one way and act another. Thank you, Elder Tang. Duan Ling Tian smiled and thanked him. Tang Chun looked at Yun Hui and scolded him with a smile. I'll beat you up next time. Today, I'll bring Duan Ling Tian back to the sect first. If you have nothing to do, come back to the sect more often to drink with me. You big ape. Come to Tianfeng City to find me any time. Yun Hui didn't want to be left behind and scolded him with a smile. Duan Ling Tian stood at the side and looked at the two old men who had such a good relationship that it made others envious. His thoughts couldn't help but wander. He thought of many old friends in the past, many of whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Some of them were even no longer in this world. Chapter 3660. Tang Chun was frank and outspoken, but he wasn't a person who only showed one thing on the surface. Even after leaving the Hidden Fog Academy and not being in front of Yun Hui, he was still very warm towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, in the history of Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, this is the first time a genius like you has appeared. It seems that this time, our Wind City bloodline will be in the limelight in the sect. After leaving the Hidden Fog Academy, Tang Chun wasn't in a hurry to bring Duan Ling Tian out of Wind City. Instead, he brought Duan Ling Tian to a restaurant and walked in. Elder Tang Chun is overpraising me. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. If you can maintain this momentum, even if you can't become a core disciple in the Divine Spirit realm, when you step into the Divine King realm, you will definitely become a core disciple. Tang Chun said with a smile, once you become a core disciple, you will receive the sect's unstinting cultivation. At the same time, you will enjoy the same treatment as us inner sect elders. As Tang Chun spoke, a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. In the Hidden Fog sect, that fellow Yun Hui and I can only be considered mediocre. We have worked hard for many years and worked tirelessly to reach where we are today. Once you become a core disciple, you will be able to surpass all of our hard work over the years. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Chun let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at the crowded restaurant and said, the signature dishes of this restaurant are pretty good. In the past, every time I came to Wind City, I would come here for a meal without exception. Let's eat here and then leave. Hearing Tang Chun say this, Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't have any objections. There are no private rooms? When he walked into the restaurant, Tang Chun asked the staff if there were any private rooms, but the reply he received was that there were none. Sir, I'm really sorry. It's lunchtime now, so all the private rooms are occupied. Even in the main hall, there are only a few empty tables, and they've just been vacated. Would you like to condescend to sit in the main hall? Facing the restaurant waiter's apology, Tang Chun's slightly furrowed brows relaxed. Sure, you can arrange it for us. The two of us. Guest, please follow me. When the waiter heard this, he quickly and enthusiastically led Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian to a table that had just been cleaned up and sat down. After leaving the menu, he went to pour tea for the two of them. The signature dishes here are pretty good. You can try them too. Tang Chun said to Duan Ling Tian with a smile. Duan Ling Tian nodded immediately. Since Elder Tang Chun is praising the signature dish here, I'm sure it's not bad. I'll satisfy my cravings. After Duan Ling Tian and Tang Chun ordered, they waited for a while before the dishes were served. A group of people walked out of a private room in the same restaurant. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would definitely recognize a familiar face. It was none other than the young master of the Zhong family, Xueqi, who was also a 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy. He was widely recognized as the crown prince of the Zhong family. Young Master Keki, it's rare for you to ask for leave. Why don't you stay with us for a few more days? There's no need to rush back. Xueqi walked in the front. Behind him, there were 5 other people. They looked like they were about the same age as him. One of them was talking to him. There's no other way. Xueqi shook his head and said, I only asked for 2 days leave. Today is the last day, so I have to go back. When I come out next time, I'll treat everyone to a good meal and have fun. Those who were with Xueqi were not all from the Zhong family. They were all children of the Zhong family subordinate families. They usually liked to follow behind Xueqi, as if Xueqi was their leader. Xueqi also liked the feeling of being followed one after another. Young Master Keki. At this time, another person asked in a deep voice. You and the Zhong family hate that Duan Ling Tian. Should we find a way to get rid of him? Otherwise, when he goes to the Hidden Mist sect, it will be a big disaster for you and the Zhong family. You think we don't want to get rid of him? Xueqi turned around and glared at the person who spoke. If he doesn't leave the Hidden Mist Academy, how can we get a chance? During the last 10-star student exam, he did leave the Hidden Mist Academy. But with teacher Yu Qianshan there, even our Zhong family's divine king won't be able to do anything. The reason Xueqi asked for leave was because he felt that the Hidden Mist Academy was too depressing. Although no one was openly or secretly making fun of him for having his dorm seized by Duanling Tian, the situation of him being Duanling Tian's enemy still made him feel like there was a thorn in his back, so he took 2 days off to relax. At the same time, he wanted to personally ask the seniors in his family if they had any plans to take revenge on Duanling Tian. Today, after coming out of the family, he learned that the family was waiting for the Duanling Tian to go to the Hidden Mist sect before dealing with the Duanling Tian. He was in a bad mood. Then, he found a few people behind him and went to the family's restaurant to eat and drink. Now, they were about to leave. Xueqi took the lead and led the few people through the long private room passage to the hall outside. In the Zhong family's restaurant, if you want to leave the private room, you have to go through the hall. Young master. Young master. Wherever Xueqi went, the restaurant's waiters respectfully saluted him. Obviously, they all knew Xueqi and his identity. Xueqi ignored these waiters and walked into the hall and out the door. Young Master Qi, your Zhong family's restaurant is really good. Even the hall is full. A young man behind him glanced at the hall and sighed. When Xueqi heard this, he also subconsciously glanced at the hall. It was this glance that made him unable to move his eyes away. Because he saw a familiar figure. A figure that he often saw in his nightmares recently. He often dreamed that he was killed by the person in front of him. Duanling Tian? Why did he come out? Did he also ask for leave? This was Xueqi's first thought. At the same time, he began to look at the figure across the table from Duanling Tian. After a few more glances, he concluded that the person was not a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy. It seems that this person might be his elder. His elder came to Tianfeng City, so he asked for leave to meet with him? And he just happened to come to our Zhong family's restaurant. Xueqi took a deep breath and began to walk back to the private room passage. This action not only confused the waiters on both sides of the passage, but also the people behind him. Young Master Qi, what's wrong with you? Shut up! Xueqi directly shouted at the waiters. His tone was very serious, so the waiters did not dare to speak again. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the waiters, Xueqi began to send a message to several soul beads in his storage ring. The people he sent the message to were his father, Chong-er, the second master of the Chong family, his uncle, Chong-er, and his 2 uncles, Chong-er and Chong-er. Now, Chong-er and Chong-er had returned from outside and were in the Chong family's mansion. When the 4 of them learned from Xueqi that Duanling Tian was suspected to be with his family in their restaurant, even if they were in different places, a murderous intent flashed in their eyes. Chong-er, the patriarch of the Chong family, directly sent a message to Chong-er. Are you in your restaurant? Big brother, I'm here. Chong-er responded immediately. I'm with Xueqi now. Now, send your people to get the disc array. We have to seal the space around the restaurant and not let any messages out. Then we have to trap Duanling Tian and kill him. Duanling Tian is in the hall, right? See if you can find a way to arrange for them to enter the private room. Then, set up a formation outside the private room to further cut off the connection between him and the people outside. As the patriarch of the Chong family, Chong-er's idea was very clear. He wanted to kill Duanling Tian in the restaurant. Yes, big brother. Chong-er responded respectfully. Xueqi, are you sure the person with Duanling Tian is not a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy? Chong-er asked Xueqi. Xueqi responded decisively. Uncle, I've been in the Hidden Fog Academy for nearly 2,000 years. I know all the teachers in the Hidden Fog Academy, but I don't know that person. That person is definitely not a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy. I understand. Chong-er responded and then said, I'll let your father go over personally. Tell your 4th uncle to wait for your father to arrive before we act. Also, before the formation is set up, don't expose yourself. Don't let Duanling Tian feel any danger. After killing that Duanling Tian, you must destroy his body and remove all traces. This way, even if someone recognizes him and sees him enter the restaurant, As long as there is no evidence left, even the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy can't directly deal with our Chong family. This is a good opportunity. Maybe today, our Chong family can completely eliminate this hidden danger. Chong Er's words were very cautious. At the same time, from his tone, it was obvious that he regarded Duan Ling Tian as a great enemy of the Chong family. After listening to Chong Er's message, Chong Keki's eyes completely lit up. At the same time, he repeatedly passed on Chong Er's message to Chong Si. At the same time, Chong Si answered and asked his subordinates. When he found out that the sturdy old man next to Duan Ling Tian wanted a private room, he immediately called the manservant who served Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian to the front. Go and look for the old man and the young man you served earlier. Tell them there's a private room and they can move in. Tell them you're the one who fought for the room for them as an apology for not arranging a private room for them. In fact, this excuse was very far-fetched. However, Chong Si felt that as long as Duan Ling Tian didn't know that this restaurant belonged to the Chong family, he wouldn't be suspicious. And it turned out that Chong Si's guess was right. Duan Ling Tian indeed didn't suspect anything. Even Tang Chun, who was next to Duan Ling Tian, didn't suspect anything. Ling Tian War Reverend P. Ling Tian War Reverend 24520 Dextulp. Chapter 3661. Duan Ling Tian and Tang Chun sat in the private room. Seeing that the waiter had helped them get a private room, Tang Chun did not ask the waiter to bring in the remaining half of the food and wine outside. Instead, he ordered another table of food and wine. Thank you, sir. Seeing that Tang Chun was so generous, the waiter bowed and thanked him. Then he turned around and prepared to leave. Sir, please wait a moment. I will go to the kitchen and ask them to serve you another table of food and wine. After the waiter left, Tang Chun continued to chat with Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, do you have a partner? I have a little niece who is pretty and beautiful. If you are interested. Before Tang Chun could finish, Duan Ling Tian had already interrupted him. Elder Tang Chun, I already have a wife and children. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. He did not expect that Tang Chun, who had been talking with him about other things a moment ago, would suddenly change the topic to this point and start to play matchmaker. Actually, it is normal for a capable man to have several wives and concubines. Tang Chun obviously did not intend to let Duan Ling Tian go so easily. Elder Tang Chun, you really don't need to. In the end, Duan Ling Tian insisted that Tang Chun give up on introducing a partner to Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the person that fourth Elder Zhong sent to the Chong family also got the array disc and rushed back to the restaurant immediately. At the same time, the second master of the Chong family, Chong Er, was also on his way to the restaurant. Let's set up the array first. The person that fourth Elder Zhong sent to the Chong family to get the array disc was an old man who was also a capable subordinate of fourth Elder Zhong. If Duan Ling Tian saw him, he would definitely find him familiar. This was because when Duan Ling Tian, Duan Xiaoyu, and Yu Qiushuan were in the private room at the Zhou family's auction, this old man had entered the private room with the people of the Zhou family's auction. The array disc that fourth Elder Zhong sent back to the Chong family to get was one of the Chong family's heirlooms. It could be used to set up an extremely ingenious divine array, and the function of this divine array was to block communication. Within the divine array, no messages could be sent out. Duan Ling Tian, you will die today. When Chong Si took the disc array to arrange the array formation, Chong Kuchi's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian would definitely die under the Chong family's arrangement today. A month ago, when he learned that Duan Ling Tian had obtained more than 120,000 points in the 10-star student trial, despair had even risen in his heart. He felt that his life was destined to be dark if he had to face such an enemy. Unless he could make the other party die prematurely and be unable to grow. It was also at that time that the Chong family behind him became determined to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, although the Chong family wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian, they also knew that as long as Duan Ling Tian didn't leave the Hidden Fog Academy, and when he left the Hidden Fog Academy, the Chong family would never succeed. But this time, Duan Ling Tian suddenly left the Hidden Fog Academy and appeared in the Chong family's restaurant without the Hidden Fog Academy's teachers. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for the Chong family. A chance to kill Duan Ling Tian. With the talent and strength that Duan Ling Tian had shown, once he grew up in the future, he would definitely be a big threat to the Chong family. The Chong family wanted to kill him even in their dreams. Now that the opportunity had come, the Chong family naturally wouldn't miss it. Fourth uncle, is everything ready? Xueqi's eyes suddenly brightened when he saw Xueqi return with his people. Yes. Xueqi nodded with a smile and then asked, why aren't those little guys with you? They haven't left yet, right? No. Xueqi shook his head. I arranged for them to stay in the private room where we ate today, and I didn't tell them what I was going to do. I just said that I had something to do and told them to wait for me in the private room. Well done. Xueqi nodded with appreciation. Now, we just need to wait for your father to come with another array disk and set up the array to seal Duan Lingtian's private room. Once the second array is set up, it will be even safer. At that time, we'll be able to make our move and kill Duan Lingtian. We'll be able to solve this problem for our Zhong clan. As Xueqi finished speaking, his eyes were filled with kindness. Xueqi's face was slightly flushed with excitement, but then he smiled brightly. They say that dreams are the opposite of reality, and now it seems that it is true. In the past few days, he had many similar dreams. In the dream, Duan Lingtian destroyed the Xueqi family and killed him with his own hands. Every time, he would wake up in fright. In the past few days, he didn't dare to sleep and had been cultivating more seriously than usual. The second master of the Xueqi family, Xueqi, as Xueqi's biological father, looked somewhat similar to Xueqi, but his temperament was completely different. Xueqi was more like a child. Xueqi, on the other hand, exuded a mature and wise aura. At a glance, one could tell that his identity was not ordinary. Father. Seeing the arrival of Xueqi's eyes lit up, and at the same time, he greeted him with a smile. You're here. Xueqi nodded to Xueqi, and a rare smile appeared on his originally calm and indifferent face. Xueqi, this time, thanks to your timely discovery. Otherwise, our Xueqi family would have lost an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. Now, which private room is Duan Lingtian and the people around him in? After learning from Xueqi and Xueqi that Duan Lingtian was in the private room, Xueqi's eyes flashed with killing intent. Did you check the cultivation of the old man beside him? No. Xueqi shook his head. Second brother, we don't have a god king among us, so we don't dare to rashly use our divine consciousness to check the people around Duan Lingtian. It's not a good thing to act rashly and alert the enemy and scare them away. And you've done well. Xueqi nodded approvingly. Then he raised his hand, and a formation plate flew out. In an instant, a formation extended and enveloped the private room, causing the entire room to tremble. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian and Tang Chun in the private room sensed the abnormality in the private room. Just as Tang Chun frowned and did not have time to scan the room with his divine consciousness, the door of the private room was slammed open by a huge force with a bang. Following that, 4 figures walked in from outside, 2 in front and 2 behind. Their speed was not fast, and their movements were nothing special, but at this moment, they were eye-catching. To be more precise, they attracted the attention of Duan Lingtian and Tang Chun. Xueqi. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized Xueqi, who was also a 10-star student from the Hidden Fog Academy. Then, he noticed the old man standing next to Xueqi, who was standing behind the 2 middle-aged men looked familiar. It was as though he had seen him before, but he could not recall where he had seen him. However, just because Duan Lingtian could not remember, it did not mean that the old man could not remember. The moment the old man behind Xueqi saw Duan Lingtian's face, his pupil shrank sharply, and then his expression changed dramatically. Wasn't this purple-clad young man the same young man he saw in the 9th private room of the Zhou family's auction when the Divine Emperor grade cultivation method was auctioned off? At that time, he went to that private room mainly to investigate the other party's background. That was because the other party had forcibly won the Jia, Yi, and Bing San Divine Pellet that the 4th master of the Xueqi family wanted. Because of that, the 4th master of the Xueqi family felt that the other party did not give him in the Xueqi family face, so he wanted to investigate the other party's background and wait until the auction was over to take revenge, or even forcibly take back the Jia, Yi, and Bing San Divine Pellet. At that time, he followed the people of the Zhou family's auction into the private room. At that time, there was not only the purple-clad young man in the room, but also a young girl who seemed to be very close to him, and a beautiful woman who was sitting beside her. At first, he did not take the young girl and the beautiful woman seriously. Later, when the second elder of the Thousand Demon sect, Han Ligong, a high-level divine king, spoke rudely to the young girl and was almost killed by the beautiful woman, a group of people, including him, realized that the beautiful woman was a divine emperor expert, and the young girl beside her was called Miss by her, so her status must be very high too. After the young girl and the beautiful woman left, many people started to look for the purple-clad young man who had won the Xueqi and Bing San divine pellet. They all wanted to be friends with him, so that they could establish a relationship with the young girl and the beautiful woman. Based on the young girl and the beautiful woman's behavior, they were at least from a top divine emperor force, or even from an emperor force. However, the young girl and the beautiful woman had left a long time ago, so they all wanted to make friends with the young man whose voice they had only heard before. However, they did not find the young man. Other than the person who had gone to the Zhou family's auction to collect money from the young man, he was the only one who knew what the young man looked like. However, he had never thought that he would see the young man again at this time and place. Why is he here? The old man's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed slightly. He subconsciously looked at the old man beside Duan Lingtian. Now, Duan Lingtian was looking at them calmly. The old man was also looking at them, but his eyes were filled with indifference and disgust. Duan Lingtian. Xueqi stood behind Xueqi. He looked at Duan Lingtian and coldly smiled. I didn't think you would be so bold. You actually dared to leave the academy. Moreover, you don't even have a teacher by your side. Tell me, if you die here today, will the academy find out that it was me who did it? Xueqi's sneer deepened, and there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. You want to kill me? Duan Lingtian glanced at Xueqi. Then, he looked at Xueqi and Xueqi standing in front of him. Or, is it your Xueqi family that wants to kill me? Xueqi family? At the same time, Tang Chun, who was sitting beside Duan Lingtian, also had a gloomy expression. The Xueqi family wanted to kill Duan Lingtian in front of him, an inner sect elder of the Hidden Fog sect. Chapter 3662. You are Duan Lingtian? Xueqi's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian as he nodded. Talent and comprehension are a must, and you are a man of striking appearance. If you were willing to join our Xueqi family, it would be beneficial to both you and the Xueqi family. Unfortunately, I heard that you refused our invitation and even slaughtered all of our Xueqi family's disciples in the Hidden Mist Academy's 10-star trial ground. Do you have anything to say before you die? Xueqi looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently as he spoke unhurriedly. Just now, when he came in, he used his divine sense to scan Duan Lingtian and the old man beside him. He confirmed that Duan Lingtian was an intermediate god and that the old man beside Duan Lingtian was a superior god. Because of this, he no longer had any concerns. Under the obstruction of the Xueqi family's 2 array discs, not to mention 2 gods, even 2 superior god kings would not be able to send out a message. In other words, today, even if the Xueqi family killed the person in front of them, as long as they did it cleanly, no one would know what happened here. Die. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, then his eyes narrowed as he asked bluntly, Who are you? The head of the Xueqi family? Humph. Before Xueqi could speak, his son Xueqi spoke first. Duan Lingtian, this is my father, the second master of the Xueqi family, Xueqi. And this one beside my father is my 4th uncle, the 4th master of the Xueqi family, Xueqi. Xueqi? Xueqi? Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 middle-aged men in front of him. Then his eyes fell on Xueqi as a trace of ridicule appeared at the corner of his mouth. Speaking of which, 4th Master Xueqi of the Xueqi family had long interacted with him. Not long after he came to Tianfeng City, even before he entered the Hidden Mist Academy, he had bid for an item at the Zhou family's auction. The Xueqi and Bing San divine pill was bought by this Xueqi from the Xueqi family. At that time, only the 2 of them were left competing. Xueqi? Level 4? Tang Chun, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, sneered. The Xueqi family is really impressive. However, Xueqi and Xueqi completely ignored Tang Chun's sneer. In their eyes, Tang Chun was merely a useless senior of Duan Lingtian, a mere higher deity. They could easily kill someone like him countless times over. Xueqi had already stepped into the Divine King realm in his early years. Even Xueqi had also successfully stepped into the Divine King realm a few days ago, becoming a lower Divine King. 2nd Master Xueqi? 4th Master Xueqi? A hint of mockery could be seen on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he looked at the 2 of them mockingly. I wonder if it's the both of you or the Xueqi clan's intention to kill me. I can represent the Xueqi family. Xueqi said indifferently. Although he did not know why Duan Lingtian was still so calm, he believed that he had the situation under control. Therefore, he was not worried at all. The moment Xueqi finished speaking, Chong Er, who was standing beside him, suddenly trembled. In the next moment, when his eyes fell on Duan Lingtian again, they were filled with shock and fear. His face was pale as if he had seen a ghost. And the reason why he had such a change in the blink of an eye was entirely because the old man behind him had just transmitted a message to him. The Duan Lingtian in front of him was the person who had competed with him for the Jia, Yi, and Bing San divine pill at the Zhou family's auction. At that time, when Duan Lingtian had stolen the Jia, Yi, and Bing San divine pill, he was furious. He swore to himself that he would not let Duan Lingtian off. However, the beautiful woman who had walked out of the 9th private room had displayed her strength as a godly emperor, and had crushed the second elder of the 10,000 demon sect, a godly emperor-level sect. He couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. At the same time, he knew that the person who didn't give him face and took away the 3 divine pellet wasn't someone he could afford to offend. Although he did not know the relationship between that person and the beautiful woman, he did not know. According to the old man behind him, the young lady whom the beautiful woman had addressed as Miss was very intimate with the young man in room 9. It was as if they were siblings. From that moment on, he knew that he could not afford to offend Duan Lingtian. After that, the beautiful woman and the young lady who had the strength of a divine emperor left. Only the young man did not leave. His first thought was not to take revenge on Duan Lingtian, but to befriend him. At that time, there were many people who had the same idea as him. However, they could not find the young man in the end. Xueqi thought that since the people around him had seen the young man, they would have an advantage in finding him and befriending him. Therefore, he asked the old man to look for the young man's whereabouts. However, they did not find anything. Today, when they were facing Duan Lingtian, a prodigy from the Hidden Fog Academy who was a great threat to the Chong family, the old man behind him told him that Duan Lingtian was the purple-clad young man in room 9 of the Zhou family's auction. He had seen him before. Xueqi repeatedly confirmed this with the old man through sound transmission. However, the old man was very certain. Master Xueqi, I can't be wrong. His clothes, his appearance, and his temperament are all the same. Xueqi felt a chill run down his spine. When he looked at the purple-clad young man's playful expression again, his heart trembled. Duan Lingtian, you've asked enough questions. Get ready to go. Xueqi, who was standing behind Xueqi, sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian with killing intent in his eyes. Duan Lingtian looked at Xueqi deeply, but he did not say anything. At this time, Tang Chun, who was next to Duan Lingtian, stood up at the right time, his eyes flashing with coldness. At the same time, Xueqi also sent a message to Xueqi, telling him that Duan Lingtian was the person in room 9 of the Zhou family's auction. Xueqi was shocked. He never thought that the two people would be the same person. "See, are you sure?" Xueqi asked again. "Second brother, I'm sure it's him." Xueqi responded. "What should we do now? We and even the Chong family seem to have become enemies with him." "Pretend you don't know." Xueqi's pupils shrank, and he soon made a decision. He and the people around him are all gods. Even if he dies here, as long as we block the news, no one will know that it was us who did it. Second brother, Xueqi's friends noticed that Xueqi was acting strangely today. Xueqi reminded him. After killing Duan Lingtian and the old man around him, kill all those people to prevent future trouble. Xueqi said decisively. Okay. Xueqi's eyes also flashed with a hint of firmness and determination. Perhaps the purple-clothed young man's background was indeed not something that their Zhong clan could afford to offend, but now that their Zhong clan had already formed an irreconcilable enmity with him, there was no way that they would let him go. Once he left, he might send a message to a group of powerhouses to destroy the Chong family. But now, the other party was like a trapped beast in a cage. Even if the other party was related to a godly emperor or even a godly emperor, after killing him, the other party wouldn't be able to find out the cause of his death. If they did not kill the purple-clad young man, the Chong family would most likely be destroyed. If they killed the purple-clad young man, the Chong family would most likely be able to survive. It was not difficult to make a choice in such a situation. Just as Xueqi and Xueqi looked at Duan Lingtian again with killing intent in their eyes, a cold snort suddenly exploded in the room like a clap of thunder. It was none other than Tang Chun who had just stood up. Good, very good. Tang Chun's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Xueqi. His complexion was extremely ugly. The Chong family is truly amazing. Amazing. A mere God King level family actually dares to try and kill a Hidden Fog sect inner sect disciple in front of me? You, and even the Chong family, have really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Tang Chun was truly enraged. For better or worse, he was an inner sect elder of the Hidden Fog sect. The reason he came to Skywind City was to pick up Duanling Tian, an outstanding Hidden Fog Academy student recommended by Dean Murong Xuefeng to participate in the core disciple assessment. Even if he couldn't pass the assessment, Duanling Tian was still a quasi-inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog Academy. It was just that the procedures hadn't been completed yet. Hidden Fog sect inner sect disciple? Hearing Tang Chun's words, Xueqi and the others were stunned. Then, Xueqi sneered and said, "Old man, are you still dreaming that Duanling Tian can become an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect? How laughable! Today, Duanling Tian, and even you will die here. Once you die, no matter how outstanding you are, it is impossible for you to pass the Hidden Fog Academy and enter the Hidden Fog sect, let alone become an inner sect disciple." Xueqi sneered. Xueqi and Xueqi also had cold smiles on their faces. As for the old man behind Xueqi, his eyes flashed with uncertainty. Although Xueqi had just told him about his choice with the Chong family's second master, he still wasn't sure. This was because he had seen the beautiful woman with the strength of a divine emperor and the young girl beside Duanling Tian at the Zhou family's auction. At that time, the beautiful woman had been sitting to the side, as if she were the servant of the young girl and Duanling Tian. That scene was something that only he, who had seen it with his own eyes, could clearly feel. He always felt that in this situation, it was unwise to try and kill Duanling Tian. It would be better to bend down and apologize. Even if he had to pay a certain price, even if he couldn't protect Xueqi, he should be able to protect the Chong family. After Duanling Tian dies, I should leave the Chong family, the old man thought to himself. He always felt uneasy in his heart. The Chong family really has good upbringing. Even a junior dares to be so presumptuous in front of me. Tang Chun sneered. Even Xueqi himself has to bow respectfully when he sees meal. Chapter 3663. As soon as Tang Chun spoke, Xueqi was stunned. This old man, even his uncle had to bow and greet him respectfully when he saw him? Xueqi did not even have time to react. Upon hearing Tang Chun's words, before Xueqi could react, Xueqi sneered. "Old man, you're just a higher deity. How dare you spout such nonsense in front of us? Aren't you afraid that we'll laugh our heads off?" Xueqi could not help but laugh. "You're just a higher deity. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as flipping my hand." As soon as Xueqi finished speaking, a majestic divine power burst out of his body, exuding a majestic and vast aura that caused the atmosphere in the room to stagnate. The aura of this divine power was completely different from that of a deity. Upon sensing this aura, Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. Isn't this Xueqi a higher deity? This divine power aura is not something a higher deity can possess. He broke through and became a god king? Before Duanling Tian entered the Hidden Fog Academy, he had heard many people at the Zhou clan's auction mention Xueqi's cultivation. He knew that Xueqi was a higher deity with extraordinary strength. But now, the faint divine power emanating from Xueqi's body clearly did not belong to a deity. Oh, Xueqi has also broken through and become a god king? Tang Chun smirked when he sensed Xueqi's divine power aura. But I'm curious. Where did you get the confidence to think that you can kill me with a flip of your hand? Xueqi's mocking smile deepened. Since you know that I've broken through and become a god king, you're just a higher deity, yet you think I can't kill you with a flip of my hand? Xueqi, who was following behind Xueqi, also had a mocking expression on his face. "Old man, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, my fourth uncle might be merciful and leave you an intact corpse." Tang Chun didn't pay attention to this junior, Xueqi. He looked at Xueqi and smiled. "When did a lower divine king become so presumptuous in front of me, Tang Chun?" As soon as Tang Chun's voice fell, Xueqi didn't feel anything, but Zhong couldn't help but frown slightly. This was because he felt that the name Tang Chun was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, even though he had an impression of it, he couldn't recall it at all. Whoosh! Just as Zhong was frowning slightly, an even more powerful divine aura swept out from Tang Chun's body. In fact, the moment it appeared, it suppressed Zhong's divine aura in one fell swoop. Even Zhongxi's expression changed drastically when he sensed the aura of this divine power. Even his big brother, the head of the Zhong family, didn't have such a powerful aura when he activated his godly power. One had to know that his big brother was a medium god king. High divine king. When Zhong looked at Tang Chun again, his expression was extremely unsightly. He did not expect the burly old man in front of him to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. He wasn't a higher deity at all. Instead, he was a higher deity king. Only a higher divine king's divine power aura could be so powerful. In the realms of gods, there was no lack of treasures that could conceal one's cultivation base. However, such treasures rarely appeared in Tianfeng City or the surrounding areas. Even if there were, very few people would use them. In this world where the strong were respected, it was too late to show off one's strength. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would intentionally conceal their cultivation base. However, today, he just so happened to meet such a person. A higher divine king who had concealed his cultivation base. At this moment, not only did Zhong expression turn unsightly, but even Zhongxi's expression changed drastically. Although he had just broken through to become a god king, he knew what his big brother's divine power aura was like. The person in front of him had completely surpassed his big brother's divine power aura. The other party was a higher divine king. Zhongxi's expression turned extremely unsightly when he recalled how he had threatened the other party earlier. He did not expect the person he had provoked to be a higher divine king instead of a higher divine king. At this moment, Zhongxi despaired. My lord, Zhongxi looked at Tang Chun, his voice trembling violently from fear. I was just joking earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Joking? Tang Chun sneered. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? When Zhongxi heard this, his body trembled again. His face was ashen and his eyes were filled with despair. At the same time, he instinctively looked at Zhong beside him and hurriedly transmitted his voice to him. Second brother, save me. He did not think that even his second brother would be able to save him. After all, based on the background of the young lady and the beautiful woman who had been with Duanling Tian earlier, Duanling Tian was at least from a divine emperor force. The higher divine king by Duanling Tian's side was definitely an expert from that divine emperor force. He had already given up all hope. He felt that there was an 80% to 90% chance that he would die. However, in the face of death, he still subconsciously reached out his hand and grabbed Zhong as if he was grasping at a straw. At this moment, Xueqi, who was standing behind Zhong, was also pale with fright. After his body trembled for a while, he slumped to the ground, and the smell of urine rose from his body. Higher divine king. The person he had just mocked was actually a higher divine king? Because he was close to his father, Zhong, he had clearly heard Zhong's trembling voice. It was because of this that he knew that the other party was a higher divine king. Zhong's face was also ashen. However, when he thought of the name that the other party had just said, a light flashed in his mind. He subconsciously looked at Tang Chun and cupped his hands in respect. Senior, are you the Hidden Fog sect's elder Tang Chun? He remembered. Last time, an elder of his Zhong family who was in the Hidden Fog sect had returned to the family and mentioned the name Tang Chun. It seemed that this elder didn't have a good relationship with Tang Chun, but they were both inner sect elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, they were both from the Hidden Fog sect's Skywind City. They didn't like each other, but they couldn't do anything to each other. Without any hesitation, as he asked Tang Chun, Zhong hurriedly used the soul bead in his storage ring to send a message to his big brother, the Zhong family patriarch, Zhong. He informed Zhong of everything that had happened here. At this moment, not only did Zhong remove the formation disk he had brought with him, but he also had his fourth brother remove the formation disk. He had sent someone to the Chong family to retrieve the formation disk he had set up. With the two array disbanded, the transmission of messages was no longer restricted. After sending a message to his big brother, Zhong hurriedly reminded him, Big brother, hurry up and contact the patriarch. Have the patriarch send a message to Elder Tang Chun. Tell him to spare me, fourth brother, and Chia. This time, only the patriarch can save us. The Zhong family's patriarch was Zhong and Zhong grandfather's father. He had a very high status in the Zhong family, and he was also the one with the best status in the Hidden Fog sect. Zhong never thought that his second brother, fourth brother, and nephew would provoke a character like Tang Chun. He didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly sent out a message through a soul bead. In the entire Zhong family, Only the patriarch had the Zhong family's patriarch's soul bead. Only Zhong heir could contact the Zhong family's patriarch. In a restaurant belonging to the Zhong family. Inside a private room, under the leadership of Zhong heir, Xueqi, Xueqi, and even the old man behind Xueqi were kneeling on the ground, their bodies shivering. Elder Tang Chun, we didn't recognize you and offended you. This is our fault. We hope that you can take into account our ignorance and spare our lives for the sake of our patriarch. Zhong heir knelt on the ground, his tone sincere as he spoke. What? You won't kill me now? Tang Chun looked at Xueqi and sneered. Elder Tang Chun, please spare my life. Xueqi's kneeling body violently trembled. Then he began to beg for mercy. What were you doing earlier? Tang Chun sneered. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The aura of God force around his body began to shake. A terrifying strength began to stir in this small private room. Tang Chun was a higher god king. But today, someone wanted to kill him. Moreover, it was only a small lower god king. How could he endure this? If his strength was inferior to this person's today, wouldn't he have been killed? Elder Tang Chun, please spare my life. After Xueqi sensed Tang Chun's killing intent, he hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. He didn't even realize that he was bleeding. Duanling Tian remained seated in front of the table as he watched the scene in front of him. In his opinion, the Zhong clan only had themselves to blame for ending up in such a state. They actually dared to threaten to kill him in front of Tang Chun, an inner sect elder of the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, they even threatened to kill Tang Chun. They were simply seeking their own deaths. However, I fear that today, Elder Tang Chun will at most kill those who offended him. As for the Zhong family, even if Elder Tang Chun can testify that the Zhong family wants to kill me, it is impossible for the Hidden Fog sect to do anything to the Zhong family just because I am an inner sect disciple. In fact, even if I am a core disciple, as long as the Zhong family doesn't leave behind any evidence, the Hidden Fog sect won't be able to do anything to the Zhong family. After all, the Zhong family has several inner sect elders and no less than 20 outer sect elders in the Hidden Fog sect. When he was at Hidden Fog Academy, Duanling Tian had learned about the Zhong family from Ding Yan and Ho Qingning. He knew that the Zhong family had a deep background. Even within the Hidden Fog sect, they had many complicated hard relationships. Thus, Duanling Tian knew that the Zhong family wouldn't be so easy to bring down. If he wanted to bring down the Zhong family, he would have to rely on himself. However, as he thought about how he would be able to watch the 3 people from the Zhong family die today, he couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. He didn't feel any pity at all. After all, these people wanted to kill him. Chapter 3664. Duanling Tian would not show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Therefore, he looked at everything in front of him indifferently. Boom! Rumble! Tang Chun's divine power swept out, fused with ultimates, and his momentum was vast as if it could pierce through the void. His aura was completely locked on to Xueqi. In Tang Chun's eyes, there was a murderous intent. Even Duanling Tian, who was sitting to the side, could feel the murderous intent from Tang Chun. It was because of this that he felt that the 3 from the Zhong family were unlucky. However, just as Tang Chun's divine power vibrated and was about to make a move, his divine power aura suddenly stagnated and was forcibly held back. To be more precise, he held back a lot. Bang! Accompanied by a soft sound, Tang Chun withdrew most of his divine power and withdrew his ultimates, and hit Xueqi's body, sending him flying and crashing into the wall on the side of the box. Xueqi's body fell, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but there was a relieved smile on his face. Thank you, Elder Tang Chun, for not killing me. Seeing this, Zhong heir's eyes lit up. Just as Heavy Two's eyes lit up, Tang Chun's divine power once again extended and hit Heavy Two's body, causing Heavy Two to fly out and hit the wall and fall to the ground. Xueqi's cultivation was much weaker than Xueqi's. Even if Tang Chun controlled his divine power well, he was still seriously injured, and he kept spitting out mouthfuls of dazzling blood. Unfilial son, why don't you thank Elder Tang Chun for not killing you? Zhong heir looked at Xueqi and shouted sternly. Xueqi came back to his senses and hurriedly thanked Tang Chun. Thank you, Elder Tang Chun, for not killing me. At the same time, Zhong heir glanced at Duanling Tian from the corner of his eyes, and the joy of surviving a disaster in his heart disappeared. When Tang Chun stopped the assassin in time and only injured his 4th brother, He knew that the old master of the Chong family must have contacted Tang Chun and persuaded him to spare his fourth brother, and even him and his son. Otherwise, with Tang Chun's killing intent just now, not to mention him and his son Xueqi, his fourth brother Xueqi would definitely die. However, although their lives were saved, the joy that had just risen in his heart was completely extinguished the moment he saw Duan Lingtian. Even if they did not die today, Duan Lingtian would not let them go. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Bang! With another loud bang, Zhong Er's body also flew off the ground and smashed into the wall. He was injured, but he didn't care about this injury. After thanking Tang Chun for not killing him, he hurriedly sent a message to his elder brother, the head of the Zhong family. Big brother, even if we survive now, I'm afraid this Duan Lingtian will be our end. At this point, Chong Er recounted everything that Xueqi had told him to his big brother Chong Er. What? When Big Brother learned that Duan Lingtian was the young man suspected to be from a God Emperor or God Emperor level force, his expression changed instantly. How could this be? He couldn't figure it out at all. Wasn't the other party just a student of the Hidden Fog Academy? Why did he suddenly have such an identity? Is there a mistake? If he has such a background, why did he enter the Hidden Fog Academy and the Hidden Fog sect? Big Brother questioned. I don't know. Big Brother, what should we do now? I have already opened the array that seals the communication. Maybe he has already sent a message to the God Emperor level or God Emperor level force behind him about what happened here. Why don't we take a risk and let the old master send a message to Elder Tang Chun and ask Elder Tang Chun to let us kill him to prevent future trouble? If he hasn't sent a message, we have won the bet. Chong Er said. That's enough time for him to slowly send a message to the others. However, Big Brother rejected Chong Er's idea. Next, you should try your best to seek his forgiveness. For such a person, it's better not to make enemies if possible. If he is willing to resolve the grudges, our Chong family is willing to pay the price. Even if he asks for an exorbitant price, as long as our Chong family has the ability, we are willing to satisfy him. Big Brother's tone revealed a deep helplessness. From now on, our Chong family can no longer be enemies with him. He didn't know which God Emperor or God Emperor level force Duan Lingtian belonged to. However, he did have a close relationship with a girl that his fourth brother's confidant saw with his own eyes. His fourth brother's confidant was an old man in the Chong family, so it was impossible for him to lie. There was also no need for him to lie. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that the girl who was close to Duan Lingtian and looked like Duan Lingtian's brother had been respectfully addressed as young miss by a God Emperor expert. It was obvious that she was his follower. Only the princesses of the top God Emperor level forces or the children of the upper echelons of God Emperor level forces would be able to have a God Emperor as their follower. Such a person only needed to say a word to topple the Chong family and erase their name from the profound Handle land. I originally thought that Elder Tang Chun would kill them. At the very least, he would kill a level 4. I didn't expect that he didn't even kill a single one of them. Duan Lingtian sat at the side and watched everything before him with an indifferent gaze. Tang Chun didn't kill the 3 people in front of him. However, he had clearly seen Tang Chun stop in time. It wasn't hard to guess that Tang Chun had received a message and didn't kill the 3 people from the Chong family for some reason. This time, I won't kill all of you because of Chong Tianqing. However, if you dare to disrespect me again, I won't show any mercy even if Chong Tianqing pleads for mercy on your behalf. Tang Chun said in a low voice after injuring the 3 people from the Chong family. He sat back down and stared coldly at the 3 people from the Chong family. The 3 people from the Chong family hurriedly replied that there wouldn't be a next time. Also, you wanted to kill Duan Lingtian just now? Tang Chun glanced at the 3 people and said, if I'm not mistaken, you want to kill Duan Lingtian on behalf of the Chong family? Elder Tang Chun, you heard wrong. How could we kill Duan Lingtian? When Xueqi and Xueqi were stunned, Chong Er hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head. Our Chong family respects young Master Duan Lingtian as an honored guest. If that's the case, why don't you apologize to Duan Lingtian? Tang Chun said in a low voice. When Duan Lingtian heard Tang Chun's words, he knew that the Chong family's attempt to kill him today was destined to go unresolved. If he wanted to get back at them today, he could only rely on himself in the future. It was impossible for him to rely on Tang Chun. Of course, he didn't resent Tang Chun because of this. After all, he didn't have a close relationship with Tang Chun. Tang Chun had already done his utmost for the Chong family to apologize to him. Tang Chun had no obligation to help him further. However, when Chong Si and Chong Xueqi were about to apologize to Duanling Tian, Chong Er beat them to it. He cupped his hands together and said respectfully, "Young Master Duan, my elder brother, the clan leader of the Chong clan, asked me to tell you that no matter what misunderstandings there are between you and the Chong clan wishes to write off all misunderstandings between you and the Chong clan. For this, our Chong family is willing to pay any price we can," Chong Er said. Chong Xueqi couldn't understand Chong Er's words and couldn't help but frown. Even Tang Chun was now stunned. He just asked the other party to apologize to Duanling Tian, but he didn't expect the other party to make such a statement. Didn't they understand his words? He said that they only needed to apologize. Did the Chong family have too many treasures? However, at this moment, even Duanling Tian himself did not expect number 2 to express such a stance. Moreover, number 4 and the old man behind him were not surprised when they saw the expressions of the other 3 people beside number 2. Only Chong Er's son, Chong Xueqi, was surprised. Obviously, Chong Si and the old man behind him agreed with Chong Er's words and didn't have any objections. This was thought-provoking. That's right. Suddenly, Duanling Tian's eyes swept over the old man behind Chong Si and a thought flashed in his mind. The old man's appearance overlapped with a face in his memory. He remembered. In the past, before he entered the Hidden Fog Academy, he and Duan Xiaoyu had sat together in box 9 of the Zhou family's auction house. After bidding for the first, second, and third divine pills, someone from the Zhou family had sent the pills over. Normally, it would be enough for the other party to send the pills over alone. However, the other party wasn't alone. There was another person behind him, and it was an old man. At that time, he found it strange, but he didn't think much of it. He just thought it was a strange rule of the Zhou family's auction house. But now, he remembered. The old man he saw in box 9 of the Zhou family's auction house, and the old man standing behind Chong Si were the same person. It seems that his appearance in box 9 wasn't a coincidence. Chong Si must have asked him to come over and see who I am. After all, I snatched the divine pill that Chong Si wanted in front of everyone and embarrassed him. He remembered that when he snatched the first, second, and third divine pills from Chong Si was furious. At that time, many people said that Chong Si was vengeful and that he was unlucky. However, he also knew in his heart that Chong Si would be vengeful. Later, when the beautiful woman next to the mysterious girl, Duan Xiaoyu, walked out of box 9 and displayed her strength as a god emperor, Chong Si would definitely not dare to take revenge on him. No wonder he noticed that the old man behind Chong Si looked at him strangely. Apparently, the old man recognized him. With all these reasons, he wasn't surprised that the second master of the Chong family was acting so humble. The Chong family obviously wanted to make peace with him and didn't dare to provoke him. As for the reason, it was because of the mysterious girl, Duan Xiaoyu. Back then, when the old man behind Chong Si saw him in box 9 of the Zhou family's auction house, Duan Xiaoyu was sitting next to him and holding his hand intimately. She even called him brother. War Sovereign Ling Tian. Chapter 3665. If the old man behind Chong Si did not feel anything when he first saw Duan Xiaoyu sitting next to him and affectionately calling him big brother, however, after Yu Qiushuan, the beautiful woman who addressed Duan Xiaoyu as young miss, made a move, the old man must have felt that both Duan Xiaoyu and him were not ordinary people. If you want to read the entire edition for free, please go to Baidu search. What a joke! How could an ordinary person have the protection of a godly emperor? How could an ordinary person have the protection of a godly emperor address them as big brother? However, this old man must have discovered my identity before this. Previously, he had already recognized my identity, so he must have told Chong Si and Chong Er. Soon, Duanling Tian thought of something very important. At that time, Chong Si and Chong Si still chose to kill me. It's obvious that they want to kill me here. As for why they're not afraid of me sending a message, it must be because they've set up a formation. No wonder I felt strange movements in the surrounding space 4 times in a row. So it's because of the formation's activation. Duanling Tian was skilled in the law of space. Coupled with his mastery of the Tao of control of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, his control of space had reached an extremely profound level. Even if he could not sense it, he could still detect the minute changes in the surrounding space. That formation must be a formation that restricts communication. In other words, when they found out about my identity, they already planned to kill me because I was trapped at that time and could not send a message at all. However, they would never have dreamed that Elder Tang Chun was a godly king expert, and a higher godly king at that. Not long after arriving at this restaurant, Duan Ling Tian had inadvertently extended his divine consciousness. When it came into contact with Tang Chun, he discovered that Tang Chun's cultivation base was only at the godly spirit level and not the godly king level. Although he was only at the intermediate godly spirit level, his divine consciousness could still vaguely detect the cultivation base of a higher godly spirit. It was also at that time that he asked Tang Chun this question. Tang Chun told him that when he went out, he would habitually use a secret technique to conceal his cultivation to avoid being disturbed by god kings. Unless one's actual cultivation was on par with his or stronger than him, no one would be able to see through his disguise, even if they used their divine sense to probe. Normally, such people would not disturb him because in their eyes, in this world where the strong were respected, they were on the same level. Clearly, I'm not the only one who is unable to see through Elder Tang Chun's concealment of his cultivation. Even those from the Zhong clan are unable to see through his cultivation. It didn't take long for Duan Ling Tian to sort out what had happened based on his guesses. Now that Chong Air was begging for peace, it couldn't be because of Tang Chun. After all, even though Fourth Zhong had offended Tang Chun didn't kill him. It was clear that Tang Chun dreaded the power behind the Zhong family. Perhaps some great figure of the Zhong family in the Hidden Fog sect had sent a message to Tang Chun. Or perhaps as long as Tang Chun showed mercy, he could obtain decent compensation. This could be faintly seen from the fact that Tang Chun only asked the Zhong family to apologize to him. Are you sure your Zhong family can withstand any price? As long as it is within your power? Tang Chun was stunned. Duan Ling Tian looked deeply at Chong Air and asked. Yes. Chong Air nodded. Good. Duan Ling Tian looked deeply at Chong Air and faintly smiled. Since that's the case, then I ask Master Chong Air to first show some sincerity. I don't need any other sincerity. Speaking of this, Duan Ling Tian's gaze fell on Xueqi behind Chong Air. Master Chong Air, the grudges between me and the Zhong family are all because of your son Xueqi. I only have 2 requests for the Zhong family. The first request is that Xueqi cannot live. Duan Ling Tian said. Almost as soon as Duan Ling Tian's voice fell, Chong Air and Xueqi's expressions changed drastically. Even Chong Air's face became ugly. He couldn't help but ask, Young Master Duan, can't you leave some leeway? Duan Ling Tian glanced at Chong Air indifferently. When your Zhong family wanted to kill me, did you ever think of leaving some leeway? Without waiting for Chong Air's response, Duan Ling Tian looked at Chong Air and said with a mocking expression, Master Chong Air, if the Zhong family can't even fulfill the first request, I don't think there's a need for me to make a second request. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian looked at Tang Chun beside him. Elder Tang Chun, I can't eat this meal. How about I go back to the Hidden Fog Academy and wait for you? At that time, you don't have to run to the Hidden Fog Academy. You just need to send me a message. Before leaving the Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Ling Tian and Tang Chun exchanged soul beads so they could communicate with each other. No, I'm not eating either. Tang Chun shook his head. Let's go back to the sect. Although Tang Chun didn't know what was going on, he knew this wasn't the time to ask Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he didn't think the Zhong family would agree to Duan Ling Tian's first request. Who was Xueqi? Although Xueqi didn't have much of a presence in Tang Chun's eyes, he had heard of him a long time ago. He knew that Xueqi was a crown prince of the Zhong family and was the first candidate to succeed the Zhong family. Moreover, he was the son of Chong Air. Now that Duan Ling Tian said he wanted Xueqi's life in front of Chong Air, it was already good enough that Chong Air didn't flip out. How could he agree to Duan Ling Tian's conditions? Today, even if Murong Sui Feng, the vice-sect master of the Hidden Fog Academy, was here, Chong Air wouldn't agree. However, just as Duan Ling Tian stood up and was about to leave with Tang Chun, a scene that shocked Tang Chun appeared. My unfilial son has offended young Master Duan many times. He deserves to die. A roar that seemed to come from the depths of his throat rang out. In the next moment, accompanied by a bang sound, blood splattered out in the private room. A body that was originally alive completely fell to the ground, turning into a corpse. It was the Zhong family's second master, Chong Air. In front of everyone, he slapped his son Xueqi's head and sent him away. Duan Lingtian was indifferent to the scene in front of him, because he had already guessed that this would be the outcome. And this outcome further confirmed his conjecture in his heart. Tang Chun, on the other hand, did not expect Xueqi would agree to Duan Lingtian's first request and kill his son, Xueqi, in front of him. Although Tang Chun had experienced a lot in his life, he could not help but feel shocked when he saw this. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, he felt as though this young man who had maintained a calm expression until now had become a stranger. Young Master Duan. Before Xueqi could even react, Xueqi, who had killed him, looked at Duan Lingtian again. His eyes were red, and his body was trembling because of excitement. There was obviously a terrible emotion brewing in his heart, but he didn't release it. Please state your second request. At this moment, Xueqi's voice became hoarse. The second request is simple. Duan Lingtian looked at Xueqi deeply again and said unhurriedly, "That is, it depends on the sincerity of your Xueqi family." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he raised his left hand and his right hand followed. His thumb and index finger pinched the storage ring on his left hand and kept rotating it, as if he was hinting at something. Seeing this, Xueqi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Xueqi and the old man behind him also breathed a sigh of relief. They were really worried that the second request of the young man in front of them was to take their lives. They knew very well that once Duan Lingtian made such a request, their Xueqi family would definitely satisfy him. After all, in the face of the survival of the huge Xueqi family, their lives were insignificant. Elder Tang Chun, let's go. Without waiting for Xueqi to agree, because Duan Lingtian knew that there was no need. Even Xueqi's life was willing to be sacrificed, so the Xueqi family wouldn't care about some worldly possessions. Tang Chun was still in a state of shock. It wasn't until Duan Lingtian greeted him that he regained his composure. He nodded and left with Duan Lingtian. Young Master Duan, after we prepare the things, how should we give them to you? The moment Duan Lingtian stepped out of the room, Xueqi finally spoke. Have someone send them to the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian lightly said. He obviously didn't plan on going to the Xueqi family himself. After Duan Lingtian's back disappeared from sight, Xueqi finally couldn't take it anymore. His body shook and he collapsed to the ground. He crawled over to Xueqi's corpse and whispered, "Chi-er, don't blame father, don't blame father. Father did this for the family. Don't worry, you died for the family today. The family will not forget you. You will be immortalized in the family's history for generations to come." At this time, Xueqi also arrived beside Xueqi. He patted his shoulder and said, "Second brother, my condolences. In truth, you could have let me do it." The two brothers glanced at each other. They could see the resentment and helplessness in each other's eyes. At the same time, Duan Lingtian left the restaurant with Tang Chun. As they left Skywind City, Tang Chun's apologetic voice echoed in his ears. "Duan Lingtian, I'm really sorry for what happened just now." "Elder Tang Chun, what are you saying?" Duan Lingtian shook his head. "You didn't do anything wrong to me." Tang Chun wryly smiled. "They tried to kill you in front of me just now, but after that I only asked them to apologize verbally. Aren't you angry?" Duan Lingtian shook his head again, but this time he didn't speak. It was clear he didn't want to speak. Duan Lingtian. Seeing this, Tang Chun's wry smile deepened. "Just now, I was actually going to kill Xueqi, but just as I was about to do it, I received a message from the sect. The person who sent me the message was the Xueqi family's old master. He is also an inner sect elder like me, Xueqi Tianqing. Xueqi Tianqing's strength is about the same as mine, but he is very close to a core elder." As he spoke, Tang Chun seemed to deliberately explain his helplessness. Lingtian, War Reverend. Chapter 3666. In the Hidden Fog sect, core elders were also considered inner sect elders. However, ordinary inner sect elders didn't have a ranking. They were only called inner sect elders. Only the core elders of the inner sect had a ranking, such as the Great Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder, and so on. In the past, the person who came to Hidden Fog Academy to look for Duan Lingtian and ask him to become his disciple was the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's Second Elder. The Hidden Fog sect's inner sect Second Elder was a core elder with a relatively high status within the Hidden Fog sect. Of course, this didn't mean that the Second Elder was the strongest core elder. In the Hidden Fog sect, there were many core elders of the older generation who weren't listed in the elder ranking. But they weren't elders. Instead, they were respected as grand elders. I understand. Listening to Tang Chun's explanation, Duan Lingtian nodded. He smiled and said, Elder Tang Chun, the truth is that you don't need to explain so much. I can understand. After all, in the eyes of the sect, compared to the Zhong family, I'm nothing. As he finished speaking, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth seemed to curl into a wisp of self-ridicule. Duan Lingtian, don't joke around. Tang Chun shook his head and said, just now, that Zhong family member's attitude towards you changed. I am well aware that it wasn't because of me. There is someone behind you, right? As Tang Chun spoke, he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked with deep meaning. In order to extinguish Duan Lingtian's anger, the Zhong family's second master Zhong heir didn't hesitate to kill his own son. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. To be able to force someone to kill his own son, it could be seen how determined that person was. And that person was the Zhong family's second master Zhong heir. This also meant that in Zhong heir's eyes, Duan Lingtian was someone that he and the Zhong family couldn't afford to offend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such a thing. And Duan Lingtian's own strength definitely wasn't enough to make the Zhong family fear him. Thus, it wasn't difficult for Tang Chun to guess. There was someone behind Duan Lingtian, someone who could make the Zhong family bow and lower their heads. In response to Tang Chun's question, Duan Lingtian only smiled. However, this smile appeared to be unfathomable in Tang Chun's eyes, further confirming his guess. But, just now they really did want to kill you. Knowing that you have an extraordinary identity, they wanted to kill you. Tang Chun did not care much about Duan Lingtian before this. Now, he dared not neglect Duan Lingtian, because he already knew that Duan Lingtian had a powerful trump card behind him. It was a trump card that could force the Zhong family to lower their heads and force the second son of the Zhong family to kill his own son. Furthermore, he also knew that his actions earlier had chilled Duan Lingtian's heart. Although Duan Lingtian was still polite to him on the surface, he could sense that there was a sense of unfamiliarity between them. They were no longer as close as before. For this reason, he was trying to salvage his relationship with Duan Lingtian. Regardless of the trump card behind Duan Lingtian, since it could force the Zhong family to compromise, it meant it was worth it for him to take the initiative to befriend Duan Lingtian. They've set up a spirit formation outside the room. If I'm not mistaken, that spirit formation is used to block communication. At that time, they discovered I was only a higher deity, so they wanted to kill both of us in one fell swoop. That way, no matter how powerful the person behind you is, as long as they can't trace it back to them, they'll be fine. However, they didn't expect the person beside you to be me, Tang Chun. After I revealed my strength and cultivation base, they recognized me and opened the formation to ask for help. After all, the formation would prevent them from communicating with the outside world. Then the old master of the Zhong family, Zhong Tianqing, sent me a message asking me to show mercy. He even promised me some benefits. I'll give you half of the benefits when I get my hands on them. After all, to a certain extent, I owe half of the benefits to you. Tang Chun's words conveyed two meanings. It was because of him that Duan Lingtian was able to survive. Otherwise, no matter how powerful his background was, he would have been assassinated by the Zhong family. Apart from that, he was willing to share half of the benefits with Duan Lingtian, even though he could obtain some benefits from Zhong Tianqing. It could be said that Tang Chun's actions were very sincere. You're right, Elder Tang Chun. How could Duan Lingtian not understand Tang Chun's words? Duan Lingtian will remember Elder Tang Chun's kindness for saving my life this time. I'll definitely repay you in the future. As for the benefits Zhong Tianqing gave me, you can keep it for yourself. There's no need to give it to you, Elder Tang Chun. I believe that the great gift the Zhong family will give me won't be inferior to what Zhong Tianqing gave you. Duan Lingtian smiled. Tang Chun wanted to persuade him some more, but he was rejected by Duan Lingtian. In the end, he didn't insist. After all, he also felt the pain of giving away those things. Although he didn't feel that things had returned to how they were before, Duan Lingtian personally said that he remembered his kindness for saving his life and would repay him in the future. This allowed him to relax. At the very least, Duan Lingtian didn't resent him. In the future, when we reach the sect, I'll repair my relationship with him. Haste makes waste. If I continue now, I'll only go too far. Thinking of this, Tang Chun wasn't in a hurry to repair his relationship with Duan Lingtian for the rest of the journey. And as Duan Ling Tian followed Tang Chun out of Skywind City and headed towards the Hidden Fog sect, the mansion of the Zhong clan was not calm either. Inside the Zhong family's ancestral hall, Xueqi's body was lying on a white bed, and 4 people were standing in front of the bed. They were none other than the Zhong family's second master, Zhong Heir, fourth master, Zhong Si, Zhong San, and the Zhong family's patriarch, Zhong Zhong. Qi, you died for the clan. The clan won't forget you. I'll arrange for your name to be inscribed in the clan's genealogical records. I'll mention that your death played a part in the clan's extermination, and that your death ensured the survival of the clan. Looking at Xueqi's body lying on the white cloth bed, Xueqi said word by word. His voice echoed in the completely sealed ancestral hall. Second brother, my condolences. Zhong San put his arm around Zhong Heir's shoulder and comforted him with a serious expression. Don't worry, third brother. I can handle it. For the sake of the legacy of the clan, Qi-er's sacrifice is worth it. Although Zhong Heir said this, his voice was trembling violently because of the suppression. Second brother. Xueqi looked back at Zhong Heir and said, I've already activated the layers of formations outside the ancestral hall. No matter how big the commotion is, the people outside won't be able to detect it. You don't have to suppress yourself anymore. Vent your emotions appropriately. Almost at the same time, Zhong Heir's robe suddenly exploded. A turbulent divine power swept out, and in the blink of an eye, a gust of wind blew, causing all the decorations in the ancestral hall to sway. It was as if a gust of wind had swept through the ancestral hall. Then, Zhong Heir stepped out and collapsed in front of Xueqi's white cloth bed, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty hatred. Qi, father is useless. I can't avenge you. Father is useless. Zhong Heir continued to growl, his voice growing louder and louder, then gradually fading away. Zhong Heir then put on a clean robe again, and his whole person returned to his previous appearance. His body no longer trembled from suppressing his emotions. He walked up to Xueqi and squeezed out a smile. Big brother, don't worry, I'm fine. It's good that you're fine. Xueqi placed a hand on Zhong Heir's shoulder and nodded. We all believe that Qi can understand you. Even if Qi had a choice. I believe that he would have sacrificed himself for the sake of the family, Xueqi said. Zhong Heir smiled bitterly. Zhong Heir laughed bitterly in his heart. He was very clear about his son. He was definitely not someone who would sacrifice himself for the family. If he had a choice, he would never commit suicide. That was why he had taken action personally. He was worried that if he was too late and his son begged for mercy, his heart would soften. Big brother, don't worry. I'm really fine. We can always have another son, but once the family is gone, we're all done for. Zhong Heir forced a smile on his face and grinned. Big brother. Zhong Heir then asked Xueqi, that Duan Lingtian's second request is obviously to blackmail our Zhong clan. What kind of gift should we prepare for him? When the word gift was mentioned, Zhong Heir's face couldn't help but darken, his eyes flashing fiercely. It would have been fine if he had made a request, but he didn't. That's the most troublesome part. Zhongde said with a sigh. Before coming to the ancestral shrine, I've spoken to the old master about this matter. The old master's intention is to give half of the divine stones in the clan to Duan Ling Tian. Apart from that, we'll give half of the divine weapons, divine pills, divine fruits, and divine herbs to him as well. The patriarch also knows about the incident at the Zhou clan's auction. According to his speculation, that girl should be from an emperor-level faction. An emperor-level faction. Originally, when Zhong Heir, and Zhong Heir heard that they were going to give Duan Ling Tian, they were all very reluctant, as they felt that it was too much. However, when they realized that Duan Ling Tian was backed by an emperor-level faction, they immediately gave up on the idea of giving Duan Ling Tian compensation. Worldly possessions could be fought for if they were gone. But once the family was gone, everything would be gone. Big brother, I have no objections. Zhong Heir was the first to express his opinion. I have no objections either. Zhong Heir also expressed his opinion. As for Zhong Heir, he also said, I believe in the patriarch's judgment. Old Heir, the patriarch wants me to tell you. After that Duan Ling Tian goes to the Hidden Fog sect, he will further investigate Duan Ling Tian's background. If Duan Ling Tian really has a background that our Zhong clan can't afford to provoke, then that's fine. But if he doesn't, then no matter how much he eats from our Zhong clan, The patriarch will make him spit it out. Chong-er said to Chong-er. Chong-er's eyes flashed with a cold light. He coldly said, "If he doesn't have such a background, I will kill him with my own hands. I will tear him to pieces and grind his bones to dust." Chapter 3667. On the way to the Hidden Fog Sect, Duan Tian confirmed with Tang Chun that the Hidden Fog Sect's next core disciple assessment would be held in half a year. If you enter the sect now, you will be an inner sect disciple. After becoming an inner sect disciple, you will enjoy all the treatment an inner sect disciple can enjoy. Tang Chun said to Duan Tian, "Normally, even if you have the vice sect master's recommendation, you will have to wait until the core disciple assessment begins before you can enter the sect. But this time, the vice sect master has recommended you twice in a row. The first time was to recommend you to become a core disciple of the sect. The second time was to recommend you to enter the sect ahead of time and become an inner sect disciple. After all, according to the sect's rules, after a student of the Hidden Fog Academy becomes a 10-star student, they will need to stay for a certain period of time before they can enter the sect. This is the first time the vice sect master has recommended someone to enter the sect ahead of time since he became the dean of Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy. And because it was the first time, the sect quickly agreed. If it was the second time, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. After listening to Tang Chun, Duan Tian couldn't help but think of the dean of Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Xuefeng. He never imagined that Murong Xuefeng had done so much for him in secret. He didn't doubt Tang Chun's words. After all, he would be able to find out for himself when he arrived at the Hidden Fog Sect. There was no need for Tang Chun to lie. The sect's encampment is up ahead. Under Tang Chun's guidance, Duan Tian arrived at a mountainous forest. The deeper he went, the thicker the fog became and the more it blocked his line of sight. In the past, it was not like Duan Tian had never been to a sect or clan's estate that was covered by a formation. However, those sects and clans' estate only had a few layers of fog at most. But now, under Tang Chun's guidance, Duan Tian passed through dozens of layers of fog. Moreover, the fog became thicker and thicker. His visibility was less than 100 meters and his divine sense was restricted as soon as he extended it. It was clear that this fog was condensed by an array formation. "We're here." It wasn't until he passed through the 99th level of fog that Duan Tian's eyes lit up with light. Tang Chun's voice also sounded out, telling Duan Tian that they had arrived at the Hidden Fog Sect station. Duan Tian looked over, and what entered his eyes was no longer lofty mountains and precipitous ridges, but a vast grassland instead. Moreover, on the grassland, there was an extremely enormous floating island that floated in the horizon, and it was like the gathering of celestial beings. The area of the floating island was very large. At first glance, Duan Tian felt that it was at least as large as 1,000 Skywind cities. There were buildings, natural mountain ridges, and barren hills on the island. It was clear that this was the Hidden Fog Sect station. And outside the Hidden Fog Sect station, the floating island was surrounded by a layer of fog. The scenery within flashed in front of Duan Tian's eyes, faintly discernible. "The 99 layers of fog I brought you through just now is the sect's protective array formation. If you aren't someone from the sect, it would be impossible to pass through those array formations so smoothly." Tang Chun said to Duan Tian, "I have an inner sect elder status token on me, so I can bring people in and out. But I can only bring 3 people in at most. And this is because I am an inner sect elder. If you are an outer sect elder or an inner sect disciple, you can only bring 1 person in. As for outer sect disciples, they don't have the qualifications to bring anyone in. They can only come in alone. Of course, core disciples have the same treatment as inner sect elders. They can bring 3 people in. If there are too many people, you can only notify the others in the sect and have them come out to help you. If you force your way in, you will trigger the attack of the sect's protective array formation. Anyone below the Divine Emperor realm will undoubtedly die. Even an ordinary Divine Emperor will be severely wounded." As Tang Chun spoke, Duan Tian realized just how terrifying the 99 layers of fog they passed through were. To be more accurate, it was how terrifying the Hidden Fog Sect's protective array formation was. Besides the sect's protective array formation outside, there is another sect's protective array formation within the sect. Look at the thin layer of fog around the sect station. It seems ordinary, but the truth is that it is the embodiment of the sect's protective array formation. Those who don't have an identity token can't enter this place. Although I can bring you through the outer sect's protective array formation, I cannot bring you through this array formation. If you want to pass through this array formation, you must obtain the permission of the sect protection hall. Speaking of this, Tang Chun earnestly explained, the so-called sect protection hall is a hall that protects the sect, and that hall's duty is to protect the sect. The people in the sect protection hall are all die-hard loyalists of the sect. Or perhaps, they are death warriors. As Tang Chun finished speaking, he vigilantly glanced around. Then, he finished speaking with a sound transmission to Duan Ling Tian. They are all people who have made heart demon blood oaths to pledge their loyalty to the sect. If they dare to betray the sect, only death awaits them. If outsiders wish to enter the sect, they must be personally led in by a high-level core elder or above. As for everyone else, they must obtain their permission before they can bring others in. As Tang Chun spoke to hear, Duan Ling Tian gained a certain understanding of the Hidden Fog Sect's sect protection hall. The Hidden Fog Sect controls entry and exit very strictly. Duan Ling Tian looked at Tang Chun. He smiled and said, it can even be said that they are overly cautious. Did the Hidden Fog Sect suffer losses in the past because of this? It is said to be so, but as for the truth of the matter, I am not sure. Tang Chun nodded and then shook his head. But, the sect's measures are indeed stricter than those of other Divine Emperor-level influences. In fact, those Divine Emperor-level influences are not as strict as our sect in this aspect. Hearing Tang Chun say this, Duan Ling Tian knew that the Hidden Fog Sect must have suffered losses in the past. However, Tang Chun actually didn't know the ins and outs of this matter. It seemed that the high-level figures of the Hidden Fog Sect weren't willing to mention this matter, so even an inner sect elder like Tang Chun didn't know. Duan Ling Tian, I have already contacted the people in the sect protection hall. Wait a moment, someone will come out to lead us in. Tang Chun said to Duan Ling Tian, once you enter the sect and go through the procedures to become an inner sect disciple, you will be able to bring your identity token and freely enter the sect. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, the two of them waited here. After several dozen breaths of time, a figure flashed out from behind the mist on the floating island in front of them. After several transformations, the figure appeared like a ghost in front of Duan Ling Tian and Tang Chun. This was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe. His face was grave and stern. His eyes were indifferent as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, Elder Duan Ling Tian, is this the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student you brought back? Yes. Tang Chun nodded. At the same time, he introduced the newcomer to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, this is the Sect Protection Hall's third Hall Master. At the same time, he told Duan Ling Tian that there were a total of 10 Hall Masters in the Sect Protection Hall, and each Hall Master had 100 Death-sworn subordinates. Of the 10 Hall Masters of the Sect Protection Hall, 2 were Divine Emperor powerhouses and the other 8 were outstanding Upper God Kings. As for the group of Death-sworn in the Sect Protection Hall, the weakest was a Lower God King. There are 1,000 God King-level Death-sworn in the Sect Protection Hall? Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian was startled. After all, these were Death-sworn and not ordinary Hidden Fog Sect disciples. Third Hall Master. Duan Ling Tian greeted the newcomer in a timely manner. But the newcomer didn't respond. He said indifferently, take out your Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student identity token. Duan Ling Tian withdrew his identity token when he heard this and passed it over to the other party. After the newcomer confirmed it, he nodded and stretched out his hand. An invisible force swept out and covered Duan Ling Tian's body. Don't resist. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. As the indifferent voice sounded, Duan Ling Tian relaxed his body. In the next moment, he found himself being led through the Hidden Fog Sect's inner sect protection array, and officially entered the Hidden Fog Sect's encampment. Tang Chun followed behind them. Thank you, Third Hall Master. Tang Chun looked at the Third Palace Master of the Sect Protection Palace and thanked him. However, the Third Palace Master did not even look at Tang Chun as he turned around and left. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duan Ling Tian and Tang Chun's eyes. The people of the Sect Protection Hall are indifferent by nature. You'll be fine once you get used to it. Tang Chun smiled at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Let's go. I'll take you to handle the inner sect disciple entrance procedures. Tang Chun called out to Duan Ling Tian and led Duan Ling Tian to handle the Hidden Fog Sect's inner sect disciple entrance procedures. And with Tang Chun, an inner sect elder personally leading the way, the procedures were very efficient. In less than an hour, everything was done. Duan Ling Tian, I still have some matters to attend to. I'll call someone over to take you to the inner sect disciples cultivation area. After handling the procedures, Tang Chun said to Duan Ling Tian. Not long after he spoke, a figure appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. To be precise, it was a beautiful figure. This was a woman wearing a long red dress. She had a beautiful face. Although she couldn't compare to Duan Ling Tian's two wives or Huan she was still a rare beauty among ordinary women. Wu Yan greets granduncle. After the woman appeared, she respectfully bowed to Tang Chun. But, from the corner of her eyes, she glanced at Duan Ling Tian. There was a trace of surprise in the depths of her eyes. Haha. Wu Yan, Grandmaster has other matters to attend to. I'll leave Duan Ling Tian to you. Tang Chun smiled at the woman, his grandniece, Tang Wu Yan. Duan Ling Tian just arrived. Show him the way. Tang Wu Yan was a junior of the family behind Tang Chun. She was also the most outstanding junior after Tang Chun, and the only one to enter the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect. As for the other juniors, even if they were men, the one who did the best was only an outer sect elder of the Hidden Fog sect. After speaking to Tang Wu Yan, Tang Chun looked at Duan Ling Tian. He smiled and said, Duan Ling Tian, this is my grandniece, Tang Wu Yan. She is also an inner sect disciple. If you have any questions, you can ask her. Next, she will take you to the inner sect disciples cultivation area. Chapter 3668. Wu Yan, take good care of Duan Ling Tian. If you neglect Duan Ling Tian, I won't forgive you. After Tang Chun said this, he left. At the same time when he left, the corners of his mouth lifted into a meaningful smile. He had asked his grandniece, Tang Wu Yan, to come over on purpose. Did he really have something to do? Of course not. He just wanted to create an opportunity for his grandniece. When he left the Hidden Fog Academy and went to the Zhong family's restaurant to eat, he wanted to introduce his grandniece to Duan Ling Tian. He was optimistic about Duan Ling Tian's future and felt that Duan Ling Tian would lead their Tang family to greater heights and further heights in the future. However, Duan Ling Tian said that he already had a wife and children. Moreover, he clearly wasn't interested, so he didn't say anything. Later, when he saw the Zhong family's people humble themselves in front of Duan Ling Tian, the Zhong family's second master, Zhong Heir, killed his own son in order to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian. At that moment, he knew that his understanding of Duan Ling Tian was like a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. Because of this, when he brought Duan Ling Tian back to the Hidden Fog sect, he planned to matchmake Duan Ling Tian and his grandniece, Tang Wu Yan. He was very confident in his grandniece, Tang Wu Yan. In the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect, the number of female disciples was less than the number of male disciples, let alone outstanding female disciples. As for his grandniece, Tang Wu Yan, she was ranked in the top 3 among the younger generation of female disciples. Most importantly, his grandniece was very beautiful. She was publicly acknowledged as the #1 beauty in the inner sect, and many male inner sect disciples were jealous of her. There were even some core male disciples who came to his door, wanting to marry his grandniece. He naturally wanted his grandniece to marry a core disciple. This was because any core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, as long as they didn't die prematurely, would have an excellent future. They would definitely be much better than him. But the problem was that his grandniece, Tang Wu Yan, didn't like them. His grandniece, Tang Wu Yan, was a strong and unyielding woman. At least, he couldn't decide her life. Unless there was a man she liked, no one could force her to do anything. If she really had to be forced, she would rather die. Because of this, although Tang Chun wanted to find a good home for her and make the family behind her better, he also knew that he couldn't force this grandniece of his. It could be said that it had been a long time since he had arranged a blind date for his grandniece. This time, if not for the fact that Duan Ling Tian was really outstanding, he would not have thought of introducing his grandniece to Duan Ling Tian and matchmaking them. Smokeless, there's one thing that granduncle wants to make clear to you. Duan Ling Tian told me himself that he has a wife and children. If you mind this, then just be friends with him. There's no need to try to get close to him. When Tang Chun left, he did not forget to remind Tang Wu Yan. When Tang Wu Yan heard Tang Chun's voice transmission, she didn't say anything. Tang Wu Yan didn't like any man. Although the purple-clad young man in front of her was good-looking and had a good temperament, in this world where the strong were respected, this was not the most important thing. Tang Wu Yan liked men who could conquer her in all aspects. If a man could make her fall in love, She wouldn't let him go even if he had many wives and children. In her eyes, it was normal for a powerful man to have many wives and concubines. As for whether she would be neglected after she got together with that man in the future, she was confident in herself. She was confident in her appearance and her strength. She, Tang Wuyan, was not a vase. She believed that no matter how many women the man she liked had, she would be the one that her man couldn't live without. The other women were destined to be green leaves, complementing the fresh flower that was her. Come with me. Tang Wuyan glanced at the man in front of her indifferently and greeted him indifferently. Then she led the way. Duan Lingtian didn't react to this. He followed behind her calmly and didn't say a word along the way. However, he thought more highly of Tang Wuyan in his heart. He didn't even need to guess to know that Tang Wuyan's appearance here was Tang Chun's doing. Tang Chun had mentioned his grandniece when he wanted to introduce her to him. It must be this woman in front of him. If Tang Wuyan had approached him passionately, he would have looked down on her. Now, seeing that she was ignoring him, Duan Lingtian was secretly relieved. At the same time, he thought more highly of her. He really wasn't in the mood to deal with women who were throwing themselves at him. If there's anything you want to ask, you can ask me. Although Tang Wuyan wasn't so enthusiastic towards Duan Lingtian, she wasn't silent either. After walking for a while, she introduced the surrounding buildings to Duan Lingtian. These buildings were either a hall in the Hidden Fog sect that was in charge of a certain aspect or the residence of a core elder or inner sect elder. In the Hidden Fog sect station, the residence of the Hidden Fog sect's higher-ups wasn't gathered together. This was because the heaven and earth spirit energy in the entire Hidden Fog sect was the same no matter where they were. Therefore, the cultivation resources they could enjoy were the same no matter where they lived. This also led to the residences of the Hidden Fog sect's higher-ups being distributed in every corner of the Hidden Fog sect station. That's the second elder's residence. When Tang Wuyan brought Duan Lingtian over a spacious building that resembled a small palace, she introduced it to Duan Lingtian. Of course, this isn't just the second elder's residence. It is also where he cultivates. In fact, most of his disciples cultivate here. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then his heart stirred. He remembered that when he was still at Hidden Fog Academy, there was a person who claimed to be the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. This person wanted him to become a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, but Duan Lingtian refused. Then that person flew into a rage out of humiliation. He wanted to attack Duan Lingtian, but the person behind him stopped him in time. How many second elders are there in the Hidden Fog sect? Duan Lingtian subconsciously asked. Just one. Tang Wuyan said, within the Hidden Fog sect, there have always been a total of 19 core elders. The second elder is one of them. Of course, this doesn't mean that there are only 19 core elders. Apart from the 19 ranked core elders, there are some other core elders. They are grand elders in the sect, and their status is even higher than the 19 ranked core elders. At the very least, they are on par with the vice sect leader. Among the highest elders, there are a few who are even stronger than the sect master. And they are basically the sect master's elders. In addition, there are also 19 protectors in the sect. Their status is equal to the vice sect master and some highest elders. They are above the 19 core elders. After listening to Tang Wuyan, Duan Lingtian was almost certain that this small group of buildings surrounded by walls was the honorable master of the person who called himself Tu Feng. He was the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. Perhaps that Tu Feng also lived here. With our speed, we can reach the inner sect disciples' cultivation area in at most a quarter of an hour. Tang Wuyan said to Duan Lingtian. If they directly rushed to the inner sect disciples' cultivation area, it would only take a few dozen breaths of time. But now, they had to introduce some of the buildings to Duan Lingtian, so it would naturally take a lot of time. Thank you for your trouble. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. At the same time, the moment they moved, he glanced at the Hidden Fog sect's second elder's residence from the corner of his eye. A familiar figure stepped into the air and looked in his direction. It's not that Tu Feng. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell that this person wasn't the aggressive Tu Feng of the past. He couldn't help but laugh at himself, feeling that he was being too sensitive. Then, he continued to follow Tang Wuyan. And now, the person who stepped into the air was indeed not Tu Feng. However, Duan Lingtian felt that this person was familiar. It wasn't because he was being too sensitive, but because this person had indeed appeared in front of him before. This person was the one who had followed Tu Feng to look for Duan Lingtian. The gray-robed youth standing behind Tu Feng was also Tu Feng's junior apprentice brother, another disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. That is, Duanling Tian? A wisp of surprise flashed through the young man's eyes, and then he sent a message. Huang Li, send a message to Tang Wuyan and ask her who that young man behind her is. Well, don't tell her that I asked you to ask. Tell her that someone saw her with a young man in purple and told you. Huang Li was also an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. She had a good relationship with him and was also on good terms with Tang Wuyan. Meng Xinghen, don't tell me you've also fallen for Wuyan? Huang Li teased. Otherwise, why would you suddenly ask me to ask about this? You're thinking too much. I just feel that the purple-clothed youth behind her looks familiar. I want to confirm his identity. Hurry up and help me ask. I'll treat you to a meal later. Meng Xinghen was the fourth disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. He was also Tu Feng's junior apprentice brother. Meng Xinghen didn't wait long before he received Huang Li's message. Meng Xinghen, I've asked. The purple-clothed youth behind Wuyan is a 10-star student from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy. He just reported to the sect today and became an inner sect disciple. I never thought that Vice Sect Master Murong would allow a 10-star student from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy to enter the sect in advance. It is said that Vice Sect Master Murong also recommended him to become a core disciple. In half a year, he will participate in the core disciple assessment. You said he looked familiar. Is it him? Huang Li asked. Thank you. Meng Xinghen thanked Huang Li and no longer paid attention to her. He stepped into the air and landed, but he didn't return to the building he came from. Instead, he went to another building. Eldest senior apprentice brother, are you free now? Chapter 3669. Fourth junior brother, what's the matter? A figure stepped into the air from the building in front of Meng Xinghen and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. If Duanling Tian was still here, he would definitely recognize this person at a glance. It was Tu Feng, the one who had gone to the Hidden Fog Academy to recruit him as a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, but was rejected by him. At that time, after he rejected him, Tu Feng showed a very unfriendly attitude. It was as if he couldn't wait for him to die before he entered the Hidden Fog sect. Eldest senior brother, do you remember that 10-star student from the Hidden Fog Academy, Duanling Tian? He's Duanling Tian, the person who became the strongest 10-star student in the Hidden Mist Academy as soon as he entered the academy. He even accumulated more than 120,000 points during the 10-star test. Not only did he break the Hidden Mist Academy's record, but he even surpassed the previous record by 3 times. Meng Xinghen asked. Although he and his senior brother Tu Feng had gone to the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywind City to look for Duanling Tian before the 10-star student trial began, they were still shocked when they heard about Duanling Tian's performance in the 10-star student trial in Skywind City. Moreover, according to their idea, that was the best opportunity for the God King level family to kill Duanling Tian. But in the end, Duanling Tian was still alive and well. Of course I remember. Tu Feng's eyes flashed. I heard from Master that Vice Sect Master Murong recommended him to enter the sect in advance and become an inner sect disciple. At the same time, he recommended him to participate in the core disciple assessment. I just didn't expect him to come so quickly. Although Tu Feng's tone was calm, the depths of his eyes flashed with a cold light, like a sword. Eldest senior brother, Meng Xinghen said with a dignified expression, that Duanling Tian is now an inner sect disciple of our Hidden Fog Academy. Even if you are dissatisfied with his previous response, it's best not to act against him. You also know the rules of the sect. Meng Xinghen knew that this eldest senior brother of his was famous for having a violent temper, and he was deeply afraid that his eldest senior brother would come looking for Duanling Tian to vent his anger once he was displeased. I know. Tu Feng replied impatiently. Did you come to me just to remind me? Yes. Meng Xinghen smiled bitterly. He had come to look for his eldest senior brother not only to tell him that something unexpected had happened to Duanling Tian, but also to remind him not to make a move against Duanling Tian without permission. Once things got out of hand, perhaps even their master would not be able to save him. I'm not that stupid, Tu Feng disdainfully said. Since that Duanling Tian has come to the Hidden Fog sect, I, Tu Feng, have plenty of methods to deal with him. There is no need for me to personally act. Moreover, he isn't worthy of me personally acting. Although Tu Feng wasn't a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, he was still a relatively famous existence amongst the inner sect disciples. A part of the reason he was famous was because his master was the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. But a greater part of the reason was because of his strength. He was a god-king powerhouse amongst the inner sect disciples. A lower divine king who was less than 10,000 years old was rare even among the inner sect disciples. That's good. Meng Xinghen relaxed as he heard this. All right. If there's nothing else, you should cultivate diligently and try to break through to the god-king realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, that Duan Lingtian will catch up to you soon. Tu Feng waved his hand at Meng Xinghen and then left by himself. He didn't return to his residence but instead went far away. Meng Xinghen looked at Tu Feng's departing back, a helpless look in his eyes. He knew that this eldest senior brother of his was definitely looking for someone to deal with Duan Lingtian. He understood his eldest senior brother's personality better than anyone else. He was the type that couldn't suffer any losses. Last time, he had lost face because of Duan Lingtian, so he held a grudge against Duan Lingtian. He had always been unwilling to accept this. Before Duan Lingtian came to the Hidden Fog sect, things weren't so bad. It was difficult for him to deal with Duan Lingtian. But now that he was here, he naturally wouldn't miss any chance to deal with Duan Lingtian. I hope eldest senior brother won't make things worse. That vice sect master Murong rarely places so much importance on a person. For him to recommend Duan Lingtian twice in a row shows just how much he values him. Meng Xinghen sighed and returned to his residence. He and Tu Feng were both disciples of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. Their residence was in their honored master's residence. Duan Lingtian followed behind Tang Wuyen, following her all the way to the inner sect disciples' cultivation area. Along the way, Tang Wuyen patiently introduced and explained to Duan Lingtian. That is fourth elder's residence. Most of fourth elder's disciples also live in that place. The upper echelons of the sect basically let their family or disciples live under the same roof. This is more convenient for communication and also more convenient for teaching. The inner sect disciples that live in the inner sect disciples' cultivation area are basically all inner sect disciples that haven't joined any of the upper echelons of the sect. There are some inner sect disciples that the upper echelons want to accept as disciples. But they either think they already have an honored master and aren't willing to join anyone else. Or, they are arrogant and think that the person who wants to accept them as a disciple isn't qualified to be their honored master. Of course, there are even more inner sect disciples that don't have high status in the upper echelons because of their ordinary performance. As for the upper echelons of the sect, they are self-aware and know that the inner sect disciples might not take them seriously. Thus, they don't go and ask for humiliation. Speaking of this, Tang Wuyen glanced at Duan Lingtian and sighed. Your Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy's dean, who is also our Hidden Fog sect's vice sect master Murong. I don't think he mentioned accepting you as a disciple? Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, Dean Murong Xuefeng didn't mention accepting him as a disciple. Do you know why? Tang Wuyen looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked. Then, without waiting for Duan Lingtian to speak, she continued, with your talent and comprehension, not to mention vice sect master Murong. Even many grand elders and guardians who have the same status in the sect as vice sect master Murong, or even higher guardians, want to accept you as a disciple after your results in the 10-star trial at Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy came out. Why? Duan Lingtian asked. In fact, this was also what he was puzzled about. When he first met Murong Xuefeng, he was already prepared for the possibility that Murong Xuefeng wanted to accept him as a disciple. He also thought about how to refuse. But, in the end, Murong Xuefeng didn't say a word. At that time, he was thinking, could it be that Murong Xuefeng found out about his response when Tu Feng came to find him? However, based on what Tang Wuyen had just said, it didn't seem to be that simple. Vice sect leader Murong used to have a disciple whom he doted on very much. However, that disciple died prematurely in the end. After his disciple died, he swore that he wouldn't accept another disciple. Of course, he didn't swear a blood oath. Tang Wuyen continued, even if he didn't swear a blood oath, according to my granduncle, he wouldn't go back on his words. My granduncle knows vice sect master Murong very well about this. Speaking of this, Tang Wuyen's eyes glinted with respect for Murong Xuefeng. Then, Tang Wuyen looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, when the news of your arrival in the sect spreads out, I'm afraid many guardians and grand elders will want to accept you as a disciple. When the time comes, You have to think carefully about which guardian or grand elder you want to become a disciple of. However, my advice to you is, try your best to become a disciple of Wind City. That way, you'll be better taken care of. After all, you're from Wind City. Tang Wuyen was Tang Chun's grandniece. Although she was not born in Wind City, Tang Chun had taken Wind City's side in the sect. Therefore, when she entered the sect, she was labeled as a member of the Wind City faction. If you join another sect, you'll naturally be taken care of. However, they might doubt your loyalty. After all, you're from Wind City. Of course, what I've given you is just a suggestion. It's up to you to make the final decision. In the end, Tang Wuyen added, I hope my words won't affect you. No matter what you choose, it's your freedom. The Wind City branch won't target you just because you joined another branch. After all, you're from the same sect. After hearing Tang Wuyen's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Thank you for the reminder. After crossing the mountains in front, we'll reach the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds. Tang Wuyen led Duan Lingtian through a building and arrived in front of a mountain range. She looked at the towering mountains in front of them and spoke to Duan Lingtian. In the sect, there are thousands of inner sect disciples. Among them, only 10 to 20% are disciples of the upper echelons. Most of the inner sect disciples usually stay at the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds. There are also some who go out to gain experience and haven't returned. There are also some older ones who are helping the sect manage some businesses outside. Usually, there are only 1,000 or so people who stay at the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds. After Tang Wuyen finished speaking, she led Duan Lingtian over the mountains and arrived at a vast hilly area. In front of them was a hilly area. It was uneven and complicated, and in every corner of this hilly area, there were stone and wooden houses. Moreover, these stone and wooden houses were all different. They didn't look like they were built by the Hidden Fog sect specifically for inner sect disciples. The residences here are all built by the inner sect disciples themselves. The cobwebbed areas are unoccupied. You can clean them up and live there. You can also build your own house. Tang Wuyen said, as for the other things that inner sect disciples need to pay attention to, you can look through the memory jade slip that inner sect disciples receive when they go through the sect entrance procedures. You'll be able to understand it clearly. If there's anything you don't understand, you can also ask me. As Tang Wuyen spoke, she took out a soul bead and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Thank you. When Duan Lingtian received the soul bead, he also handed over his own soul bead. I'll have to trouble you today. If there's anything I can help you with, you can also look for me. Chapter 3670. Along the way, Tang Wuyen patiently introduced Duan Lingtian to him. Furthermore, other than the introductions, she did not talk about anything else with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could feel that Tang Wuyen was not interested in him. It was probably because of Elder Tang Chun's instructions. He heaved a sigh of relief and accepted Tang Wuyen's guidance. It's just a small matter. You don't have to take it to heart. Tang Wuyen smiled faintly but did not reach out to take Duan Lingtian's soul orb. It was as if she had no intention of contacting Duan Lingtian again. Keep it. You never know when you will come to me for help. Duan Lingtian smiled. He did not like to owe people favors. Although this journey was a piece of cake for Tang Wuyen, Duan Lingtian knew that most people would not trouble Tang Wuyen to personally lead the way. Along the way, he could clearly feel the pride in Tang Wuyen's bones. She was one of the most prideful women he had ever met in his 2 lifetimes. Of course, he knew that Tang Wuyen was leading the way mostly because Elder Tang Chun wanted to matchmake them. However, he was not the only one who did not cooperate. Even Tang Wuyen, Tang Chun's grandniece, did not cooperate. All right. In the end, Tang Wuyen accepted Duan Lingtian's protection. However, it seemed that she had no choice but to do so. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly to himself. It was rare for him to personally give away his soul orb, but he was almost rejected? Then I'll leave first. Before Tang Wuyen left, she said to Duan Lingtian, quickly look through the memory jade slip that contains the inner sect disciples handbook that you obtained at the place where you went through the formalities earlier. That will help you avoid unnecessary mistakes. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded in response before he watched Tang Wuyen leave. Only then did he turn around and descend to the hill where the inner sect disciples cultivated. After that, He found a stone house that was filled with cobwebs and chose it as his place to cultivate. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand, and with the help of his divine power, a gust of wind raged. Immediately, the stone house that was originally covered in cobwebs was swept clean. Even the most stubborn of dust could not stop the wind caused by his divine power. After sweeping the stone house, he entered the stone house. At the same time, he took out a square disc array that he had just received from the place where he had gone through the formalities. This disc array was something that every inner sect disciple could receive. It was used to place in one's own training area. Not only could it prevent others from disturbing one's training, it could also protect oneself. The array formation set up by this array disc could only be broken by existences above the God King level. Even if it was broken, it would alert the inner sect elders who were in charge of the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds. Once the inner sect elders were alerted, they would immediately rush to the location where the array disc was broken. Inner Sect Disciples Handbook. After sitting down on the stone bed, Duan Lingtian took out the memory jade slip that he had just received. He extended his divine sense and fused it with the jade slip. Immediately, a large amount of information flooded his mind. As for him, he carefully and earnestly read through it. This Inner Sect Disciples Handbook mainly introduced some very basic things. For instance, the rules of the Hidden Fog sect as well as some rules of the Inner Sect. Once one violated these rules, they would be punished. These were like the laws of Duan Lingtian's previous world. However, these laws only applied to the land of a country. As for the Hidden Fog sect's rules, they only applied to the Hidden Fog sect disciples and elders. There were many things recorded in the Inner Sect Disciples Handbook. Duan Lingtian spent several hours reading through it. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of the Hidden Fog sect. The Hidden Fog sect is only a divine emperor-level sect, yet they are so rich and overbearing. An inner sect disciple can receive 10 divine stones every month, and there is no threshold. In addition, those who don't receive it this month can accumulate it until next month. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. Although he had more than 100,000 divine stones in his hands and didn't care about 10 divine stones a month, when he thought of the number of inner sect disciples in the Hidden Fog Academy, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. In a month, the Hidden Fog Academy gave out tens of thousands of divine stones to the inner sect disciples. Just 1 month. Moreover, this didn't include the core disciples, outer sect disciples, inner sect elders, protectors, grand elders, and so on. However, the cultivation environment here is indeed better than the Hidden Fog Academies. In addition, every half a year, the inner sect disciples have a celestial stairway struggle. It is targeted at God Spirit level inner sect disciples and God King level inner sect disciples. Those who rank at the top will receive generous rewards. Moreover, the rewards are very practical for the participants. They can choose from many things, or ask for something of equal value. After carefully reading through the Hidden Fog sect's semi-annual Celestial Stairway Struggle, for the inner sect disciples, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. Now, there is still half a year before the Hidden Fog Academy's core disciple assessment. Before that, I should still be able to participate in the Celestial Stairway Struggle. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian impatiently left the stone house and walked out. Then, he saw a figure flying out of a wooden house in the distance. He immediately went up and blocked the other party's path. What's the matter? His eyes flashed with a wisp of vigilance as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Hello. Duan Lingtian knew it was wrong to block the other party's path, so he was a little embarrassed. I just wanted to ask you, when is the next Celestial Stairway Struggle? Celestial Stairway Struggle? Now, the person who was blocked by Duan Lingtian was a young man with a medium build. When he heard what Duan Lingtian said, he frowned. You're a new inner sect disciple that just entered the inner sect? In his opinion, even if he didn't know the inner sect disciples, he would at least have an impression of them. However, he didn't have any impression of the person in front of him. Of course, he couldn't be sure that the other party was a new inner sect disciple just based on this. He only thought so because Duan Lingtian asked about the time of the Celestial Stairway Struggle. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. The next Celestial Stairway Struggle will be in 4 months. The young man frowned impatiently. Now, I've told you what you wanted to know. Can you move aside and stop blocking my path? Sorry. After all, he was in the wrong. Facing the other party's impatience, Duan Lingtian repeatedly apologized and moved aside. However, His mind had already completely shifted to the celestial stairway struggle in 4 months. There are still 4 months. In these 4 months, I have to strive to become a higher god. If I can become a higher god, even if I snatch first place in the celestial stairway struggle, I won't attract too much attention. Although Duanling Tian was confident that he could seize first place in the celestial stairway struggle with his middle god cultivation, he still felt that it would be too high profile. At that time, even the hidden fog sect master might be alarmed by him. In contrast, he would also attract jealousy and suspicion, leading to some unnecessary troubles. There might even be people who would try to kill him. After all, although a sect like the hidden fog sect was rich in cultivation resources, there was still a limit. If he took a share of the spoils, there would definitely be people who wouldn't be happy about it. He wasn't afraid of other inner sect disciples. But what if it was the elders behind them? On the surface, the elders behind them wouldn't dare to do anything to him. But what about behind their backs? If it's possible. It seems that I have to find a backer in the hidden fog sect. It's impossible to take them as my master. After all, I already have a master. It's impossible for me to take a second master. Thinking of this, Duanling Tian couldn't help but have a headache. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. Duanling Tian returned to the stone house and began to cultivate. He cultivated until someone disturbed him. Although this person didn't forcefully attack the array disc, it still woke him up from his cultivation. For a time, Duanling Tian also awoke from his cultivation and walked out of the stone house. Outside the stone house, 2 figures stood side by side. One was a middle-aged man and the other was a young man. The middle-aged man wore a blue robe and had a handsome face. But there was a dark haze between his eyebrows, giving off a gloomy feeling. The young man wore a blue robe and had an ordinary appearance. At first glance, he even seemed a bit dull. But his eyes were bright and spirited like a torch. "Are you looking for me?" Duanling Tian looked at the 2 complete strangers in front of him and asked with a frown. "Are you new here?" The middle-aged man looked at Duanling Tian and asked. "Is there something you need?" Duanling Tian asked back. "This stone house is where my big brother cultivates. After a while, he will return. Since you don't know anything, I won't bicker with you. You can move out." The middle-aged man lightly said. "Your big brother's cultivation place?" If he had just arrived and hadn't flipped through the Inner Sect Disciple Handbook, Duanling Tian might have felt apologetic and moved out of the stone house. But now, he didn't plan on leaving. This was because the Inner Sect Disciple Handbook clearly stated one point within the Inner Sect Disciple's cultivation place: as long as it is covered with cobwebs, anyone can use it. There is no such thing as seizing another's place. "That's right." The middle-aged man nodded. Then he impatiently said, "This stone house was built by my big brother himself. You're new here, so you should hurry up and move out." "Why should I?" Duanling Tian looked deeply at the middle-aged man and asked again. Since the other party was an Inner Sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, it was impossible for him to not know the rules of the Hidden Fog sect. But now, he actually disregarded the rules and acted recklessly. Moreover, he hadn't been here for long and the other party had already come looking for trouble. He had a feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. "What? You don't want to move?" The middle-aged man's expression turned cold and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "You are just a puny intermediate god. Do you want to compete with a higher god like me?" At this time, the seemingly dull youth beside the middle-aged man looked at Duanling Tian with a mocking expression. The corners of his mouth curled up in a mocking smile. "Compete." Duanling Tian looked at the middle-aged man without a change in expression. He asked again, "Are you sure?" Chapter 3671. Facing Duanling Tian's strength and unyielding attitude, coupled with the confidence in Duanling Tian's eyes, the middle-aged man's heart trembled. Although he was an Inner Sect disciple and a higher deity at that, in truth, his strength could only be considered as the weakest among the higher deity-level Inner Sect disciples. Even some of the more powerful intermediate deity-level Inner Sect disciples could fight him to a draw. He wasn't a fool. Would someone who could become an Inner Sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect be so stupid as to seek a beating? How could an intermediate deity-level Inner Sect disciple be so confident in facing a higher deity-level Inner Sect disciple like him? "Who are you?" At this moment, not only did the middle-aged man have a little more fear in his eyes,
But even the seemingly dull young man beside him also had a look of bewilderment in his eyes.
At the same time, he asked in a timely manner.
You don't know who I am and you dare to disturb my cultivation?
Duan Lingtian sneered. The person who sent you to cause trouble for me didn't tell you who I am? Now, even if he used his butt to think, Duan Lingtian could already guess who sent these two people to make things difficult for him. It had to be the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Tu Feng, who he had rejected in the past. Or, did Tu Feng not tell you who I am? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the two. In the next moment, he saw their expressions change. They looked at Duan Lingtian as if they had seen a ghost. Although they hadn't been sent by Tu Feng, they had indeed come because of him. Tu Feng had been chatting with one of their senior brothers who usually acted as a follower. He had mentioned that he wanted to deal with an inner sect disciple who had just entered the sect and had asked their senior brother for help. They had privately discussed and decided to act first and report later. They would deal with that inner sect disciple first and then go to their senior brother and senior brother Tu Feng to ask for credit. At that time, their senior brother and senior brother Tu Feng wouldn't be stingy. It was just that they had thought this matter was in the bag. They hadn't expected that the other party would be so calm when facing them, as if he didn't fear them at all. This made them feel uneasy. My name is Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at the two and grinned, a brilliant smile on his face. Duan Lingtian. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, the two people's expressions changed again. You are Duan Lingtian? You're that 10-star student, Duan Lingtian from the Hidden Mist Academy in Skywind City? It was apparent both of them had heard of Duan Lingtian before. When they heard Duan Lingtian's self-introduction, horror dawned on both of their faces. Their eyes and expressions were filled with panic. Duan Lingtian, the monster from Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. Duan Lingtian's results in the 10-star student trial at Wine City's Hidden Mist Academy had long spread throughout the Hidden Mist sect. Even they had heard of it. At the same time, they also knew that the Hidden Mist Academy had a new student. He was less than 3,000 years old, but his cultivation was at the intermediate god level. Moreover, he had comprehended one of the four supreme laws, the fusion of three profound meanings of the space law. It had to be known that even they had only comprehended 2 or 3 types of dual profound meanings of the law they were proficient in. Moreover, they were much older than Duan Lingtian. They knew that although they were all higher god level, if they really fought, they might not be Duan Lingtian's match. Even if they joined forces, they might only be able to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw at most. However, such an existence would definitely go further than them in the future. Now they had offended him. Even if they joined forces, they could deal with him. But what about in the future? As long as he didn't die prematurely, they would be crushed sooner or later. When that time came, it would be their unlucky days. Moreover, as long as they stayed in the Hidden Mist sect, the gap between them and Duan Lingtian would only grow bigger and bigger. We were too naive. Thinking about it, how could a person who could make senior brother Tu Feng personally find trouble with senior brother Qi as an ordinary inner sect disciple? We can only blame ourselves for not hearing senior brother Tu Feng say Duan Lingtian's name. The two looked at each other and saw regret in each other's eyes. They really regretted taking the lead and finding trouble with Duan Lingtian. If they had known it was Duan Lingtian, they wouldn't have come even if they had 10 times the courage. I am indeed from Wind City's Hidden Mist Academy. Duan Lingtian nodded and then looked at the middle-aged man. You just said that I wanted to compete with you? Now, I will answer you. Yes. I want to compete with you. When Duan Lingtian's lips curved up in a faint smile, the middle-aged man hurriedly waved his hand. At the same time, his face turned bitter and he helplessly said, Junior brother Donai, I was just joking with you. Please don't take it seriously. Please don't take it seriously. In the inner sect disciples' cultivation area, as long as there are spider webs everywhere, anyone can live in it. The stone house you live in, no matter who it used to be, is now empty. If you live in it, no one will be able to snatch it from you. The middle-aged man said. Is that so? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the middle-aged man. Yes, yes. The middle-aged man was so anxious that he was about to cry. At the same time, he hurriedly looked at the young man beside him. Hurry up and testify for me. Junior brother Duan, that is indeed the case. We were just joking with you. At this moment, the young man, who had originally looked dull, was no longer dull at all. He hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. I don't think you're joking.
Duan Lingtian's eyes turned even deeper.
Tell me the truth. If you tell me the truth, I won't hold it against you. This time, both of them looked at each other before they looked at Duan Lingtian in unison.
They transmitted their voices to Duan Lingtian and explained everything that had happened.
Junior brother Duan, I was foolish. I shouldn't have looked for trouble with you. Junior brother Duan, you have to be careful of senior brother Qi Yu. Among the inner sect disciples at the divine spirit realm, his strength can be ranked in the top 10. He has comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of wind. Under Duan Lingtian's enticement, both of them revealed everything. They said what they should and should not say. Qi Yu?
He has comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of wind? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly.
He was puzzled earlier. Even if Tu Feng wanted to look for trouble with him, he wouldn't look for cowards like these two. As it turned out, these 2 cowards had taken the initiative to look for trouble with him in order to curry favor with Qi Yu and Tu Feng.
Junior brother Duan, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. Sorry for disturbing you earlier. When Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, the 2 of them bade farewell to each other before they fled without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply.
Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw this. Am I that scary? Duan Lingtian shook his head and returned to the stone house to continue cultivating. His goal was to break through and become a higher deity as soon as possible. That way, even if he performed better in the heavenly stairway battle, it wouldn't be too shocking. At the same time, he wouldn't attract too much attention. There are still several months before the heavenly stairway battle begins. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to make a breakthrough. After all, I haven't completely absorbed the medicinal efficacy of the dragon-marked divine grass yet. This time, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in cultivation. He even activated all the array formations on the square array disk he received. Even if there was a commotion outside, as long as it wasn't too big, it wouldn't be enough to wake him up. And if there was a big commotion, it would be attacking the array disk. He didn't think that anyone would dare attack his square array disk. The consequences of attacking the array disk were something that even God King level inner sect disciples like Tu Feng wouldn't be able to bear, let alone those God Spirit level inner sect disciples. In the Hidden Fog sect, it was a great crime to disturb a fellow disciple who was in seclusion. After all, in such a situation, it was very likely that the fellow disciple would suffer from cultivation deviation. If light, they would be seriously injured, and if heavy, they would die. Because of this, Duan Lingtian didn't wake up for the next few months. However, although he didn't wake up, he still arranged a small array formation to wake him up at a specific time. It was similar to the alarm clock on Earth in his previous life. And this small array formation was something he learned after coming to the Hidden Fog Academy. In the last month of his stay at the Hidden Fog Academy, besides cultivating, he also read many memory jade slips in the Hidden Fog Academy's library. Among them, there were some practical small array formation jade slips. It was easy to arrange a small array formation. As long as one was willing to put in some effort, they could learn how to arrange it. Hua, hua, hua. Duan Lingtian, who was wholeheartedly immersed in cultivation, completely forgot about the time. He wholeheartedly digested the medicinal efficacy of the dragon-marked divine grass in his body, and tried to break through to the higher god level. Only when he was awakened by the sound did he stop cultivating. It's time. Duan Lingtian was woken up by the little formation that resembled an alarm clock that he had set up. The time he had set up was the morning of the heavenly stairway battle among the inner sect disciples. He did not set an earlier time. In other words, he didn't have time to continue cultivating. I'm just one step away. Thinking of his cultivation progress before he was awakened, Duan Lingtian felt helpless. If he hadn't been awakened, with his cultivation progress, it would have taken him a few days at most to break through the final bottleneck and become a higher god. But now, he was interrupted. Even if he continued cultivating, he probably wouldn't have the chance in a short period of time. After all, many things required a spurt of energy. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian put away the array formation disc and flashed out of the stone house. He could see many people walking out of their residences and heading in the same direction. However, some of the people who saw him coming out looked at him with strange gazes. Sensing these people's gazes, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a message came at the right time. Duan Lingtian, you're finally out. This message came from Tang Wuyen, the grandniece of inner sect elder Tang Chun. During this period of time, Duan Ling Tian was in seclusion. All the arrays in the array formation disk that he activated included an isolation array formation for communication. Therefore, no matter what messages were sent from the outside, Duan Ling Tian couldn't receive them. Chapter 3672. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that Tang Wuyen knew he had come out. After all, many inner sect disciples had seen him come out. Among them, there must be some who knew Tang Wuyen. He only needed to send a message to Tang Wuyen, and Tang Wuyen would know he had come out. Book/web 3 months ago, Qi Yu, who's ranked in the top 10 among the godly spirit stage inner sect disciples, challenged you, but you didn't respond. 2 months ago, he challenged you again, but you still didn't respond. A month ago he challenged you again, but you still didn't respond, Tang Wuyen said. Many people think you don't have the guts to accept the challenge. Of course, there are also some people who think you're in closed-door cultivation. That's why you didn't respond. After all, if you're in closed-door cultivation, you won't be able to receive messages. However, it seems like someone's deliberately trying to make people think you're afraid of Qi Yu and don't dare to accept the challenge, Duan Ling Tian, Tang Wuyen said. Tang Wuyen advised, Duan Ling Tian, no matter what those people think, you don't have to care. Don't be affected by them. Just be yourself. Don't worry. Duan Ling Tian could tell Tang Wuyen was worried he would be affected by this matter. He could not help but feel speechless. Duan Ling Tian had walked step by step from the mundane realm to the Devata realm, and then to the realms of gods. How could he be affected by such a small matter? All right. Although Duan Ling Tian's reply was simple, Tang Wuyen could hear the indifference in his tone. She knew Duan Ling Tian was not bothered by the rumors. The Heavenly Stairway battle will begin in a month from today onward. Are you interested in going to watch the show? Or do you want to give it a try? Tang Wuyen asked. I'm going to give it a try. Duan Ling Tian replied. I hope you can do well, Tang Wuyen said. Tang Wuyen wished him well. After Duan Ling Tian thanked her, she fell silent. She didn't say whether she would go or not. However, it didn't matter to Duan Ling Tian whether Tang Wuyen would go or not. He didn't even think about it. He glanced at where the group of inner sect disciples were heading and followed them. Needless to say, they were definitely going to the Stairway to Heaven competition. This was because the Celestial Stairway competition was a grand occasion for the inner sect disciples. Many of them hoped to get a good result in the Celestial Stairway competition. Fighting for the rewards was secondary. Showing off was the most important. On the way, Duan Ling Tian's mind was filled with information. In the inner sect disciples' handbook, there was a detailed record of the Stairway to Heaven competition. The Celestial Stairway battle sounded like one had to climb up the Celestial Stairway. However, in reality, it wasn't that simple. The Stairway to Heaven competition was a test left behind by the Hidden Fog sect's ancestors. When it first appeared, it was to train the sect disciples. But later on, it gradually became a place for the inner sect disciples to compete with each other. And this sort of competition was something that the Hidden Fog sect was happy to see happen. In fact, they even actively promoted it. They prepared extraordinary rewards for every Celestial Stairway competition. In particular, the first place of every Celestial Stairway competition would receive a reward that made others green with envy. This time it was the same. In this Stairway to Heaven competition, it is said that the first place of the Divine Spirit realm will be rewarded with a nature pill. As for the first place of the Divine King realm, it is said that the first place will be rewarded with a royal calamity fruit. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian could hear the voices of the inner sect disciples who were also traveling nearby. Of course, they were talking to their companions and not to Duan Ling Tian. But with Duan Ling Tian's hearing, he heard everything clearly. Nature pill. Hearing this inner sect disciple's words, Duan Ling Tian was startled. He never imagined that the Hidden Fog sect would give out a nature pill to the first place of the Stairway to Heaven competition. The nature pill was a divine pill used by gods. It had no effect on those above the Divine King realm. One could become a Divine King after 9 nature pills. This was also the introduction of the nature pill in the plane of gods. No matter how lousy a higher deity's innate talent was, after taking 9 origins pills, they would still be able to become a god king with a 100% chance of becoming one. As for those with good innate talent,
The Origins pill was also a great help in becoming a god king. It was said that there were heaven-defying talents that could take 9 nature pills on the day they broke through to the higher divine spirit realm, becoming a lower divine king on the same day.
2 realms in one day. And this sort of case wasn't rare in the plane of gods.
Not to mention that god venerable level influences raised their juniors in this way. Even god emperor level influences would raise the proud sons of heaven with monstrous talent and perception.
It was just that very few people received such treatment. For this reason, one could easily imagine the value of a nature pill to a god.
The first place in the Heavenly Stairway contest will be rewarded with a nature pill, while the first place in the Divine King realm will be rewarded with a tribulation immunity fruit.
Duan Ling Tian knew about the nature pill. He had also heard of the tribulation immunity fruit.
Unlike the nature pill that was refined by a divine alchemist using various rare medicinal herbs, the tribulation immunity fruit was a divine fruit that was naturally nourished by heaven and earth.
After consuming it, it had no effect on one's cultivation base.
However, it could help a divine king withstand the heavenly tribulation. Whether it was in the realms of gods, the Devata realms, or even the mundane realms, those above the divine king realm would have to face the heavenly tribulation.
Once one entered the divine king realm, one would have to face a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation would become stronger and stronger.
If one's strength could not keep up with the heavenly tribulation, there was only one outcome for one. One would be killed by the heavenly tribulation and die. It was also precisely because existences above the God King level had to face heavenly tribulations that kept getting stronger and stronger that many higher deities both yearned for and feared the God King level. It was to the extent that some people who had set their sights on becoming a God King would develop inner demons and be unable to break through for a very long time. If one didn't break through to the Divine King realm and remained at the higher deity realm, one could still live as long as the heavens and earth.
It was just that one's strength would be weaker.
But once one broke through to the Divine King realm, they would embark on a path of no return. One would either have to face a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years or die in a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years, completely vanishing from this world. And the tribulation immunity fruit was a divine fruit that could help a divine king resist a heavenly tribulation. After eating it, one could fuse with their divine power and form a barrier around them. It had a certain effect on resisting the heavenly tribulation.
Of course, this was only a certain effect. It couldn't completely help a person resist the heavenly tribulation.
Even so, it could still increase the chances of successfully crossing the heavenly tribulation. If one originally only had a 50% chance of crossing the heavenly tribulation, after eating the tribulation immunity fruit, their chances would rise to 80%. The Hidden Fog sect is truly generous. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh at the Hidden Fog sect's generosity. Was this the background of a divine emperor-level influence? Young Master Duan.
Suddenly, a voice sounded out from behind Duan Ling Tian.
At first, because the voice was unfamiliar, Duan Ling Tian didn't think it was him. It wasn't until the owner of the voice sped up and arrived in front of him that he came to a stop.
You are. Duan Ling Tian looked at the person in front of him.
This person was a middle-aged man. He was tall and his face was firm. His eyebrows were sharp, but as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, there was a faint trace of fear in the depths of his eyes.
Young Master Duan, my name is Chong Tiannu. I am a junior of the Chong family.
The middle-aged man introduced himself. In truth, Chong Tiannu was not only a junior of the Chong family, but he was also the adopted son of the Chong family's patriarch. The bloodline of the Chong family didn't flow through his veins. He was a foster son that Patriarch Chong had adopted outside. He had been brainwashed by the Chong family since he was a child and was loyal to them. And most importantly, when Chong Tiannu was a teenager, he had been induced by Patriarch Chong to make a heart demon blood oath to be loyal to the Chong family. He would never betray the Chong family, and would never harm the interests of the Chong family. Because of this, although Chong Tiannu was only the adopted son of the Chong family's Patriarch Chong, he was highly valued by him. Because of this, Duan Ling Tian had asked Chong Tiannu to give the second thing that he wanted to the second master of the Chong family. Patriarch Chong Tiannu had asked him to give it to Duan Ling Tian. However, in recent months, Duan Ling Tian had been in seclusion. Therefore, Chong Tiannu couldn't give it to Duan Ling Tian even if he wanted to. Today was the day that the Stairway to Heaven contest would begin. He guessed that Duan Ling Tian would join in the fun. Sure enough, when he went out today, he found that Duan Ling Tian had left his residence. He hurriedly chased after him and planned to give the thing to Duan Ling Tian. Young Master Duan, I'm looking for you to give you the thing that my adoptive father gave you.
Adoptive father? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He didn't know the relationship between Chong Tiannu and the patriarch of the Chong family. My adoptive father is the patriarch of the Chong family. Patriarch Chong, Chong Tiannu said.
At the same time, he took out a spatial ring from his spatial ring and passed it to Duan Lingtian. Young Master Duan, the thing that my adoptive father gave you is in this spatial ring.
Patriarch Chong was the patriarch of the Chong family. Duan Lingtian knew about this.
Therefore, he calmly took the spatial ring that Chong Tiannu passed to him and dripped his blood on it in front of Chong Tiannu.
With just a thought, the space in the spatial ring appeared before his eyes. The things that were stored in the spatial ring caused his breathing to stagnate. Although he was mentally prepared, everything in front of him still made his heart skip a beat.
What entered his eyes was a mountain of divine stones. Apart from that, there were various rare materials that Duan Lingtian had only heard of but had never seen before. There were also divine fruits, divine herbs, and some elixir bottles. Every elixir bottle was engraved with words that explained what kind of elixir was inside.
Revival elixir? Soon, Duan Lingtian saw the words revival elixir on one of the elixir bottles. This caused his breathing to stagnate. The revival elixir was the hidden fog sex reward for first place in the Stairway to Heaven competition. However, the hidden fog sex reward was a revival elixir. How many are there? Holding his breath, Duan Lingtian opened the pill bottle that contained the creation pills with just a thought. At the same time, his divine consciousness swept into the bottle and shrouded the pills stored inside. 1, 2, 3. Lingtian, War Sovereign. Chapter 3673. Revival Good Fortune Pill. 9 Good Fortune Pills to Become a King. When Duan Lingtian learned that the Hidden Fog sect was giving out a Revival Good Fortune Pill as a reward for the first-place disciple in the Celestial Stairway competition, he was tempted. In fact, he was already weighing the pros and cons. After all, the current him was only a middle god. Although he was confident he could compete for first place in the Celestial Stairway competition, if he won first place with a middle god cultivation, it would undoubtedly be too high profile.
In a god-emperor level force like the Hidden Fog sect, there were many God-Spirit Realm inner sect disciples who had comprehended 3 profound meanings of some law. Moreover, their cultivation was at the upper God-Spirit Realm. If he suppressed these people with a middle God-Spirit Realm cultivation, what would others think of him? And now, the Zhong family had given him a pile of things according to his second request. In addition to a large number of God stones and other things, there was also a Revival Good Fortune Pill. Moreover, it wasn't worth 1. 5. A total of 5 Revival Good Fortune Pills lay quietly in the pill bottle. This caused Duan Lingtian to be excited for a while before he gradually calmed down. At the same time, he was no longer so obsessed with first place in the Celestial Stairway competition. It was just 1 Revival Good Fortune Pill. Now, he had a total of 5 Revival Good Fortune Pills in his hands. I never thought the Zhong family would have such a background that they could take out 5 Revival Good Fortune Pills. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At the same time, he also felt the Zhong family's sincerity. In addition to these 5 Revival Good Fortune Pills, there were other divine pills as well as a large pile of God stones. Although Duan Lingtian didn't count the pile of God stones, he could see at a glance that there were at least 1,000,000 God stones. A God King level family like the Zhong family, the number of God stones they have is at most 1 or 2 million God stones. I'm afraid this is almost half of the Zhong family's God stones. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. There are also Revival Good Fortune Pills. The Zhong family took out 5. Why not 1? 2. They are probably worried that I will find out in the future that they have so many Revival Good Fortune Pills but only gave me 1. That would anger me again? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh at the great courage of the Zhong family's patriarch. Although they had never met before, he really admired that person. Young Master Duan. At this moment, Chong Tiannu asked respectfully. My foster father said that after you've seen the things in the spatial ring, he wanted me to ask you. Are you satisfied with our Chong clan's sincerity? I'm satisfied. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, a shrewd light flashed across his eyes. He thought to himself, I was going to exterminate the Zhong family. But since the head of the Zhong family is so sincere, I will only kill those who tried to kill me in the past. Let go of the Zhong family completely?
Duan Lingtian had never thought of such a thing. After all, some people from the Chong family wanted to kill him. Although the instigator, Xueqi, was dead, the others who participated in or planned to kill him were still alive and well. Those people, when he had enough strength in the future, he would not let any of them off. Many thanks, young Master Duan. Hearing Duan Lingtian's reply, Chong Tiannu heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he automatically stepped aside and no longer blocked Duan Lingtian's path. When Chong Tiannu sent a message to his foster father, the Zhong family's patriarch, Duan Lingtian continued to walk towards the stairway to heaven under the gazes of many inner sect disciples. Who is he? A newcomer? I've never seen him before. To be able to make Chong Tiannu so respectful, I'm afraid this person's background is not simple. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian's back as they discussed. You don't know him? At this moment, someone who knew Duan Lingtian's identity stepped forward. Don't tell me you haven't heard that senior brother Qi Yu has been challenging a new disciple every other month? Qi Yu was one of the top 10 inner sect disciples in the spirit god realm. In the Hidden Fog Academy's inner sect, or even the entire Hidden Fog Academy, he was an influential figure. He is that Duan Lingtian from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy? As soon as someone mentioned Qi Yu's challenge, some people immediately reacted and exclaimed in surprise. Duan Lingtian? The one who Vice Sect Master Murong recommended to enter the sect early? It is said that his strength and talent are both amazing. He is less than 3,000 years old and is already a medium god. Moreover, he has comprehended the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the law that he is proficient in. In the Hidden Fog sect, many people had heard of Duan Lingtian. Moreover, it is said that the law that he is proficient in is one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space. If I remember correctly, there has never been a disciple under 4,000 years old who has comprehended the fusion of 3 profound meanings of any of the 4 supreme laws. This Duan Lingtian is indeed a monster. It is said that he will participate in the core disciple assessment soon. Vice Sect Master Murong has personally recommended him to become a core disciple. Even for us Hidden Fog Sect inner sect disciples, not everyone has the qualifications to participate in the core disciple assessment. I never imagined that Vice Sect Master Murong would give him such an opportunity. It has to be known that Vice Sect Master Murong only has a limited number of recommendations for inner sect disciples to participate in the core disciple assessment. As for the discussions that followed, although Duan Lingtian was far away, he could still hear them clearly. Even the dean only has a limited number of recommendations for inner sect disciples to participate in the core disciple assessment? This was something that Duan Lingtian had just learned. He originally thought that in the Hidden Fog sect, any inner sect disciple could participate in the core disciple assessment as they wished. He never imagined that they would need a recommendation. We're here? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian discovered that the person in front of him had stopped. At the same time, he also saw a somewhat illusory staircase floating in the air not too far away. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw someone standing in front of the illusory staircase. After receiving a token from an expressionless old man, that person flew up the staircase. And in the next moment, that person was submerged in the staircase. The first step of the staircase flashed, turning into a small dot of light. Then, Duan Lingtian saw that on the 3rd step of the staircase, a small dot of light disappeared into thin air. Then, a figure appeared in front of everyone, as if that person had come from the staircase. Haha! Hu Jun, you still couldn't pass the 3rd step and step onto the 4th step. You lost. Not too far away from Duan Lingtian, a youth laughed as he saw the person who came out. As for the latter, after passing the token to the old man, he arrived in front of the youth. With a gloomy expression, he took out a pile of divine stones and tossed them to the youth. Don't be too proud of yourself. If you can't reach the 4th step, you will still have to return these divine stones to me. Haha. I will definitely reach the 4th step. The former smiled and took a token from the old man. Then, he jumped into the illusory staircase and disappeared. Instead, he was replaced by a small dot of light on the 1st step. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also saw that a small dot of light on the 1st step had jumped up to the 2nd step. Then, another small dot of light on the 1st step had jumped up to the 2nd step. Are they going to enter the formation? Seeing this, Duan Lingtian secretly guessed. At the same time, he could not help but extend his divine consciousness. However, he found that it was blocked by a force and could not penetrate it at all. Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Ling Tian was puzzled, a beautiful figure quietly appeared beside Duan Ling Tian and called out to him. Before Duan Ling Tian could react, there was a burst of low voices around him. It's Tang Wuyan. In terms of strength, Tang Wuyan could only be ranked in the top 3 among the female inner sect disciples. However, in terms of appearance, she was recognized as the #1 beauty in the Hidden Fog sect. She was also an influential figure in the Hidden Fog sect. Her momentum was even fiercer than Duan Ling Tian's, who frequently challenged Duan Ling Tian when he was in seclusion. Duan Ling Tian looked at Tang Wuyan and nodded with a smile. The Inner Sect Disciples Handbook only mentioned the Stairway to Heaven competition and briefly introduced it. You don't even know how the Stairway to Heaven competition was formed, right? The current Tang Wuyan seemed to know what Duan Ling Tian was thinking. In fact, as soon as she arrived, she saw Duan Ling Tian staring at the Heavenly Stairway competition with a puzzled expression on his face. She had the same expression on her face when she first came here. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for her to guess Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. As Duan Ling Tian nodded, Tang Wuyan also began to explain. On the surface, the Stairway to Heaven competition looks like an illusory array. In fact, it is indeed an array. But it isn't completely an illusory array. An illusory array is just an illusion. Inside, there are many different small planes that are separated. Every small plane is independent, and there are corresponding people who are guarding it. And these people are all inner sect disciples who have committed serious crimes and are imprisoned. Some inner sect disciples have even been imprisoned inside for hundreds of thousands of years. You have to know that it has only been less than 200,000 years since our Hidden Fog sect was established. Once you enter the Stairway to Heaven, you'll first appear in one of the small realms on the first level. The gatekeepers on the small realms on the first level have similar strength. Only by defeating them will you be able to leave the small realms on the first level and be teleported to one of the small realms on the second level. From Tang Wuyan's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood what the Stairway to Heaven competition was. It turned out that every Stairway to Heaven was an active plane prison. Inside, the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciples who had committed a grave mistake were imprisoned. Once they were imprisoned, they would be isolated from the world's spiritual energy. They wouldn't be able to cultivate and they wouldn't be able to improve their comprehension of the laws. This was because there was an array formation that interfered with the comprehension of the laws. It could be said that the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciples who were imprisoned inside were living a life worse than death. The only fun they had was the Stairway to Heaven competition. Moreover, not every Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciple who was imprisoned inside could be selected to fight with the other inner sect disciples who were participating in the Stairway to Heaven competition. It all depended on luck. Chapter 3674. Being locked up in there is a fate worse than death. As Duan Ling Tian sighed at the methods of the Hidden Fog sect, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine when he thought of the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciples who were locked up in the small planes of the Stairway to Heaven. Perhaps many of the people locked up in there couldn't bear the shock and went crazy. Of course, many of the inner sect disciples locked up in there couldn't bear the boredom and chose to commit suicide. Tang Wuyan continued. If the inner sect disciples who challenge the Stairway to Heaven can't defeat the inner sect disciples locked up in there, wouldn't they be killed? Duan Ling Tian asked. This kind of thing almost never happens unless the inner sect disciples are careless. You should have noticed that everyone who participates in the Stairway to Heaven will receive a token before they enter. Tang Wuyan said, and that token is the Stairway to Heaven. If you can't defeat your opponent in there, you can activate the Stairway to Heaven and be immediately teleported out. Unless you can't activate the Stairway to Heaven in time. But this is almost impossible. After all, the Stairway to Heaven is climbed one level at a time. If you can pass the first level, the inner sect disciples locked up in the next level won't be able to kill you before you activate the Stairway to Heaven. After listening to Tang Wuyan's explanation, Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper understanding of the Heavenly Stairway contest. The key to the Stairway to Heaven was the Stairway to Heaven. For example, what level you reached, what level you were eliminated on, and how long you lasted on the level you were eliminated on, all of these could be reported to the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect elder who was guarding the Stairway to Heaven. In addition, the Stairway to Heaven was also a life-saving talisman. If you couldn't defeat the inner sect disciples locked up in there during the Stairway to Heaven, you could use the Stairway to Heaven to admit defeat and leave. While Tang Wuyan was explaining to Duan Ling Tian, he saw the inner sect disciple who made a bet with the other inner sect disciple reach the third level. At the same time,
The inner sect disciple who lost the divine stone stared at the little dot of light representing the inner sect disciple who made a bet with him. However, at that moment, most people's gazes were on Duan Ling Tian. Among those gazes, there was envy, but even more jealousy. Tang Wuyan was the inner sect's #1 beauty. She was the dream lover of many male disciples in the Hidden Fog sect. She was usually cold and aloof and rarely walked so close to others, much less a male inner sect disciple. Generally speaking, what's the highest level an inner sect disciple in the divine spirit realm can reach? Duan Ling Tian asked Tang Wuyan. The stairway to heaven had a total of 19 levels. Now, below the 12th level of the stairway to heaven, there were some small dots of light flickering. However, above the 12th floor, there were no specks of light. On the 11th floor, there was only a small dot of light flickering. During the last Stairway to Heaven competition, there were 3 Divine Spirit Realm inner sect disciples who managed to ascend to the 8th level. One of them is Qi Yu, the one who challenged you time and time again in the past 3 months. Tang Wuyan said, those 3 people all retreated from the 8th floor in the end. Whoever stays on the 8th floor the longest will be considered the first. Last time, although Qi Yu's result was not bad, he wasn't first. He was only third. Tang Wuyan's words gave Duan Ling Tian a certain understanding of the Stairway to Heaven competition. The Stairway to Heaven competition was not only targeted at the Divine Spirit Realm inner sect disciples, it was also targeted at the Divine King Realm inner sect disciples. Those little light dots on the 9th floor and above obviously corresponded to the Divine King Realm inner sect disciples. After all, the person who obtained first place in the last Stairway to Heaven competition had only managed to ascend to the 8th floor. That person basically represented the strength of the first echelon of Divine Spirit Realm inner sect disciples. After the Stairway to Heaven competition ends, the rankings will be released. At that time, the sect will give rewards to the top 10 people in the Stairway to Heaven competition. 4 people will be rewarded to Divine Spirit Realm inner sect disciples and 4 people will be rewarded to Divine King Realm inner sect disciples. After listening to Tang Wuyan's introduction, Duan Ling Tian was eager to give it a try. Suddenly, a speck of light disappeared from the 3rd floor. Then, the young man who won a divine stone from another inner sect disciple returned his bet with an unlucky expression. I was so close to rushing to the 4th floor. Damn it, I didn't think that guy would choose to risk his life in the end. So what if he won against me? In that state, in that environment, it won't be long before he dies. This young man was obviously scolding the opponent he encountered in the Stairway to Heaven competition, a Hidden Fog sect inner sect disciple who was imprisoned in a small plane. Haha, if you didn't ascend, then you didn't ascend. What's with all this nonsense? There is only one chance in the Stairway to Heaven competition. Once you fail, you will have to wait for the next opportunity to step onto the Stairway to Heaven again. The inner sect disciple who took back his divine stone swept away his gloomy mood and a smile bloomed on his face. The quarrel between the two was just a small farce before the Stairway to Heaven competition. Senior apprentice brother Qi Yu reached the 8th floor again. Just as Duan Ling Tian's attention returned to the Stairway to Heaven competition, Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. He followed the gazes of many inner sect disciples and saw that there was another speck of light on the 8th floor. This speck of light was originally on the 7th floor. This time, senior apprentice brother Qi Yu spent even less time on the 7th floor. It looks like his strength has improved by quite a bit. An inner sect disciple sighed. Qi Yu? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a mocking smile. Although he had never seen that inner sect disciple called Qi Yu, he already knew that he was someone Tu Feng had sent to find trouble with him. He wasn't surprised that this person had challenged him again and again. This was because he already knew that this person had his eyes on him because of Tu Feng. The 8th floor? Duan Ling Tian glanced at the speck of light that corresponded to Qi Yu. He then leaped forward and arrived in front of the old man standing in front of the Stairway to Heaven. Elder, I'm an inner sect disciple, Duan Ling Tian. I'm an intermediate god, and I wish to participate in the Stairway to Heaven competition. Just now, every person who came before the old man would say the same thing. They would announce their name and their cultivation base. When the old man heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he didn't treat him indifferently like the other inner sect disciples. He looked at Duan Ling Tian in surprise. You're Duan Ling Tian? From Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I've long heard of your name, but this is the first time I've met you. I hope you can achieve good results. A rare smile appeared on the old man's cold face.
Then, he took out a token and handed it to Duanling Tian. This is the stairway token. You can activate it by injecting your divine energy into it. If you want to come out, just inject your divine consciousness into it and it will bring you out. Thank you, Elder.
After thanking the old man, Duanling Tian took the stairway token and flew up to the first floor of the stairway to heaven. The special treatment that Duanling Tian received attracted a lot of attention.
He's Duanling Tian? The monster from Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy?
I was wondering who he is to be favored by Tang Wuyen.
Goddess Tang Wuyen favors him?
Don't talk nonsense.
That's right. Goddess Tang Wuyen has always kept a distance from him. In my opinion, they are just ordinary friends.
Duanling Tian, who had entered the first floor of the stairway to heaven, didn't hear these people's discussions. However, Tang Wuyen heard them clearly, but she didn't care. Her beautiful eyes revealed a curious light as they fell on Duanling Tian. She didn't have a good impression of this inner sect disciple from Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy at first. However, after interacting with him that day, her competitive spirit was aroused. She, Tang Wuyen, was the #1 beauty of the Hidden Fog sect. When had she ever been ignored by a man like this? She still remembered that day when she led the way for Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian didn't even look at her. It was as if he didn't care about her beauty. Although she didn't want to be a vase, her beauty had always been one of the sources of her confidence. However, in front of this Duanling Tian, her confidence was shattered into pieces. Sometimes women were just so strange. She didn't care about the men who circled around her. However, the men who ignored her only aroused her curiosity. Duanling Tian naturally didn't know what Tang Wuyen was thinking. Now, after he obtained the Stairway to Heaven token and entered the Stairway to Heaven, he arrived in an independent space. It was very similar to the space inside a storage ring. There were no lights, only darkness. Obviously, this was one of the independent small planes that imprisoned the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciples who had committed great mistakes. Hua! Almost at the same moment Duanling Tian appeared, a flame suddenly lit up in this dark space. Then, not only did the surrounding environment appear in front of Duanling Tian, but there was also a sloppy figure. This was a small deserted valley. Outside the valley, there was only darkness. Even light couldn't illuminate the darkness. Obviously, this place was isolated by a space barrier and no light could pass through. Has the sect's Stairway to Heaven competition started again? Under Duanling Tian's gaze, the sloppy young man who was originally sitting cross-legged in the corner of the valley slowly stood up. Flames wrapped around his body. His divine power fused with the mysteries of the law of fire, emitting a scorching aura. Duanling Tian responded faintly. Make your move. The sloppy young man said. You're not my match. Duanling Tian said. When the sloppy young man appeared in front of him, he extended his divine consciousness and discovered that the other party was only an intermediate deity. Moreover, the mysteries of the law of fire that were fused with his divine power were not all at the great mastery level.
You're also an intermediate deity. How would you know if you don't try?
The sloppy young man asked in a hoarse voice.
Duanling Tian shook his head. Then, his divine power flashed out.
All the mysteries of the law of space that were at the great mastery level appeared, causing the air in the small valley to stagnate. At the same time, the small valley fell into a dead silence. After a while the sloppy young man slowly said, I admit defeat.
Chapter 3675.
Then, the sloppy young man raised his hand and pointed in the air. A beam of crimson energy hit the void and hit a certain part of the space barrier.
Suddenly, Duanling Tian felt a suction force sweeping in from all parts of the space barrier and enveloping him. Then, in a flash of darkness and light, he found himself in another place. It was no longer a dark space where he could not even see his own fingers. A gigantic luminous pearl hung high in the sky, illuminating the entire small realm. Duanling Tian stood in a vast stone forest with strange rocks of varying sizes. However, he did not see anyone at all in this place. It seems that this is one of the small dimensions on the second level of the celestial stairway. Duanling Tian thought to himself. As for why there was no one, Duanling Tian guessed that the other party must be hiding. Without hesitation, Duanling Tian scanned with his divine consciousness and soon found a figure hiding behind a huge rock not far away. After the other party sensed his divine consciousness, he showed himself at the right time.
It was a young man in a long blue robe.
His face was cold and his body was smooth and clean. He did not look like someone who had been imprisoned here for many years. This person was the polar opposite of the sloppy young man Duanling Tian met on the first level of the celestial stairway.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
The smooth and cold young man looked at Duanling Tian indifferently. He did not greet Duanling Tian and directly attacked without saying a word. Divine power swept out and integrated with the water precept. Now, Duanling Tian also knew why the other party could remain smooth and clean even though he was imprisoned here. It was because he was good at the water precept. The water precept, integrated with divine power, could easily turn into water. In addition, when the young man attacked, Duanling Tian found that his strength was much stronger than the young man at the first level of the celestial stairway. He had comprehended all the profound meanings of the water precept. However, he had not comprehended the integrated profound meaning. In addition, he was only a middle deity.
Bang!
In the face of this ferocious opponent, Duanling Tian merely raised his eyelids and casually waved his hand. A devastating spatial storm swept out to shatter his opponent's attack in the blink of an eye before heavily injuring his opponent and sending him flying.
PFFF, as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Duanling Tian in horror.
Then, as if afraid that Duanling Tian would attack again, he hurriedly activated the teleportation array to send Duanling Tian away. Just like that, Duanling Tian reached the third level. It was still a crushing defeat. The inner sect disciple imprisoned on the third step of the celestial stairway was an intermediate deity. In addition, all of his metal elemental law profundity had reached greater mastery, and he had also begun to comprehend fusion profundity. However, this little bit of strength was still not worth mentioning in front of Duanling Tian. He was defeated by Duanling Tian in one move. The fourth level was the same. The fifth level was the same. On the sixth level, Duanling Tian defeated his opponent after some effort. Of course, this was under the condition that he had concealed his strength. If Duanling Tian had gone all out, he could have easily defeated his opponent as well. On the seventh level, Duanling Tian faced an imprisoned inner sect disciple. Not only was he a higher deity, but he had also comprehended multiple dual profundity fusion profundity and was extremely powerful. To Duanling Tian, who had concealed his strength, he posed a certain amount of pressure. Duanling Tian was in the midst of a fierce battle with his opponent. All of a sudden, the power of divinity in his body surged. Then, in a bizarre manner, he actually broke through the final bottleneck at this very moment. For a moment, Duanling Tian successfully stepped into the level of a higher deity in the midst of the fierce battle. A last-minute breakthrough? Upon seeing Duanling Tian's last-minute breakthrough, not only did his opponent, the inner sect disciple imprisoned on the seventh level of the celestial stairway, show no fear, but instead pounced on him even more ferociously. This was because during a last-minute breakthrough, one would need to spend time to stabilize the transformed power of divinity. Now, this inner sect disciple was trying to seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Duanling Tian. Once the sneak attack succeeded, he would most likely win. Swoosh! However, Duanling Tian seemed to have guessed that he would strike at this moment. In a flash, his figure disappeared from the spot like a ghost. With a flash, he appeared at another location. Then, the inner sect disciple continued his sneak attack. After Duanling Tian had slightly calmed down his transformed power of divinity, it was already too late for him to use another teleport. Instantly, his gaze turned cold as he glared at the inner sect disciple who had launched another sneak attack. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." When the inner sect disciple approached, Duanling Tian immediately used the Tao of Control, one of the four Taos of heaven and earth. The terrifying power of space raged and exploded around him, killing the inner sect disciple on the spot. This was also the first person that Duanling Tian had killed in the process of challenging the celestial stairway. Along the way, he had not deliberately killed anyone. After all, there was no enmity between them. He felt that there was no need to do so. After killing the inner sect disciple, Duanling Tian sat down cross-legged on the seventh level of the celestial stairway to cultivate, calming down his newly transformed divine power. At the same time, outside the celestial stairway, many inner sect disciples, including Tang Wuyen, were looking at the little dot of light that Duanling Tian had turned into. This was because this dot of light was climbing the celestial stairway at an extremely fast speed. From the first level to the sixth level, it had maintained an extremely fast speed.
From the 6th level to the 7th level, it was slightly slower. However, at the 7th level, it suddenly became quiet. After a long while, it did not reach the 8th level, but it did not disappear either. Looks like that Duan Ling Tian is going to stop at the 7th level. An inner sect disciple sighed. To be able to reach the 7th level as a medium deity is already very impressive. As expected of the monster from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy. He really lives up to his name. That's right. Even the 10 most powerful inner sect disciples wouldn't be able to make it to the 7th floor when they were still intermediate gods. Even if Duan Ling Tian is eliminated on the 7th level, he should be proud of himself. Tang Wuyen's eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at the little dot of light that represented Duan Ling Tian. Even she did not know why, but when she heard the voices of those who did not have high hopes for Duan Ling Tian, she actually hoped that Duan Ling Tian could create a miracle. However, she felt that this miracle would not be easy to create. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure appeared in front of everyone. It was the little dot of light on the 8th level that had disappeared. Then, a person appeared in front of the celestial stairway. At this moment, a young man in a brownish-green robe appeared. He was tall and had a handsome face. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the sparkling eyes of many inner sect female disciples present. It was as if they could not wait to pounce on him. It's Senior Brother Chi Yu. Senior Brother Chi Yu is out. Although he did not pass the 8th level, he stayed on the 8th level for a long time this time. It was obvious that he lasted for a long time. It seems that Senior Brother Chi Yu is going to be the champion in this Celestial Stairway contest. Senior Brother Chi Yu is really amazing. A group of inner sect disciples stared at Chi Yu with sparkling eyes. They were not stingy with their praises and words of praise. It was a stark contrast to the way they looked at Duan Ling Tian just now. Junior Sister Wu Yan? After Chi Yu came out, he basked in the respect of the group of inner sect disciples. He looked arrogant until he saw Tang Wu Yan. His eyes lit up, and his expression softened. Then, Chi Yu handed his celestial stairway token to the elder. After greeting the elder, he came to Tang Wu Yan and asked with a smile, Junior Sister Wu Yan, did you just come here, or did you come out from the celestial stairway? Senior Brother Chi Yu. Tang Wu Yan greeted Chi Yu and said, I haven't entered the celestial stairway yet. You haven't entered? Chi Yu asked with a smile. Are you going to enter now? I remember that although Junior Sister Wu Yan didn't reach the 8th floor last time, you still stayed on the 7th floor for a long time. You almost squeezed into the top 10 in the last celestial stairway contest. This time, I think Junior Sister Wu Yan has a high chance of squeezing into the top 10. Chi Yu said, It seems that I am fated to witness Junior Sister Wu Yan's outstanding performance today. In front of Tang Wu Yan, Chi Yu was very enthusiastic. Why? Chi Yu liked Tang Wu Yan. This was not a secret in the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect, or even the entire Hidden Fog sect. Because of this, although many inner sect male disciples had feelings for Tang Wu Yan, they didn't dare to show it. This was because they were all afraid of Chi Yu. I don't plan on going in for the time being. Let's wait for my friend to come out first. As for Chi Yu, Tang Wu Yan didn't ignore him, but she didn't want to talk to him. Although Chi Yu was outstanding, his reputation wasn't good. As far as she knew, there were no less than 5 inner sect female disciples who had an ambiguous relationship with him. However, those inner sect female disciples didn't think Chi Yu was a playboy or irresponsible. As an outsider, she naturally couldn't say anything. However, she didn't have a good impression of Chi Yu. Your friend? Who? Do I know him? Chi Yu asked with a smile. You should know him. Tang Wu Yan looked deeply at Chi Yu. After all, Senior Brother Chi Yu, in the past 3 months, you have challenged him 3 times in a row while he was in closed-door cultivation. Chi Yu's pupils shrank. He asked in disbelief. Junior Sister Wu Yan, the friend you are talking about is that Duan Ling Tian? Yes. Tang Wu Yan nodded. Then, her gaze fell on the small light that represented Duan Ling Tian again. She no longer looked at Chi Yu. When Chi Yu saw how focused Tang Wu Yan was, his face became even more ghastly. He clenched his fists tightly. Following Tang Wu Yan's gaze, he looked at one of the small light spots on the 7th floor with a cold glint in his eyes. Previously, he had targeted Duan Ling Tian only because of Tu Feng. However, from this moment on, even he wanted to target Duan Ling Tian. This was the first time he saw Tang Wu Yan so focused on caring for a man. This was something that he, Chi Yu,
had never experienced. What right did that Duan Lingtian have to do this? Duan Lingtian didn't know that Qi Yu had left the 8th floor of the stairway to heaven. He also didn't know that Qi Yu hated him very much because of Tang Wuyan. Okay, I can go to the 8th floor now. After stabilizing his divine power and breaking through to the high-level deity level, Duan Lingtian stabilized his cultivation and then went to the 8th floor of the stairway to heaven. Chapter 3676. After dealing with the inner sect disciple who was imprisoned on the 7th level of the celestial stairway, Duan Lingtian felt a suction force trying to take him away. It was obviously the teleportation power from the 8th level. However, when he realized that he could ignore this suction force, he began to cultivate on the 7th level. When Duan Lingtian was done cultivating, he calmed his divine energy that had transformed after breaking through to the higher-ranked deity stage and slightly stabilized his cultivation base as a higher-ranked deity. Then, he stopped cultivating and allowed the suction force to take him away. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian appeared in the air above a sea of blood. It was called a sea of blood because he was now above a blood-red sea. He could smell the pungent stench of blood, but there was no one around him. However, when his divine perception swept out and probed the approximate range of the spatial barrier, Duan Lingtian already had an idea. Whoosh! With a teleportation, Duan Lingtian disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky, looking down at the sea of blood. The power of bloodline can actually extend to such an illusion and prevent my divine perception from detecting your presence. It's indeed impressive. However, do you think you can sneak up on me by hiding like this? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he stood in the air with his hands behind his back and looked down at the sea of blood beneath his feet. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the sea of blood beneath his feet boiled and rolled. Then, it completely vanished and transformed into a middle-aged man in a long dark red robe. The middle-aged man was tall and had a determined face. His brows were cold and his eyes were like lightning. You have good eyesight. You can actually tell that it's the power of my bloodline. Now, as the middle-aged man withdrew the sea of blood, what appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes was a barren plain without a trace of life. Since I've been teleported here, it's naturally impossible that there's no one here. My divine perception can't detect your presence, so how can I not guess? Duan Lingtian asked in return. You're pretty smart. In the past, many inner sect disciples were killed by me before they could even react. They didn't even have the chance to leave with the heavenly stairway badge. The middle-aged man grinned. The days here are too boring. What I'm looking forward to the most is for you inner sect disciples who are challenging the stairway to heaven to come in and give me some fun. Seeing that you're smart, even if I have the chance to kill you today, I won't. From the middle-aged man's words, it was clear that he was very confident in himself. Kill me? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Then I'll thank you for not killing me. Brat, it seems like you don't care about my words. The blood-robed middle-aged man laughed coldly. However, you will soon know what despair is. I, Xueqi, am the second strongest among all the inner sect disciples who are imprisoned on the 8th level of the stairway to heaven if I claim to be first. As soon as the crimson-robed man finished speaking, he moved. Divine power bloomed from his body. Then, it fused with an inexplicable law that caused one's heart to palpitate. Then, as he pointed his finger, the space around him froze. Moreover, this freezing continued to spread. In the blink of an eye, the space around Duan Lingtian was shrouded in this space. This familiar aura caused Duan Lingtian's heart to stir. The law of time. He saw through it. This higher deity named Xueqi was an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. He comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of time. This law of time was also the strangest law of the 4 supreme laws. After all, this law of time could be used to control time, making it impossible to guard against. However, the moment Xueqi attacked, Duan Lingtian sensed that he comprehended the law of time. Moreover, he was extremely proficient in the law of time. He even comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities of the law of time. You comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities of the law of time. Although it's only one, it's enough for you to stand out among the inner sect disciples imprisoned on the 8th step of the celestial stairway. Duan Lingtian spoke again. Divine power swept out from his body. He fused the space law's fundamental profundities, the space element, and then fused the 3 profundities. Moreover,
He fused more than one of the three profundities.
Two types of three profundities fused and resonated. A mighty spatial storm swept out.
In the blink of an eye, it blocked Xueqi law of time, causing his law of time to be unable to advance any further.
This way, it wouldn't affect Duanling Tian.
As one of the four supreme laws, the law of space wasn't as strange as the law of time, but it still couldn't be underestimated. Once the two types of three profundities of the law of space fused together, the surrounding space was immediately sealed. Because the space was sealed, Xueqi's law of time couldn't spread towards Duanling Tian.
It couldn't affect Duanling Tian.
Xueqi's originally arrogant expression changed drastically at this moment.
He completely collapsed.
You actually comprehended two types of three profundities of the law of space fused together. Why did Xueqi think that none of the inner sect disciples imprisoned on the 8th step of the celestial stairway were his match? Basically, all of the inner sect disciples imprisoned on the 8th step of the celestial stairway were higher deities. Moreover, they had all comprehended one type of three profundities of the law of space fused together. Although Xueqi was the same, he had comprehended the law of time. The law of time was one of the four supreme laws. It was also the leader of the four supreme laws. He had the confidence to say that he was the strongest among the inner sect disciples imprisoned on the 8th step of the celestial stairway. However, the opponent he was facing now didn't just comprehend one of the four supreme laws, the law of space, but also two types of three profundities of the law of space fused together. This instantly made him feel hopeless.
He wasn't a match for such an existence. Do you still want to continue? Duanling Tian thought. The space windstorm continued to move forward. In the blink of an eye, it gradually invaded the space affected by Xueqi's law of time. During this process, Xueqi's power couldn't stop the space windstorm at all.
Humph!
Xueqi snorted coldly. His face turned cold.
Then, a small flag appeared in his hand. The flag was square in shape and embroidered with extremely complicated patterns. Once it appeared, Xueqi injected his divine power into it.
Then, Xueqi's attack soared.
For a moment, not only was he able to match Duanling Tian's attack, but he was even showing signs of suppressing it.
Do you think you're the only one who has a medium divine weapon?
Although Duanling Tian didn't expect Xueqi to be able to take out a medium divine weapon, even if it was just a medium divine weapon without a weapon soul, he wasn't afraid at all. With a raise of his hand, a medium divine sword appeared in his hand.
Swoosh!
Duanling Tian injected his divine power into the sword and swung it. In the next moment, the originally suppressed spatial energy was completely guided, turning into a ray of sword light completely condensed from a spatial storm. It streaked through the air and destroyed Xueqi's attack as easily as crushing dry weeds. Then, it continued to rush forward, only gradually dissipating when it arrived in front of Xueqi. At this moment, Xueqi's robes fluttered, his face pale and his eyes filled with despair. There were even many pieces of cloth on his robes that were torn apart, and there were many hideous bloody wounds on his body. Although Duanling Tian stopped in time, because the ray of sword light condensed from the spatial storm was too close to Xueqi still suffered some superficial wounds.
Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and Xueqi could feel a chill coming from his wounds.
However, he was wild with joy. He originally thought that he would definitely die, but he didn't expect to have a chance to live. Brother, thank you for showing mercy. Xueqi bowed to Duanling Tian and thanked him. Brother, I, Xueqi, will remember this kindness in my heart.
I wonder how I should address you, brother? Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian replied.
The reason he didn't kill Xueqi was because Xueqi had said earlier that he wouldn't kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to stop earlier.
Duanling Tian. I'll remember this.
Xueqi nodded. If I get out in the future, I'll definitely return this favor, brother.
Duanling Tian didn't take Xueqi's words to heart.
In his opinion, the inner sect disciples who were imprisoned in the small realm in the stairway to heaven had all committed grave mistakes.
Even if they could get out, it would be a long time later. Moreover, Duanling Tian's strength was far inferior to his. Even now, it would be difficult for him to return the favor, let alone in the future.
Brother, now that you've reached the 9th level of the stairway to heaven, don't hesitate if you encounter any danger.
Just use the stairway heaven token to get out.
Since you're able to ascend to the 9th level, you're basically the first among the inner sect disciples in the divine spirit stage in the stairway to heaven battle.
Xueqi reminded Duan Lingtian before he sent him off. Those on the 9th level of the stairway to heaven are all god kings?
Duan Lingtian asked. More than 90% of them are god kings.
Xueqi nodded.
Only a small number of them are higher deities who have comprehended the fusion of 2 types of 3 profundities of a certain law.
If you're lucky enough to encounter such people, brother, you'll still have a chance to pass the 9th level.
If you encounter a god king, even if the other party's comprehension of the law profundities is ordinary, brother, it'll still be difficult for you to be a match for him.
When you reach the 9th level, try your best to hold on for a while. If the situation doesn't seem right, just leave. Xueqi said. All right.
Duan Lingtian nodded.
I'll go out and find you for a drink, brother.
Xueqi bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he activated the formation and sent Duan Lingtian out of the 8th level to the 9th level.
After Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared before his eyes, Xueqi could not help but sigh.
I really didn't expect another higher deity to appear in the sect, who has comprehended the fusion of 2 types of 3 profundities of a certain law. Moreover, what he comprehended was the space law.
Even in the era before Xueqi was imprisoned, such a person was as rare as a phoenix feather or a qilin horn in the Hidden Fog sect. In his generation, only his younger brother, Xueqi, had managed to reach this stage. I wonder how that boy Haichuan is doing after 10,000 years. With his talent and perception, even if he isn't a divine emperor, he should be a higher deity king by now, right?
Xueqi muttered to himself.
At the same time,
outside the stairway to heaven, there was an uproar.
Heavens!
Duan Lingtian actually ascended to the 9th level.
Am I seeing things? Chapter 3677. When Duan Lingtian came to the Hidden Fog sect, he already had a great reputation.
In the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect, apart from those who were particularly ill-informed or in seclusion, everyone knew of him.
In addition, in the last 3 months, Qiyu, one of the Hidden Fog sect's top 10 inner sect disciples, had challenged Duan Lingtian time and time again. This caused them to involuntarily pay more attention to Duan Lingtian. They were even looking forward to the battle between Duan Lingtian and Qiyu. Of course, most people favored Qiyu. Although it was said that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities of the space law, Qiyu had also comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities of the wind law. Moreover, Qiyu was a higher deity while Duan Lingtian was only an intermediate deity. They had comprehended similar profundities of the laws, even if they had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws. For Duan Lingtian to jump a cultivation level and defeat Qiyu was tantamount to a fantasy. Today, Duan Lingtian appeared at the Celestial Stairway competition. First, he appeared to be familiar with Tang Wuyen, further attracting attention. Then, he entered the Celestial Stairway and participated in the Celestial Stairway competition. This immediately attracted the attention of the vast majority of inner sect disciples outside the Celestial Stairway. When Duan Lingtian ascended to the 8th step, the group of people outside the Celestial Stairway were shocked. They never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be able to ascend to the 8th step. If Duan Lingtian had a higher deity cultivation, they wouldn't be surprised if he ascended to the 8th step. But the problem was that Duan Lingtian wasn't a higher deity but an intermediate deity. An intermediate deity ascending to the 8th step? How was this possible? It was precisely because of this that when Qiyu came out and saw Duan Lingtian ascend to the 8th step, he was also shocked. This Duan Lingtian can last for a moment on the 8th step. That's already pretty good. He stayed on the 7th step for so long. It must have been very difficult for him to ascend. This was what Qiyu thought when he saw Duan Lingtian ascend to the 8th step. However, what happened next left him dumbfounded. After Duan Lingtian ascended to the 8th level of the Heavenly Stairway, it did not take long before he ascended to the 9th level of the Heavenly Stairway. One had to know that unless one defeated or killed an inner sect disciple who was imprisoned on the 8th level of the Celestial Stairway, or if the other party admitted defeat, it was impossible to ascend to the 9th level of the Celestial Stairway. The 8th step of the Celestial Stairway was more difficult than the 7th step. Duan Lingtian actually reached the 9th level of the Stairway to Heaven. Oh my God! He has passed the 8th level of the Celestial Stairway. Many people cried out in alarm. Even Tang Wuyen's pretty face was filled with astonishment. He passed the 8th floor? Although Tang Wuyen had never climbed to the 8th level of the stairway, she had climbed to the 7th level.
She knew what kind of existence the 7th level of the stairway was. At the very least, she was no match for the inner sect disciples imprisoned there. Otherwise, she would have reached the 8th level of the celestial stairway like Qiyu. And now, not only had Duan Ling Tian reached the 8th level, but he had also reached the 9th level. This also meant that he had successfully passed the 8th level. Could it be that the gatekeeper of the 8th level went easy on him? An inner sect disciple couldn't help but guess. After all, Duan Ling Tian stayed on the 7th level for such a long time. It's obvious that he barely passed the 7th level. Under such circumstances, it's almost impossible for him to pass the 8th level. The gatekeeper of the 8th level went easy on him? That's impossible, right? It has to be known that those gatekeepers are inner sect disciples of our hidden fog sect who committed a grave mistake and were locked up. Once they succeed, they can reduce the number of years they can be imprisoned. To them, this is a good thing. In this situation, how could they possibly go easy on us? That being said, in the history of our hidden fog sect, there have been cases of people going easy on him. There are all kinds of reasons. More often than not, it's because the gatekeeper gave up on himself and knew the challenger. As the saying went, 3 people became a tiger. As some inner sect disciples took the lead to voice their doubts, more and more people began to think that Duan Ling Tian could pass the 8th level because the gatekeeper had gone easy on him. Humph. So what if he obtained first place in this celestial stairway struggle? No one will believe him. Qiyu sneered. Senior apprentice brother Qiyu. Although Tang Wuyan also felt that the possibility of the gatekeeper of the 8th level going easy on Duan Ling Tian was very high. She didn't know why, but when she heard Qiyu's words, she still didn't like it. Are you sure? Can't he pass the 8th level with his own strength? Junior apprentice Sister Wuyan. Qiyu said with a smile. A person who wasted so much time on the 7th level. Do you think that after he ascends to the 8th level, he will be able to pass so easily with his own strength? Hearing this, Tang Wuyan frowned. Maybe he started cultivating on the 7th floor and only went to the 8th floor after he became a higher deity? Breakthrough? How can there be such a coincidence? Qiyu was stunned for a moment and then shook his head. He felt that this possibility was very low. Of course, he couldn't help but be wary. That Duan Ling Tian was only an intermediate god now. He could still suppress him, but when he broke through to the higher god realm in the future, he probably wouldn't be able to suppress him anymore. Duan Ling Tian didn't know what was happening outside. Now, after meeting Xueqi on the 8th level of the celestial stairway, Duan Ling Tian had successfully arrived at one of the small dimensions on the 9th level of the celestial stairway. The small dimension had picturesque scenery with mountains and rivers. A figure in a white robe stood on the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back. He had an elegant temperament. After Duan Ling Tian appeared, his eyes fell on this person. This was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar. Although his face was ordinary, the invisible aura he exuded made it impossible for others to ignore him. Even in a crowd, he would definitely be the most conspicuous one. You're quite strong to be able to make it here with your cultivation level as a higher god. When Duan Ling Tian felt a divine consciousness enveloping him, he heard the middle-aged scholar's voice suddenly speak again. His voice was calm and incomparably confident. Duan Ling Tian could not help but be stunned. A higher god? Through the middle-aged scholar's divine consciousness, Duan Ling Tian immediately confirmed the other party's cultivation level. Just like him, they were both higher gods. Recalling what Xueqi said on the 8th level of the celestial stairway, Duan Ling Tian knew that he was lucky to have come to the small dimension where the inner sect disciples at the 9th level of the celestial stairway, who were at the higher god realm, were imprisoned. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. That Xueqi said before. The inner sect disciples imprisoned on the 9th level of the celestial stairway are basically all god kings. There are only a few higher gods, and those higher gods, without exception, have comprehended at least 2 types of fusion of the 3 profound meanings. It seems that the middle-aged man in front of me is that kind of person. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Are you surprised that I'm a higher god? The middle-aged scholar saw Duan Ling Tian shudder, but the smile on his face was as calm as ever. However, I'm different from the higher gods you've encountered before. Presumably, on the 8th level of the celestial stairway, you've also encountered a higher god who comprehended some kind of law or fusion of the 3 profound meanings, right? I can crush, defeat, or even kill a higher deity like that in a single exchange. The middle-aged scholar's tone was full of pride. I believe that. Duan Lingtian nodded and said in all seriousness, since you can be one of the gatekeepers of the 9th level of the Celestial Stairway, it means that your strength is far stronger than the gatekeepers on the 8th level of the Celestial Stairway. However, I'm very curious. Duan Lingtian already faintly understood the middle-aged scholar's background, so he didn't doubt the middle-aged scholar's words. The Hidden Fog sect is actually willing to imprison someone like you here? With a higher god cultivation, to comprehend any kind of law or to fuse 2 or more types of 3 profound meanings together, even if placed in the history of the Hidden Fog sect, I'm afraid you are an extremely rare existence. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at the middle-aged scholar, waiting for the other party's response. It seems that a little fellow like you knows a lot. The middle-aged scholar looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, if it were an ordinary mistake, no matter how great it was, with my talent and perception, the Hidden Fog sect wouldn't imprison me here.
But do you know what mistake I made?
The middle-aged scholar asked in reply.
What mistake?
Duan Lingtian was startled. I killed my honorable master, the Hidden Fog sect master at the time. The middle-aged scholar grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. But as his words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian's heart couldn't help but tremble. He killed the Hidden Fog sect master? Moreover, the Hidden Fog sect master was this person's honorable master? Duan Lingtian's gaze when he looked at the middle-aged scholar was filled with contempt.
What? Are you looking down on me?
The middle-aged scholar curled his lips, as if he could see through Duan Lingtian's thoughts.
Do you know why I killed him?
Because he wanted me to stay in the Hidden Fog sect and take over his position, he personally gave the order to exterminate my entire family. My entire family, over 1,000 lives. All of them died because of a single order from him. As the middle-aged scholar spoke to this point, he was practically gnashing his teeth. And from his body, bursts of swift and fierce aura swept out in a timely manner. A frightening cyan astral wind revolved around his body as if it had transformed into a cyan wind dragon. The wind howled. As for the middle-aged scholar's voice, it reverberated through this small world, deafening to the ears.
Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Duan Lingtian frowned. He found it hard to imagine that the former Hidden Fog sect master would exterminate his entire family because of this. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding? I can't be wrong, the middle-aged scholar said in a low voice. At that time when the person he sent reported to him, I just happened to hear it. I heard it with my own ears, so how could I be wrong? In the past, I told him that I had no intention of becoming the next sect master of the Hidden Fog sect. I wanted to return to my family and lead them to become a God King level family clan, or even a God Emperor level family clan. He wasn't willing for me to leave the Hidden Fog sect like this, so he wanted to kill my entire family. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.